gripping story. We'll keep tracking all these developments, but we're shifting our focus to the big story that we're tracking this hour. A mega terror attack against India has been foiled by Russia. Russia apprehended an ISIS terrorist who was planning to travel to India. The terrorist was planning an attack against a top BJP leader in retaliation for insulting the Prophet. Now, according to the Federal Security Service of the Russian Federation, the terrorist was recruited by ISIS as a suicide bomber in Turkey. He even took an oath of allegiance to Amir of the ISIS. Abhishek continues to be with us. Abhishek, first talk to us about where this man was apprehended. What do we know so far as the identity of this man is concerned?
So this person named Asmov is in his early 30s. He was arrested by Russian agencies in Moscow. And now the intelligence input that the Russian agencies had and the initial interrogation of that person tells that the person was supposed to come to India and target a very high profile government leader in India. And this whole crisis has happened as to what all were the target of this person, who all are behind this person. This is something that is still being probed. So far, we know that the person is from some Central Asian country, and his modus operandi was that initially he was recruited through some social media platforms into the ISIS camp. He has also had meeting with senior ISIS officials in Turkey. Russian agencies had some inkling of his activities for a very long time now. It is also being reported that Indian agencies were also alerted that some major terrorist activities is being planned. In the last month of July, there had been some raids across the country also to uncover ISIS modules, and now we know that the story is coming. Looks like it's coming a full circle, because now this ISIS person who has been nabbed in Russia, he is also telling that when through Russia he was going to arrive in India, he was supposed to get more logistical support from his Indian counterparts, like
Okay,
the person who have been working for IS in India, and
true.
they're residing in India. So there is clearly a established module which is operating in India, and this person who has been in Russian agencies' custody was supposed to get help from them to conduct that major high-profile terrorist attack on some government leader in the days to come.
Okay, so Abhishek, before we talk to you about what was the module as far as India was concerned and what do we know as far as the handlers here, I quickly want to understand, how was this man radicalized? I believe this happened on social media through Telegram, and more importantly, who was in the hit list?
So, like, these are the two questions that we'll get to know only when the detailed briefing will happen and the detailed interrogation will be put out in the public domain. But so far, the information is that basically he was recruited through social media platforms, and this is not the first time. Many a time we have seen that how Facebook, Twitter, Instagram, or other social media platforms were used as a recruitment agency, where the pages for those terrorist organizations were created, and the content of that sort were created, where they also tried to lure fresh minds into that radicalization. And after so many interactions, those people were also lured to be part of that larger Islamic caliphate that ISIS is dreaming about. So this person, the person who is in the Russian agency's custody, is also one of that victim, if we can say. He was also radicalized through the social media, and then
Okay.
he was dictated to go to Russia, where the documentation work was supposed to be completed, and then from Russia he was supposed to come to India. This is a very novel idea for a terrorist group to conduct, to use Russia as a launch pad for a terrorist to India, because probably this would have given a very less suspicion to any Indian agencies that a person coming from Russia would also
True.
become part of a larger terror network, because this has not been heard of in the past, that a person or a Russian soil has been used in any anti-India activity officially. So this looks like the first case where a person was using Russia as a launch pad, and from Russia he was supposed to come to India. And he has also divulged that there were people in India, there were modules in
Okay.
India where he was supposed to get
Yeah.
help, assistance,
Which means
logistics,
there is a
and
very
also thing.
active module back here in India as well. But Abhishek, I'll just request you to stay on with us. Defense expert, retired Major General Sivach also now joining us. So good to have you on the broadcast with us. I agree with the point that Abhishek is making, that this is very novel to have Russia as your launch pad. Usually you would expect this sort of an activity from Pakistan. How do you see this entire attempt, which has been foiled as far as the Russian end is concerned?
I suppose it is a master stroke, because this is a very intelligent idea that anyone terrorist coming from Russia is least suspected. Russia being a friendly country to India and very much against terrorism. So anyone coming from there, you least expect that he can be a terrorist. So that is a very smart move as far as terrorists are concerned. Possibly he could have also come from Russia to Bangladesh or Nepal, and then the border being porous, he could have come in. But certainly, my point is that we have to be very alert and alive. The way Islamic State is now growing up. Remember that even Taliban 2.0, when it has come on 15th August 2021, you will find the footprints of Islamic State and Al Qaeda are ever growing in Afghanistan. The Al-Jawahiri, who was in APAC border initially, moved to Kabul in safe house. Same way you find Islamic State is growing, strength to strength in Afghanistan. Now, these are direct threat to India. Remember, even Al-Jawahiri has threatened India, but Islamic State is a bigger threat. It's an international terrorism like Al-Qaeda. And the way it is growing, it is not too far off from Jammu and Kashmir. It was a threat. Now this module which has been caught by the Russians, now these are the ones which through the social media they get initially radicalized, then they are cold, then they are given physical training of the suicide bomber in Turkey, in Syria, in Iraq, and then they are sent to the respective destination. This is a modus operandi which is
That's exactly what I want to
prevalent.
discuss with you, sir. As far as this modus operandi is concerned, with the use of social media, all of this is happening remotely through Telegram and other social media platforms. The radicalization happens there, the recruitment happens there. Don't you think that's a worrying pattern that's emerging as well?
100%. And another, warning or disturbing threat is that people who are well educated, they are becoming victim of this radicalization. Those sleeper cell, those who were involved in terrorist activity in the southern part of the country, these were educated lot, those who got it through the social media, got radicalized, and then went to Middle East, Syria, Iraq to fight against the security forces. So this is a challenge for Indian security forces also. My biggest concern is that this Russian this terrorist which have been nabbed by the Russian intelligence would have come in India. He would have created a havoc. The reason is there are sleeper cell here, there are overground workers, there are logistic port available here, and he could have been created a lot of confusion.
And that is the nexus that needs to be cracked and dealt with to ensure that these sleeper cells, we have information about them and we thought those working here as well. But General Siraj, we leave the conversation there. I'll request my colleague to stay on with us. We're getting some more details coming in. CNN News 18 has now accessed exclusive information on the bomber arrested in Russia. One of the foreign counter-terror agencies shared information with India in the month of June in 2022 about the recruitment of this ISIS bomber. The bomber was based in Turkey and same was shared with Turkey also. Motive of this bomber was to attack possibly BJP leaders or associates like RSS. Abhishek continues to be with us. So Abhishek, more information now trickling out. One, recruitment happened in Turkey. There was information that was shared between both the countries way back in the month of June as well.
So we know that Turkey has long been a point of recruitment and mobility. If we talk about the ISIS recruits coming from South Asian countries, also the Turkey is at a center where it is very conducive for these terror modules to come to Turkey and conduct their radicalization and talk, and then they go back to Syria, Iraq, and other places. The current person, the person who is we are talking about, he has been nabbed, and the security agencies probably had some inputs about a person who was trying to become a suicide bomber, and he was supposed to come to India and conduct this major terrorist strike. The one other revelation, which is again startling, that he has revealed in his initial interrogation, is that he was very hurt by this, by those statements or remarks by the BJP spokesperson in the past few months, where against Prophet Muhammad, and he was supposed to avenge those remarks by the spokesperson, and that was his purpose of conducting terrorist strike. And we clearly know that the initial inputs are telling us that some senior high profile leader of the ruling coalition or the ruling dispensation of India was on the target of this suicide bomber. So clearly, agencies also had input. There were raids being conducted all across the country. In July, last week of July, there had been a 8 years meeting of where the agency inputs were also discussed from the various official from across the countries, and accordingly the agency were also trying to act on it. However, thankfully
Correct.
this person has been nabbed before entering into India
True.
in Moscow only, and we can assume that the Indian agencies are in touch with their Russian counterparts, and soon they will have more access to that person, where they can also be able to interrogate that person and call out more information as to who was the exact person that this terrorist was trying to aim for, and who all were going to be the sympathetic
Correct.
person or the logistical supporter present in India, who were supposed to provide him all the logistical supports.
Absolutely. Those are the big questions that still remain. Abhishek, I'll request you to stay on with us. We're getting some other information coming in as well. Now, top intelligence sources are telling CNN News 18 that the motive of this bomber was to attack possibly BJP leaders or associates like RSS. Difficult to say that would have come here to attack any individual, because ISIS suicide attacks are mainly for optics. This time, possibly, their sleeper cell was also active in India, or they were in touch with some third country operatives. The agencies will come to know more once they have data access and forensics of these people. Right-wing leaders are on the radar of Islamic groups. Right now, it is difficult to say, though, any specific target of these people arrested. Abhishek continues to be with us. Abhishek, on the lines of what we were discussing, that there is sketchy details as of now, difficult to pinpoint the exact targets as far as these groups were concerned. But what is even worrying is that this is once again gotten the conversation as far as very active sleeper cells and handlers here in India.
Of course, and we have seen in the recent days that there has been raids in Bihar and in also other part of the country where so many sleeper cell or modules of ISS were uncovered. Another part, Ridhima, which is more concerning, is that so far we have not heard much of Central Asian people having any any uh, animosity towards India. And now, when this person has been arrested, he is from the Central Asian countries. We are yet not ascertained the nationality of that person, but the kind of conversation that has been released in the media. So probably he is speaking some broken Uzbek and Russian language. He is in talking, and also Russia being part of this whole network of ISIS, where they were also trying to use Russian soil as a launch pad to send a terrorist to India. So now probably Indian agencies will also have to be alert with other friendly nations or friendly countries from where they did not have any idea that they are also being used. They could also be being used as a terrorist launchpad into India. And the context is also that in last week only, NSA Ajit Doval was in Russia, where he also met with his Russian counterpart Patrushev, and both had discussed threats, security threats in and around India, and the common threats about India and Russia. And of course, terrorism was one of the
Okay.
issues that they had discussed, especially in the wake of fall of Kabul to in the hands of Taliban. The security threats of India has actually enhanced, and Indian agencies have been on very much alert. We have also seen how Ayman al-Zawahiri was killed in Kabul. There has also been presence of ISIS terrorists in Afghanistan. Recently, a Gurdwara, a Sikh Gurdwara in Kabul was also attacked, and apparently ISIS has taken responsibility for that attack. So we know that ISIS has long been
True.
nursing
Correct.
animosity for India and Indian establishment, and probably this
Hmm.
terrorist who has been nabbed was yet another tool to create some disturbance in India. He was also suicide bomber, so probably
Correct.
he could have gone to
Hmm.
do some major disaster in terms of terrorist activity that he was supposed to do in India.
Okay, Abhishek, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. We'll, of course, continue to come back to you as and when we have more information. We're now shifting our focus to some other breaking developments coming in. News coming in from Assam, where we're understanding Assam will bring SOPs for masjids for imams coming from outside states. We're now understanding all of this in the backdrop of what has happened in the last 10 days. In the last 10 days, 3 imams have been arrested for having jihadi links. So there will be special SOPs, they will certain documents will have to be furnished, as well as we said, all of this in the backdrop of the heightened activity that we're seeing, where demographic changes are being witnessed as far as Assam is concerned. So now we're understanding Assam will bring SOPs for masjid for imams, especially those who are coming from outside states. All of this in the backdrop of, as I said, with 3 imams have been arrested for having jihadi links just in the last 10 days. My colleague Preeti is now joining us with more details. Preeti, as we pointed out, all of this in the backdrop of the activity that we've seen, where certain arrests have been made. But when we speak about these specific SOPs, what are these SOPs that we're looking at?
Yeah, actually recently I have to tell you that our new module, after the 5 modules being busted, this module has been busted in Goalpara, where a lot of links have been found. Al-Qaeda links, direct link with Al-Qaeda have also been found. And currently we are in Goalpara actually, and while we talk to the superintendent of police here, he has also stated that they're keeping a strong eye on the imams basically, because first we have seen the connections of madrasas, and now the imams working in the mosques. 2 imams have been arrested so far. So regarding talking about the SOPs, the government is about to form a portal for the registration of imam who would come for that in the state, because you see most of the times local people also do not even know who is working as imam. Earlier, while Chief Minister Himanta Biswa Sharma addressed the press meet, he also stated that it's very important for the local people also to keep an eye on these people who come to work as imam, work as madrasa teachers in the mosques and the madrasas. And also he has stated that Assam to have a SOP for imams and madrasa teachers. As you see, the search for 5 absconding Bangladeshi national ATP operatives are on, as stated by the Chief Minister of the state. Also, I have to tell you that while we talked with the SP, they have also stated that now that the imams and the madrasa teachers are coming into the radar, their field of investigating is also getting more, we can say, more particular about this whole module being busted.
Correct. So, Preeti, as you're rightly pointing out, all of this in the background of certain activity that we've seen in Assam recently, where a lot of mosques and madrasas have come up, but when documents are asked for from these mosques or madrasas, they're unable to furnish those documents. When you speak to us these SOPs for imams, especially from those who are outside the state, by how soon are we seeing the implementation of these SOPs?
As stated by the Chief Minister, they have already made the declaration, and we are also expecting that these are being implemented very soon, because it becomes easier for the district administration also to keep an eye after the SOPs are being made. And earlier also, this is not the first time Chief Minister has stated about keeping an eye on the imams and the madrasa teachers, but earlier also, very recently when he did a press conference addressing the 5 modules busted, he even then stated about keeping an eye on these people. So very soon perhaps, although he has not released any date regarding the implementation of the SOP, so they are expecting to be implemented soon.
Okay, Preeti, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. Keep tracking all those developments for us. You can read all about these stories on our website news18.com as well. We're slipping into a very short break, coming back with lots more.
If this sets a precedent for fights within political parties to be settled by courts of law, ultimately, whoever has majority control of a party, he or she should be given the reins of that party.
Priyanka, the BJP has also levelled a very direct charge that it was under your government's direction, with the Delhi CS at the helm, that you wanted to transfer these refugees or illegals into EWS flats.
There a buzz around Bajwa's arrival in London, because this talk of his return early September means that just around the time there is a huge amount of pressure to call for early elections. So will Nawaz Sharif touch down in Pakistan before elections are announced?
My question is, when you mounted an entire campaign and ensured that a corrupt minister resigns, can Kartikeya Singh continue in office?
At his home, one person used his phone to film himself repeatedly shouting at the president. Bolsonaro grabbed the man's shirt while reaching for his phone. Security guards pulled the man away. Amid the recent uptick in COVID-19 cases in China's Xiamen, aggressive testing has been going on, and no one can escape it, not even fish. This viral video shows how authorities clad in PPE kits were inserting cotton buds inside the mouths of fish and swabbing the shells of crabs. While many have ridiculed this move, some are supporting it, saying that it's for everyone's well-being. A BJP worker in Agra was caught on camera abusing police officers.
This video, which was shot by a cop, shows the BJP worker throwing a fit. He not only abuses the policemen but also threatens them. Seeing the video being shot, some supporters of the BJP worker even tried to snatch the cop's phone. After the video went viral, a case has been registered against 15 people, including the BJP worker.
On the occasion of Janmashtami, Dahi Handi festivities returned to Maharashtra after 2 years of the pandemic.
From a 9-tier human pyramid to an all-girls Dahi Handi, to even a Dahi Handi commemorating Chhatrapati Shivaji's legendary confrontation with Afzal Khan. The sights and sounds of the iconic Dahi Handi and Govinda's return to Maharashtra after a gap of 2 years. Politicians also joined in the festivities. And film stars added glamour. Dahi Handi is a festival celebrated with much fervour on Janmashtami.
A 4-story building collapsed in Mumbai's Borivali today. Thankfully, there were no injuries.
This is the moment a dilapidated 4-story building came crumbling down.
Welcome back. Thanks a lot for staying with us. Let's talk to you about the latest in the Liquorgate scam case. The Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia has made a big claim saying that he has received a message from BJP asking him to break the Aam Aadmi Party and then join the BJP. The alleged message also states that if he joins the BJP, it will lead to closure of CBI and ED cases against him. Now, Manish Sisodia has said that he is a descendant of Maharana Pratap and he will cut off his head but not bow down in front of anyone. Meanwhile, the Delhi BJP protested outside the Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's residence against the AAP's excise policy. BJP workers climbed barricades and burned Kejriwal's effigy. Many BJP leaders and workers were also detained.
दो मैसेज थे, दो पार्ट थे उस मैसेज के कि एक तो आपके खिलाफ जितने ईडी के सीबीआई के केस चल रहे हैं इनको सबको खत्म कर दिया जाएगा और दूसरा है कि आप बीजेपी ज्वाइन करके पार्टी तोड़ के बीजेपी ज्वाइन कर लीजिए और हम आपको सीएम बना देंगे क्योंकि हमारे पास में कोई सीएम कैंडिडेट नहीं है वहां पे दिल्ली में भारतीय जनता पार्टी में। तो इन फर्जी केस में कोई दम नहीं है। आप इनकी धमकियां तो नहीं दे सकते मुझको, इनसे नहीं डरा सकते।
70 साल में जो काम नहीं कर पाई और जिस व्यक्ति ने वो काम करके दिखा दिया कि सरकारी स्कूलों को शानदार बना दिया, इस देश के गरीब बच्चों को भविष्य दे दिया, उस व्यक्ति पे सीबीआई की रेड कराते हो तुम लोग? शर्म नहीं आती तुम लोगों को? और फिर ये अनर्गल बातें कर रहे हो। ऐसे व्यक्ति को तो भारत रत्न मिलना चाहिए। पूरे शिक्षा व्यवस्था प्रधानमंत्री जी को बुलाना चाहिए, उनको कहना चाहिए भाई जो भी पार्टी हो, पार्टीबाजी करने थोड़ी देश का विकास करना है।
There's a big charge, as we pointed out, as far as Manish Sisodia is concerned. He's gone on to say, and this is what sources of CNN News 18 are telling us, that Manish Sisodia in fact has recordings. Remember earlier in the day he put out a tweet saying that there has been an offer made by the BJP for him to jump ship to the BJP, and if he does so, then all the cases against him will be dropped. What we're understanding by the means of sources that he does have recordings of a BJP leader luring him to join the BJP. Let me bring in my colleague Rupashri Nanda, who's been tracking all these developments for us from the last few days. Rupashri, but the big question is, and this was the question that was raised when Manish Sisodia put out the tweet, and now what you're picking up by the means of sources. If you do have proof, then why not put it out already?
Well, absolutely. In fact, ever since morning, every journalist has been and every reporter at every press conference has been trying to, make it, compel Aam Aadmi Party leaders to come out and name the person and offer, not just name the person who has made the offer, but offer concrete proof and evidence to back a claim, because Manish Sisodia has made a very, very big charge. And if without any proof, that claim will remain just a claim. There would be no believability in it. But and in Ahmedabad also, when when the address was over of Chief Minister and Deputy Chief Minister, that same question was put to him again by journalists over here, that now it is a do or die battle for you. So why don't you come ahead and name the person who has allegedly made such an offer to you? And to that, actually, Manish Sisodia went into a little more details of that particular offer, and he said that it is the same person who has made the person who spoke with Manish Sisodia claimed that he was the person who had brought other important people like Subhendu Adhikari, Baijan Panda, etc. into the party. The person asked Manish Sisodia to repose faith in him. The person also said that if he breaks the party, then he will be made as a CM face.
True. And Rupashri, I apologize for interrupting. Just stay with me for 30 seconds. Let's take in a reaction from the BJP also. Shehzad Poonawala of the BJP now joining us on the broadcast. Shehzad, there's a big claim that's being made by Manish Sisodia. He in fact is now going on to say that I even have a recording of the person who made that offer from the BJP, that if I jump ship to the BJP, all cases against me will be wiped off.
Why are there sources planting this story? If they have the recording from morning to now, they are saying we have it, somebody spoke to us, come and tell the name, play it out and finish the matter. But this is all being done because every day since we've been asking the questions on liquor scam, once they go to New York Times, then they go to Shiksha, then they go to Gujarat, then they go to 2024. Today they've gone to Operation Lotus. This is Operation Bogus. Kejriwal ka Operation Bogus, Operation Bunkers. Matlab ki I will not answer the questions about Bhashtachar. I will play the victimhood card, the whataboutery card, and they will send you all on a wild goose chase about a new story that is coming out, but they will not give you any specifics about the liquor scam.
No, but Shehzad, here the counter is that what really is the concrete proof as far as the BJP is concerned? And this is exactly what Manish Sisodia is saying. One sec, let me just complete my question. On Friday, Shehzad, there were raids for almost over 10 to 12 hours, but nothing really was found. So isn't this just a tool of harassment is what the opposition is asking?
You think that 1 month ago the CBI probe was recommended, and after that CBI does a raid, they will find money and gold at Manish Sisodia's house. That was not the objective of the raid. The objective of the raid was to get incriminating evidence in terms of documents, mobile phones and computers, and all of that has been taken. But that is for the CBI to answer. The question that we are asking is that if the policy was so good, why did you scrap it? And if the policy is not good, there is corruption, then please answer about the corruption questions that we are asking. We have asked today, Gaurav Bhatia has done a PC with how the recommendations of the committee were not followed, and they brought in a place where 2.5% commission was increased to 12%. You gave the 30 crore EMD, you gave 140 crore 44 crore waiver. You have not taken action on show cause notices issued by your government against manufacturing and blacklisted companies that were allowed to come into retail. You allowed more than 2 vends without permission. You allowed their operational period to be extended. These are specific important questions about the liquor scam.
Nobody is denying the fact that these questions need to be taken to the Aam Aadmi Party, Shehzad, and we are taking these questions. But what I'm asking is the criticism against the BJP is, and it's not just the Aam Aadmi Party today, the DMK, the TMC, everyone is saying that the central agencies are being misused as far as the BJP is concerned. You've made allegations against TRS also. Today, K. Kavita has also come out and said that I will actually sue you and take legal action because you're just trying to malign my family name.
She is most welcome to do so, but please tell me, they said Satyendra Jain is Kattar Imandar. Last 3 months he's in jail, got no relief. 2 courts have given strictures against him, the High Court and the Trial Court. How come the Kattar Imandari has not been proven in a court of law? If they have nothing to hide, nothing to fear, why don't they answer these questions, and why don't they go to a court of law and get relief? But please, madam, for the sake of fair accountability of the government in Delhi, I'm asking you one question. From the last so many days, they've done about 20 PCs. In any of the PCs, they've answered the specific questions. It's all there on my Twitter handle. Your channel has it. Every channel has it. 15 to 20 questions. Anurag Thakurji, Meenakshi Lekhi, Gaurav Bhatia, Samit Patra, Shahzad Poonawala. We have raised. Not one has been answered.
Okay.
How can he get away from this kind of accountability? He's the Deputy Chief Minister. He's the Shiksha Mantri and the Sharab Mantri, who's not willing to answer anything except play the victimhood card. Every opportunity. If you have the audio, please put it on CNN News 18 and finish that off. But please answer these questions.
Okay, Shahzad, we'll take that to the Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson as well. The BJP continues to say that why aren't you really responding to the specific questions rather than just wanting to change your goalpost? If you do have a recording or if you do have proof, why don't you put it out? We're also now shifting our focus to some other breaking developments coming in, and I believe this is news coming in from Jaipur, where police have lathi charged on ABVP students during a student body election. Look at the visuals that we're putting out on our screens as well. Let's try and get more details of what really happened. My colleague and senior editor Pallavi Ghosh now joining us. Pallavi, could you give us a backdrop of what really transpired?
So these are the student body elections which are held in a university, and there was this clashes which took place between the Congress and the ABVP. Now, the problem over here is that already there are many allegations against the Gehlot government that they have not been able to have a grip over the law and order situation. This is going to be used yet again as yet another example about how there is a systematic law and order failure and how there is a targeting of their political opponents. Because we are already seeing, for example, Ridhima, a complete battle which is taking place between the BJP and the Congress, with the BJP hoping to make a comeback in the state.
Pallavi, even as we stay with those visuals coming in from Jaipur, what is the ground situation right now? In which all areas were these protests taking place where the police had to resort to lathi charge? Okay, we'll try and re-establish that connection with my colleague Pallavi, but as she was pointing out, this will now become a fresh flashpoint. Visuals coming in from Jaipur, where you in fact have the police resorting to lathi charge, and those people you see in the visuals are in fact ABVP students, and all of this we are understanding happened during a student body election. So it's Congress versus the ABVP, and the police having to resort to lathi charge against those ABVP students during a student body election. All of this playing out in Jaipur. We'll try and get more details. We'll try and connect with our colleagues as well of what really has happened, and has there been a response so far as the state government is concerned. But high drama continues to play out in Jaipur. There is lathi charge on the campus, I believe. My colleague Pallavi is back with us. Pallavi, two things that I wanted to understand. Was this protest resort just contained as far as the campus is concerned, or other areas as well?
So this is in the main area where the university is, at the heart of Jaipur. And Ridhima, the worry, of course, is that as I was saying, it's always going to be construed as a failure of the law and order. And when you start attacking the students and the students' organization, it also has very important ramifications, because they are going to be seen as young people who are being targeted by a party which claims to speak and represent the young.
You know, Pallavi, as you were rightly pointing out, this will become once again a big question as far as law and order situation. Just a week back, you had that very unfortunate Dalit death in Rajasthan. Has the state government responded so far?
Well, no response as yet, except by claiming that the situation is going to be under control, and how the provocation actually came in from the side of the ABVP. But you're right, Ridhima, it's a series of incidents. And Ashok Gehlot is being known to be a very good administrator. But it's just going to add on to the whole point which the BJP has been making, that because of the bitter infighting within the Congress party, the state government has not been able to take attention or make attention and give attention to the law and order situation, which becomes very imperative. And therefore, it's high time that people understand that the Gehlot government has no grit, and therefore he should be removed.
Pallavi, I'll just request you to stay on with us. Let's take in a reaction from the BJP as well. Lakshmikant Bharadwaj is now joining us. He's from Rajasthan BJP, joining us on the broadcast. बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमसे बात करने के लिए. आपका पहला रिस्पांस ABVP के स्टूडेंट्स पर पुलिस ने किया लाठीचार्ज.
उतर आई है और इस कदर दमन पर उतर आई है कि ये लोकतांत्रिक तरीके से चुनाव जीतने की हैसियत रखती नहीं है, और जो कोई इसके खिलाफ आवाज उठाने की कोशिश करता है डेमोक्रेटिक तरीके से, उसके ऊपर लाठी चलाने का काम करती है. ये पहली घटना नहीं है. राजस्थान में जो सरकार को चुनौती देता हुआ दिख रहा है, हर उस व्यक्ति के ऊपर लाठी चल रही है. और यही कारण है कि आज एबीवीपी के लोग जब छात्र संघ का चुनाव जीतने वाले हैं, तो कांग्रेस की पार्टी को, एनएसयूआई को चुनाव जिताने के लिए हर हथकंडा ये अपना रहे हैं. छात्रों के ऊपर लाठीचार्ज करने का मतलब साफ साफ है कि प्रदेश की युवा तरुणाई के ऊपर इन्होंने लाठीचार्ज किया है. निश्चित रूप से राजस्थान के छात्र इसका बदला लेंगे.
सर हमारे साथ बने रहिए. कांग्रेस से Archana Sharma also now joining us on the broadcast. Archana Sharma, the criticism coming in is that this really is the true picture of the law and order situation. Why are students being attacked?
It's not a law and order situation. Anyone who tries to take law in its hands, they'll be, the local police will treat them accordingly.
No, so I just want to understand, why are students being lathi charged?
They must have created a ruckus over there. I'm not aware of the actual fact. But if police take some action against some people who have been creating law and order situation, then it is the action that is taken by the police. At the moment they decide what has to be done.
No, so I'm also trying to understand, because the criticism coming in from the BJP is that the Gehlot government has no control of what's taking place in the state.
See, Bharatiya Janata Party has no issues, so they create issues out of non-issues. Their president, he was in Jaipur a few days back, and himself addressed a meeting at Bharatiya Janata Party office, and he said that in the last 3.5 years, you haven't been able to create a single issue, haven't been able to raise a single issue. That means everything is in control in the state of Rajasthan. So it is on the exhaustion of the Bharatiya Janata Party President Shri Amit Shah that they are trying to create issues out of non-issues, and it's a part of that.
I'll just request you to stay on with us. Lakshmikant Bharadwaj, respond to what the Congress is saying, that this is the habit of the BJP to make a mole out of a mountain. जब कोई इशू ही नहीं है, उसको इशू बना रहे हैं.
तो इनको ये पूछना चाहिए कि उदयपुर से लेकर भरतपुर तक और गंगानगर से लेकर जयपुर तक जिस तरह आपकी सरकार रोज नए नौटंकियां कर रही है, रोज जिस तरह की आपकी सरकार के राज में जिस तरह की घटनाएं हो रही हैं, हमें तो कम पड़ रहे हैं. हम तो कम पड़ ही नहीं रहे, बल्कि हम तो एक के बाद एक इशू उठाते हैं, दूसरा आप हमको तैयार लाकर दे देते हैं, क्योंकि आपकी सरकार कोई काम ही नहीं कर रही है. एक स्टूडेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के ऊपर आपने लाठीचार्ज किया और ये इशू ही नहीं है. आप राजधानी जयपुर में अगर स्टूडेंट प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, स्टूडेंट अपनी किसी मांग को लेकर कुछ सरकार के खिलाफ कुछ कर रहे हैं, तो आप लाठी चलाएंगे. आप संवाद का रास्ता क्यों बंद कर रहे हैं? आप क्यों लोकतंत्र को कुचलना चाहते हैं? आप यही बात कर रहे हैं. आपने आज न्यूज 18 के रिपोर्टर के बाहर पुलिस क्यों बिठा रखी है? बताइए अर्चना जी, आपने क्यों जो ब्यूरो चीफ है न्यूज 18 के उनके घर के बाहर पुलिस बिठा रखी है? आप एक भी काम ऐसा नहीं कर रहे जिससे आपको जनता का विश्वास जीतना पड़े. आप केवल और केवल लोकतंत्र का दमन कर रहे हैं. कभी छात्रों पे लाठी चलाते हैं, कभी युवाओं पे लाठी चलाते हैं, कभी किसानों पे लाठी चलाते हैं. आपका केवल और केवल एकमात्र काम रह गया है कि आपकी सरकार के खिलाफ अगर कोई भी बोलता है तो उसको लाठी के दमन के दम पर आप कुचलने की कोशिश करते हैं.
Okay, political war of words there, as far as in the backdrop of the visuals that you're seeing on your screens, where lathi charge was, the police had to resort to lathi charge on ABVP students. All of this in Jaipur. We'll keep tracking all these developments. I'd like to thank my colleague and spokespersons of the BJP and the Congress. We're slipping into a very short break, coming back with lots more.
17 weeks of unbeaten leadership. CNN News 18 shatters TRP records. CNN News 18, on your side.
Visited tailors of the island's navy to thank them for their efforts. She called the pressure they are faced with as indescribable. During the visit, Taiwanese sailors wearing anti-flash gear warned Chinese warships by radio to change direction, saying they had seriously damaged security in the Taiwan Strait. Although the scale of China's drills has reduced, Taiwan continues to report Chinese fighters and warships operating around the island. The island nation has been holding its own military drills in the last couple of days, conducting anti-air drills with missiles and cannons. China claims the democratically governed Taiwan as its own territory and has been holding war drills to show its anger against US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to the island nation.
Russia has deployed 3 new fighters armed with nuclear-capable missiles to its European enclave. Jets especially modified. These are MiG-31K variants. They can carry the Kinzhal or the Dagger hypersonic missile. These missiles can be armed with nuclear warheads as well that are capable of flying at 12 times the speed of sound. These jets have landed in Kaliningrad, very next to the NATO member Poland. At least one person was killed in Russian shelling on the Ukrainian city of Kharkiv. 5 missiles hit different parts of the city early this morning, in which several buildings were reduced to rubble. Ukraine's second largest city has been the target of regular Russian shelling since the invasion began. But Russia says it's targeting a concentration of Ukrainian soldiers in the area. Brazil's President Jair Bolsonaro has come face to face with a heckler and tried to snatch his phone. As Bolsonaro spoke to supporters outside his home, one person used his phone to film himself repeatedly shouting at the president. Bolsonaro grabbed the man's shirt while reaching for his phone. Security guards pulled the man away. Amid the recent uptick in COVID-19 cases in China's Xiamen, aggressive testing has been going on, and no one can escape it, not even fish. This viral video shows how authorities clad in PPE kits were inserting cotton buds inside the mouths of fish and swabbing the shells of crabs. While many have ridiculed this move, some are supporting it, saying that it's for everyone's well-being. A BJP worker in Agra was caught on camera abusing police.
Welcome back. Thanks a lot for staying with us. The Congress faced another jolt on Sunday after Anand Sharma resigned as the chief of Congress steering committee in poll-bound Himachal Pradesh. This comes after another key G23 leader, Ghulam Nabi Azad's resignation as the chairman of the campaign committee of Jammu and Kashmir Congress. Given that the election to the Congress president's post is due in the month of September, Sharma and Azad's action is being viewed as the G23 signalling its displeasure over the state of affairs in the party. With the countdown to the party and state polls having begun and regional parties breathing down the neck of the Congress, the Gandhis are finding themselves in a tight spot. With Sonia, Rahul and Priyanka being reluctant to be the party president, will Congress now look beyond the Gandhis? Pallavi Ghosh, our senior editor, is now back with us. That really is the big question, Pallavi. One, how is the Congress reacting internally with what's happened over the weekend? And two, are they ready to look beyond the Gandhis now?
Well, I mean, the last time they chose Dr. Manmohan Singh to become the Prime Minister, we saw what was happening, especially in UPA 2 Ridhima, and we would cover it and see that many senior leaders of the Congress party could not even accept the fact that Dr. Manmohan Singh, who was a contemporary, was actually the Prime Minister, and they would have to take orders from him. I suspect it could be a repeat of the situation should a non-Gandhi be made as the Congress president. For example, if, say, an Ashok Gehlot is made the Congress president, then others like a Chidambaram or an A.K. Antony will say, why should we even listen to him and take orders from him, because we are contemporaries? That's the biggest problem. The other second worry is that at a time when the Congress is at its weakest, you don't have a Gandhi in control. There's always going to be this fear factor is that will the Gandhis be completely losing a grip over their party, which they ideally wouldn't want to do so. So it's going to be a very, very difficult choice to find that one person who can keep the party together and who can be accepted.
Correct. Taking on from what you're saying, Pallavi, then talk to us about if the Gandhis do stay in control, do they really have that grip? And more importantly, what's really led to this dissent?
Well, the dissent is also because of the generational change we are seeing in the party, and a Rahul Gandhi or a Priyanka Gandhi Vadara's coterie or a group is not in sync, which was with Sonia Gandhi's coterie. So many like Anand Sharma, Ghulam Nabi Azad do feel left out. They feel that we are not being given that kind of an importance, which is what you must have seen in the series of tweets which are coming in from Anand Sharma. Initially, there was an attempt by Rahul Gandhi to try and reach out to the seniors, but clearly that has not clicked. And therefore, we are staring at a possibility of a complete disarray within the Congress party, especially after the results of the elections come out.
Pallavi, thanks a lot for getting us all those details. Well, we'll keep tracking all these developments and much more. For now, we're slipping into a very short break.
Then woke up the pilots. A drunk man brutally thrashed his wife in the middle of a road in Ghaziabad.
The woman can be seen running out on the road while her husband chases her. He drags her by her hair, pushes her on the road and thrashes her. He repeatedly slaps her even as she holds up her arms and begs him to stop. He then pulls her by her hair and covers her mouth so that she doesn't scream. A neighbor comes out to see the commotion and later call the cops. He then drags his wife away, all the while pulling her by her hair. Based on the neighbor's complaint, the police reached the spot and arrested the husband.
A speeding car rammed into two children who were on their bicycles in Rajasthan's Hanumangarh. The impact was so strong that both the kids were flung in the air. While the errant driver fled from the scene, the children, both brothers, are suffering serious injuries. Gujarat is reeling under floods and Surat happens to be the worst hit.
Roads turned into rivers, resulting in several vehicles getting submerged. Water even entered people's homes, forcing people to move to higher floors.
हम लोगों को बहुत तकलीफ होता है, पानी इतना आता है ना.
Drone footage shows most of Surat inundated. There is water for as long as the eye can see. Most people remained confined to their homes, but this pregnant woman had to be evacuated from her flooded home. A boat was brought in to take her to a safer location.
Nearly 5 lakh people have been affected by devastating floods in Odisha. People were stuck in neck-deep water waiting to be evacuated. Relief and rescue teams have reached maroon villages on boats and they moved people to safety. Incessant rains have triggered floods across the state. Maharashtra is also reeling under heavy floods after rains pounded the coastal districts.
Several rivers in Maharashtra are in spate after incessant rains for the last 24 hours. Despite dangerous conditions, this group of people decided to cross a river in Nashik. But the water was flowing so fast that they lost their balance. They held each other's hands and managed to cross the river to safety. Similar pictures surfaced from Vidarbha in Maharashtra. Rainwater left roads flooded and entered several homes. Several people were seen wading through knee-deep water. Teams from the National Disaster Response Force were roped in to evacuate people from flooded areas.
A day after he was heckled in Kodagu for questioning the installation of Savarkar posters, Siddaramaiah faced protest in Chikmagaluru as well. Right-wing groups carrying pictures of Savarkar tried to gear-ouse Siddaramaiah's motorcade. The Congress called it a state-sponsored protest. 2 months after Rahul Gandhi's Wayanad office was vandalized after a protest by members of the Students' Federation of India, 4 people, including Rahul Gandhi's staff there, have been arrested. They've been accused of damaging a picture of Mahatma Gandhi in the office. Remember, the Congress had accused the SFI of vandalism.
तो जांच कमेटी बनी ना गई है, जांच कमेटी बन गई है, कितना शीघ्र कार्रवाई की गई? पत्रकारों के साथ भी उन्होंने मारपीट की, भाई सारी चीजें, अब हम तो सब कुछ देखे हैं, ऐसा व्यवहार नहीं करना चाहिए। अब तो जांच कमेटी बनी तो कार्रवाई ना है, तो उसमें जांच होगी।
विधानसभा में जो विधायकों की पिटाई हुई थी उसमें भी अधिकारी शामिल थे। आप विपक्ष में थे तब आप कर रहे थे, आप सरकार में है, क्या
आप जांच कमेटी बनाई गई है, जांच में जैसा भी आएगा उस हिसाब से कार्रवाई की जाएगी। अगर हम लोग चिंतित नहीं होते तो शायद हम फोन भी नहीं करते जिलाधिकारी को। तो ये भाजपा के लोग, हम लोग तो है नहीं कि खाली जुमलेबाजी कर, जो बात है, जो सच्चाई है, उसको हमने सामने रखा। और सभी लोगों को, सारे अभ्यर्थी से तो आप लोग जान ही रहे, हम मुलाकात कर ही रहे, ऐसा कोई नहीं है। चाहे गर्दनी बाग में बैठे हुए जितने लोग हैं वो भी उठ के आके मिल रहे हैं, तो सारी बात को तो सुना ही जा रहा है। ऐसा नहीं है कि सुना नहीं जा रहा और सुनवाई नहीं हो रही और कार्रवाई नहीं हो रही, उनकी बात को सुना जा रहा है और रोजगार और नौकरी के दिशा में कार्रवाई भी की जा रही है। तो ये निश्चिंत रहे, इसमें जो है लोगों को घबराने नहीं। हाँ, 2 साल भाजपा के लोगों ने लेकिन जरूर खराब किया। आज जो भाजपा के नेता जो चीख करके चिल्ला रहे हैं, उन लोगों ने बिहार के छात्र छात्राओं का भविष्य जो है अंधकार में रखा। 2 साल भाजपा के लोगों ने बर्बाद किया। अब हम काम कर रहे हैं उस दिशा में, और हम तो कह ही हैं जल्द ही आप लोगों को बड़ा अच्छा न्यूज़ भी मिलेगा। तब इतनी कुछ सारी बातें कह देने पर अब कुछ चीज़ें तो होती है ना कि भाई जो एसओपी है उसके प्रोटोकॉल में रह करके ही कार्रवाई की जानी होती, तो वही समय है और क्या। तो इसमें कोई चिंता की बात नहीं।
आपने नीतीश कुमार के लिए ट्रेनिंग शुरू कर दी। आपने कहा कि विपक्ष अगर विचार करे तो
नहीं, इसमें तो आप लोग ये सब अलग से अलग। आज हम सोचे कि आप लोगों को लगता कि यही मामला है तो इसी में हो गया। बहुत शुक्रिया, हो गया।
So there we heard from Tejasvi Yadav, the Deputy Chief Minister of Bihar. My colleague Saurabh Rathore now joining us. Saurabh, a lot of criticism and questions that are now mounting the newly formed alliance as far as Bihar is concerned. How is the state government responding to the visuals that we saw today, where pertinent questions continue to be asked as to where are the jobs?
Yeah, we listened to Tejasvi Yadav. He said that the inquiry has been set up in this, and we told viewers earlier that a two-member committee has been set up, one DDC and City SP. They both have been appointed to look into this matter, and the concerned ADM law and order has been told to give a written explanation as to why this incident happened. So he has to submit this report within 2 days. But as far as this protest was concerned, according to me, because I was there at that site, the JDU leaders were saying that they were trying to march towards Raj Bhavan. As we heard, Dr. Sunil Singh, he said that they were marching towards Raj Bhavan. But this protest was taking place at Dagbanglo Chauraha, and that was 3 to 4 kilometers away from Raj Bhavan. And in fact, these protesters, they were not moving actually. They were protesting, standing over there, sitting, and they were clapping and sloganeering. It was a kind of peaceful protest. No movement at all was seen by the protesters. But again, the Jan Adhikar Party Supremo Pappu Yadav was also protesting at that site, and it was a different protest. But when this political party protest was over, the administration ordered the firing of lathi charge, and also water cannon was used by the administration to these protesters. So the allegation that they were moving towards Raj Bhavan was completely false, and the administration gave these stringent order. Meanwhile, ADM KK Singh, he was also seen fighting with the journalist over there, and we saw the ruckus of KK Singh with journalists. He was pushing the journalists, as well as he was lathi charging the protesters over there, in which a single protester was sitting on the road and protesting. He was brutally beaten by the ADM law and order.
True. So, Saurabh, even as the state government remains on the back foot and an inquiry has been ordered. Okay, Saurabh, I'll just request you to stay on with us. I'll come back to you. BJP's RP Singh now joining us. So, we just heard from, the state representatives, the Deputy Chief Minister saying that, yes, an inquiry will be ordered. But how do you see what transpired today?
Well, it's shocking. How can a person holding a tiranga, protesting, was beaten? It is not only he was beaten, even tiranga was snatched, and the way the tiranga was snatched, I hope the inquiry will ensure that the concerned person is taken to task, the concerned police officer is taken to task. This clearly shows the return of the jungle Raj. I mean, there's no proper law and order there. Otherwise, how can someone beat a person holding a tiranga like that, and then snatching the tiranga the way the tiranga was snatched?
Okay, Mr. Singh, we leave the conversation there. This, of course, is a story that we'll keep tracking very, very closely. I'd like to thank my colleague Saurabh Rathore as well. With that, it's a wrap from my side. I'm tossing it over to my colleague Anand for Nation at 5.
Namaste, you're on the Nation at 5. I'm Anand Narasimhan, and we start with the big news, ladies and gentlemen, that the counter-terror intelligence network, that is through multi-agency, multinational, is at work, and it is working in the interest of India. Now what we are giving you is a series of inputs that no other channel has, and we've been able to access this courtesy our investigations editor Manoj Gupta. So live here on the newsroom, we'll get you one by one important aspects of this big achievement by the Russian agencies, who have informed India that they have nabbed an ISIS or a Daesh Khorasan terrorist with the intention of committing suicide attacks in our country. targeted at specific leaders of the BJP and the RSS, but more importantly, trying to create an event which would claim the lives of many. A Fedayeen attack that was planned, but we are given to understand now that according to the Federal Security Service of the Russian Federation, the terrorist was recruited by the Islamic State as a suicide bomber, but more importantly, this is the involvement of the Daesh Khorasan. The other aspect, ladies and gentlemen, that it is not one, but two suicide bombers. The intelligence input came in June, July 2022, towards the end of June, early July 2022, of two suicide bombers who had been tasked to come to India and to then commit attacks on Indian soil. The choice was made that these two suicide bombers who will be given the task of the Daesh will hail from Central Asia. So the aspect is that these people could be, these two were from Kyrgyzstan and Uzbekistan. They were identified. The Uzbekistan, the person who is from Uzbekistan is the one who's been nabbed by the Russian agencies. Now, it was a series and they were being watched very, very carefully. Hard intel that had come through that this person would actually take a visa for India from Russia. So the instruction given to these suicide bombers was to make their way to India via Russia. So they went from Turkey towards Russia. From Russia, there were clear intel that was given, information that was given that the Indian embassy in Russia will get a request with the specific purpose of these people who could be either Uzbek or Kyrgyzstan national, that they want to travel from Russia to India, and that should be raised, a red flag should be raised to check the antecedent of this person. And that's exactly what happened, that there was a travel request that was made that you want documents, valid documents to travel from Russia to India, and that's where this person was nabbed. Along with that, as soon as this was flagged off, because this was actually US intelligence that flagged this off, there was coordination with other agencies of other countries, they came into play, and along with that, there was also the intel that they would have homegrown help, that means home help in India. And that's why there was the effort to break the backbone of the ISIS network, even if it was largely contributing to vitriol on social media, to break it. And that's why across 35 different locations, raids were conducted. We have the Indian agencies now we're given to understand, upon consent from their Russian counterparts, will also join in on this investigation and to unearth more details. Dr. Janendra Burman, Assistant Professor, Cotton University in Guwahati, and Pathikrit Pain, Geopolitical Analyst and Security Analyst with us. Namaste, gentlemen. Even as we speak, the crackdown on radicals within, Trojans within has intensified, but there all seems to be a common thread, Pathikrit Pain. The origins, the training, the tasking, all happening in Turkey. Despite the Turkish government and the Turkish officials helping, but Turkey has become a hotbed for Daesh activities. And these recruits, these suicide bombers were recruited, and their country of origin is some Central Asian countries like Kyrgyzstan and Uzbekistan.
Yes, Anand, if you look at it, during the height of war against ISIS, in Syria, Turkey was and Istanbul was the common hub for everybody, all the potential jihadis to land, and they were then given the visas and everything, all kind of amenities to actually go into Syria and Iraq to fight, especially the Americans and later on the Russian forces. Secondly, the whole issue of somebody being caught in Russia also shows there's a significant presence of people of Central Asian origin who have been involved in ISIS thing. But there is a pattern to it, apart from the fact that Turkey is the common denominator. There's a new pattern in terms of, if you look at in the past, ISIS recruits, when they went back after the defeat of ISIS in Syria, when they went back to their own countries, they were told to actually orchestrate attacks in their own respective countries. Here is a new pattern of somebody coming from another country to India to actually wage an attack. And of course, there is a trail, there is a sleeper cell involved, because that person certainly would not be coming to India carrying a bag of weapons along with him. So invariably, there were sleeper cells who would be there in India to help him out, to actually give the logistical support, intelligence input, and to actually help in developing the bomb, because that is the important aspect, because he would not be carrying the bomb all the way from Russia. And we also have to see whether he was trying to come from Russia to India via the air route, because interestingly the Russian route is interesting, because anybody coming from Russia, from Turkey or that region of Middle East is always on the radar. So somebody coming from Russia becomes a little less suspecting. The other thing is that whether that person was supposed to come directly by flight to India, or whether he would have landed in say Kathmandu and then taken the walking the route through to the open border. And that is another danger, and that is something what
the
CNN
application was made. The application that has been made was for valid travel documents to India. So clearly they wanted to fly into India, Pathikrit. That's what we've got confirmed information, because the request did come and it was flagged off that this would be. Because their thought process, like you said, is clear. And Dr. Burman, that's how they're trying to work, that they send in an expert or a fidain from another country, via another country into India. There is somebody else from whom money is given so that they provide the required equipment in terms of the explosives, the IDs, the devices, and that is sourced from somewhere. There is an OGW help that provides the logistics, but at the end of the day, it's a targeted Islamic State, Daesh Khorasan attack in our on Indian soil. So should we officially say that the Daesh is now interested in preventing attacks on Indian soil?
Actually, it is a serious threat, and as you have rightly pointed out, internal links, some internal elements, they are working, as we have seen in in different parts of India, like Assam, where we have seen so many activities, jihadi activities, Al-Qaeda links. They are getting arrested. They are operating in different different immigrant Muslim majority areas. So we have seen this model. But what is more significant is that we need to fight the ideology. Nation across the globe, they are fighting, I believe, the terrorists. But I would like to highlight, bring your attention, that we need to fight the ideology of terrorism, the ideology of intolerance, ideology of hate, and this ideology of intolerance creating terrorists. You kill terrorists in one place, and at the same time, another terrorist is born somewhere else. So what we need to do is to fight the ideology that creates terrorists. And in a multicultural society, you have to tolerate the other. And the moment you don't recognize, when one does not recognize the holistic existence of the other, the moment the ideology of hatred, ideology of intolerance is at work, and this is the ideology that has killed million people across the globe in the name of Islamic terrorism. So we need to understand their ideology and then deconstruct the ideology, the centers, the epicenters. Some of the madrasas, they have been working as epicenters, and this ideology is being spread. And this report has come. The UN report says that most of the dreaded terrorists, in the world, they were taught, they were in the madrasas. So we need to dismantle the ideological structure at the same time, yes, and we have to keep a strong vigilance on the social media platforms.
The simple point is that many believe that this whole aspect of doing away with somebody's life, teaching somebody a lesson and going ahead and perpetrating an act of terror on foreign soil, and being so highly motivated that you want to go to great lengths to do it, is this now coming into India's doorstep? That's the biggest question. And at what level is this radicalization and this entire rabid hate for people of our country, that they are ready to send mercenaries, brainwash them, and ask them to conduct fidain attacks? What does an Uzbek national have to do with India, or a Kyrgyzstan national have to do with India? Do it in India, and why should it matter to anybody in Turkey what is happening in Hindustan? This aspect of this also throws a light on a pan-Islamist Ummah Muslim Brotherhood kind of an angle, which is also being pushed by this Daesh Khorasan, and somewhere the Daesh trying to flex its muscle and saying that we are still active and very much present as far as Indian soil is concerned. We've got more inputs coming through as far as the interrogation details, ladies and gentlemen. And here is what we are given to understand, that the task was to take revenge over remarks on the Prophet. The other aspect is planned to meet an ISIS handler in India. The handler was to provide weapons and logistics for attack. Recruited by the Daesh between April and June 2022. Given orders by Daesh handlers via telegram. There were also some in-person meetings in Istanbul, but the overall instructions came via this chat platform that is Telegram. So Pathikrit Pine, you were not off the mark that there had to be OGWs or Trojans within who were going to provide them logistical support and also with the weapons and the explosives, etc. So clearly, and that's where we saw the crackdown which happened within 48 hours, more than 35 locations and more than nearly 48 people who were rounded up. That happened. And this was across 6 to 7 states.
Well, Anand, yes, you're right. If you look at it, even during the Pulwama terror attack, the masterminds actually who were, one of the nephews of Maulana Masood Azhar, he came and he actually masterminded it. But the bomb was actually the fabrication of the bomb using ammonium nitrate, aluminum powder, and a certain amount of RTX was done in Kashmir itself, in Pulwama itself. So for in this case also, somebody who will be very highly motivated of Uzbek origin, as you said, would be coming to India, and then some, because he may or may not be very proficient with the local language and local, regions. So there would be somebody who would be mentoring him, who would be giving him logistical support. He would be staying somewhere. Somebody will be giving him shelter. So there is an entire architecture who would be working with him to actually make it sure that the plan get executed. This has been the pattern with which terrorism has had worked in Kashmir for a long time. Unfortunately, most of the Indians remain absolutely ignorant and oblivion of the kind of threat that we face. Today, very sadly, this threat and the modus operandi which has been used in Kashmir is now getting proliferated beyond Kashmir, and it is being targeted or being used elsewhere. We have to understand, for a long time there was this presumption that terrorism is only localized in Kashmir. Way back or down south in say, if you look at in Sri Lanka, an organization affiliated to ISIS did a devastated bombing of a church a few years back. Yes. So it is a vindication that whether it is the extreme north or extreme south, the same ideology and the same threat prevails. And therefore, central India or the parts of India which have not generally been affected, they cannot anymore presume that they are immune from the whole thing. So today, the biggest challenge, as the other panelists also rightly mentioned, is fighting the ideology, fighting the whole proliferation of these unregistered madrasas being funded from the West, being funded from the Middle East primarily, the proliferation of social media, how indoctrination happens to that, and primarily, it is very, very important to have continuous, consistent capacity building on internal security architecture.
Some of the things which are heartening and which also stand out at this point is the fact that there is interagency coordination which is happening, and that is also happening at a global level. If the inputs came in or the warning came in from America, and then there is cooperation from the Russians, who by these nations are at loggerheads with each other. But when it comes to a counter-terror mechanism, India has got the help and assistance that's come through. But here again, it's not the Islamic State of Syria or ISIS which is involved. This is ISKP or Daesh Khorasan which is involved. So the Khorasan province or the Khorasanis who are involved, and they are largely present in Afghanistan. Now, how is it that their motivation is such that their planning is to a level where they want to get somebody from Central Asia, Fidains from there, to come to Indian soil and perpetrate attacks? Daesh Khorasan largely has looked at optics. So if they had done a dhamaka, it would have been a big one. Big losses in a big public place, in a market, at an airport, or at some place, and where some people were involved. And then again, it would have been innocents who would have been involved. And more importantly, it would have been the image of India which would have been damaged. But here is the other aspect, and this information also coming through right now. Let's just put this out quickly. The news that is coming is that the money had been sent even into Jammu and Kashmir. Now, funding to Daesh Kashmir or ISIS Kashmir was also made. There were members of the Islamic State who had got money from Daesh Khorasan for this attack. Now that's the information that we are getting at this point in time. So that's additional information that we have, that Daesh in India already got money from the IS Khorasan. And the motive was to attack some leaders of the BJP or the RSS associates. But it's very difficult to say. That's what we are given to understand, that it was one particular individual. The attacks are mainly for optics, and in this case, it's possible that some of their sleeper cells here were also activated in India. But IS or Daesh Khorasan is active in India. That's one point. The second point, Dr. Janindra Burman, is that they planned it to the T. They got foreign nationals to come from different countries into India. They passed on money into Jammu and Kashmir. We already know that there are drone drops of IEDs and ammunition and RDX, etc., which is being made from across the border. So somewhere some people were supposed to coordinate, collaborate and meet. The hunt for the second operative is still on. But perhaps that crackdown was timely. That broke the backbone of any if ISIS operations in India right now.
Exactly. You see, as you have rightly pointed out, these modules, internal modules, they are at work. Just a few months back, there was news that in Assam, for example, this Badruddin Azmal Foundation received money from foreign groups, and those groups had alleged link with the terror groups. So we have to have strong surveillance. Badruddin Azmal, he admitted that he took money, but he said that he is not aware of those links. So we have to keep strong surveillance, and the ideology that must be reconstructed at the same time. De-radicalization, a mission de-radicalization must be taken, because so many Muslim youths, they have been radicalized by these fundamentalist groups, and these groups they start their activities with the help of some outside groups. For example, just 2 days back in Assam, 2 Maulanas named Jalaluddin Sheikh and Abdul Subhan, and they were working as imams in the district of Gwalpara of Assam, and they have link with Ansarullah Bangla team. Police got clear link of their link with Ansarullah Bangla team, and they were arrested on last Saturday. So these groups, these activity going on, these groups, internal groups, they are working in collaboration with the external groups, creating a really volcanic situation for us. So we have to keep strong vigilance, strong surveillance must be there. At the same time, the de-radicalization mission must be started. And many madrasas in Nalbari district of Assam, for example, Sahanur Alam, he was teaching in a madrasa, and he is the mastermind in Bardhaman Kand, Bardhaman Blast. So these things are happening. Wherever these, they are majority, and they establish some sort of
we will talk about Assam and what's happening in Morigaon, Gwalpara, etc. In detail in just a bit. That's the story, and we've got specific inputs coming through. We will get to that in just a bit. But however, on the Daesh Khorasan, final comment, Patikrit, before we move on, is the fact that these details show that the Daesh are turning their attention towards India. Now they believe that their theatre of play or action is India, and there are certain narratives which they are able to stitch.
Countries in the world, which has not been Islamized. Secondly, if you look at it, ISIS is today's Al-Qaeda. So if you look at the ideological differences between different terror organizations, these differences are very superficial. At core, the ideologies remain completely the same. So there are many people who may have been having allegiance to Al-Qaeda and other organizations in the past, may now have shifted to ISKP or ISIS, and they are doing the same thing which they have done in the past. The difference being they are getting far more global support in terms of what is happening, funding from Middle East. On the side of, why the Americans and the Russians and Indians are converging in terms of sharing of, inputs. The reason being that the world today requires stability. India is a country which is one of the last linkages between the West and Russia in terms of stability, and stability of India is very profound for the global stability of economy as well. Right. So even the Americans and the Russians don't want anything to happen. Remember, I think if I understand, one of their target was also one of the top leaders of the country, and that is where we have to be very, very cautious. So I think that also shows that India's importance in the world. It's for the first time these global sharing of intelligence inputs keep on happening in spite of differences otherwise, and I think we need to work a little more in terms of.
Patikrit Payan and Dr. Janendra Burman, just stay on with us. We're going to take a very short break here on The Nation at 5. When we come back, the spotlight shifts towards Assam, the madrasa of terror in Moregaon. There is far much more to it, and now there is going to be an SOP in place, ladies and gentlemen, on those who are coming into mosques and madrasas to teach as imams. What's brought that about? The details when we come back.
A drunk man brutally thrashed his wife in the middle of a road in Ghaziabad.
The woman can be seen running out on the road while her husband chases her. He drags her by her hair, pushes her on the road and thrashes her. He repeatedly slaps her even as she holds up her arms and begs him to stop. He then pulls her by her hair and covers her mouth so that she doesn't scream. A neighbor comes out to see the commotion and later call the cops. He then drags his wife away, all the while pulling her by her hair. Based on the neighbor's complaint, the police reached the spot and arrested the husband.
A speeding car rammed into two children who were on their bicycles in Rajasthan's Hanumangarh. The impact was so strong that both the kids were flung in the air. While the errant driver fled from the scene, the children, both brothers, are suffering serious injuries. Gujarat is reeling under floods and Surat happens to be the worst hit.
Roads turned into rivers, resulting in several vehicles getting submerged. Water even entered people's homes, forcing people to move to higher floors.
हम लोगों को बहुत तकलीफ होता है पानी इतना आता है ना
Drone footage shows most of Surat inundated. There is water for as long as the eye can see. Most people remained confined to their homes, but this pregnant woman had to be evacuated from her flooded home. A boat was brought in to take her to a safer location.
Nearly 5 lakh people have been affected by devastating floods in Odisha. People were stuck in neck-deep water waiting to be evacuated. Relief and rescue teams have reached maroon villages on boats and they moved people to safety. Incessant rains have triggered floods across the state. Maharashtra is also reeling under heavy floods after rains pounded the coastal districts.
Several rivers in Maharashtra are in spate after incessant rains for the last 24 hours. Despite dangerous conditions, this group of people decided to cross a river in Nashik. But the water was flowing so fast that they lost their balance. They held each other's hands and managed to cross the river to safety. Similar pictures surfaced from Vidarbha in Maharashtra. Rainwater left roads flooded and entered several homes. Several people were seen wading through knee-deep water. Teams from the National Disaster Response Force were roped in to evacuate people from flooded areas.
A day after he was heckled in Kodagu for questioning the installation of Savarkar posters, Siddaramaiah faced protest in Chikmagaluru as well. Right-wing groups carrying pictures of Savarkar tried to gear-out Siddaramaiah's motorcade. The Congress called it a state-sponsored protest. 2 months after Rahul Gandhi's Wayanad office was vandalized after a protest by members of the Students' Federation of India, 4 people, including Rahul Gandhi's staff there, have been arrested. They've been accused of damaging a picture of Mahatma Gandhi in the office. Remember, the Congress had accused the SFI of vandalism. The Sports Ministry has reached out to both FIFA and the Asian Football Confederation to allow Indian club sides to compete in tournaments as scheduled. Before FIFA suspended the All India Football Federation, Sri Gokulam Kerala FC had already reached Uzbekistan for a tournament beginning on the 23rd of August. ATK Mohun Bagan is also slated to play in September. Amid tensions with China, Taiwan's president thanked the Navy for their efforts.
Taiwan President Tsai Ing-wen visited tailors of the island's navy to thank them for their efforts. She called the pressure they are faced with as indescribable. During the visit, Taiwanese sailors wearing anti-flash gear warned Chinese warships by radio to change direction, saying they had seriously damaged security in the Taiwan Strait. Although the scale of China's drills has reduced, Taiwan continues to report Chinese fighters and warships operating around the island. The island nation has been holding its own military drills in the last couple of days, conducting anti-air drills with missiles and cannons. China claims the democratically governed Taiwan as its own territory and has been holding war drills to show its anger against US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to the island nation.
Russia has deployed 3 new fighters armed with nuclear-capable missiles to its European enclave. Jets especially modified. These are MiG-31K variants. They can carry the Kinzhal or the Dagger hypersonic missile. These missiles can be armed with
Back on the Nation at 5 with news coming through from Assam, where CNN News 18 has been able to get down on ground to that very particular area, which has become the hub of madrasa-oriented terror modules, because this is not Indians but illegals who are surreptitiously entering Indian soil with active backing or active members of terror outfits operating out of Bangladesh, like the Ansarul Bangla, Jamaatul Mujahideen Bangladesh, and of course these are all affiliates of the Al-Qaeda in the Indian subcontinent. But even as the crackdown intensifies, what we are given to understand is that in this entire anti-terror drive, which spans more than 5 districts, it started with Morigaon. It also involves the arrest of a female jihadi. Now we are given to understand there are 2 more imams who've been arrested in Gwalpara over links to the Ansarul Islam. So overall, 3 imams have been arrested for terror links in the last 10 days itself. Ansarul operatives actually entered Assam in 2019 for a so-called Dharm Sabha, which was nothing but an active platform for recruiting and for radicalizing. They held these meetings to plan Ansarul operations. Accused imams spearheaded propaganda and indoctrination operations. They also provided shelter to Ansarul agents in Assam, and security agencies are now going to widen their probe to try and track more of this entire Ansarul nexus, its operatives in Assam itself, and of course whether or not they have tried to move pan-India after entering Assam. Before we go down to Preeti in just a bit, let's listen in to the reactions coming in, starting with the Gwalpara SP.
Police has arrested 2 imams, namely Abdur Subhan, Jalaluddin Sheikh. We have got an input last month, July 24th, when we arrested Abbas Ali, who is also has links with jihadi elements. Based on that interrogation, and we have succeeded in getting catch of these 2 important players. They have direct connection with Barpeta and Morigaon modules of jihadi elements in Assam. And both of them, during investigation, we got to know that they have some literature which is related to jihadi material. One person, Abdul Subhan, has told that in 2018 he joined in Al-Qaeda as a member, and Jalaluddin is very close. He is a relative of him also as a brother, and he has helped in giving shelter to them, organizing these Dharma Sabhas, and then also having the talent hunt where the new recruits can be identified and then developed as a sleeper cells.
We are here in Gwalpara, and this is a mosque where imam who was Abdus Chobahan was working here as imam, and he has been arrested. And I have to tell you that earlier all those accused jihadis who have been arrested in the earlier modules were actually members of Ansarul Islam team, but this person Abdus Chobahan it has been found that he was a direct member of terrorist organization Al-Qaeda. So it has also been stated by the Superintendent of Police of Gwalpara that certain objectionable materials have been found from this mosque and also his residence. However, the investigation is on, and the police is also they are hoping, because this person has direct link with Al-Qaeda, so they are hoping that this will give them more clues.
Preeti now joins us live from Sundarpur in Gwalpara. Preeti, who are these 2 people? What were their affiliations? Which are these mosques that they were associated with, and how long have they been present there?
Yes, I have to tell you, Anand, that currently, first of all, I would like to tell you, this is the place where the Dharm Sabha took place in the year 2019, in the month of December. And this place became a place where all these modules that has been recently busted, all the major people connected to these links, they came together, they planned it, and they went back to their own districts, and they were trying to preach dark jihad into the youth of their own respective place. And this is where we are standing. This is Sundarpur Tilapara Madrasa, and this is the ground where the Dharm Sabha actually took place, where this Abdus Chobahan, who has the direct link with Al-Qaeda, he joined in the year 2018. This Abdus Chobahan joined in 2018, and he has been arrested arrested. He is one of the major links which the Gwalpara police have now found, because as far as informed by the SP of Gwalpara, this person was actually taking lead of everything, and perhaps as far as the SP has told, they have also they have got a certain proof where it has been found that all these modules that have been busted by Assam police have direct links with Abdul Chobahan. And also I have to tell you, Anand, that all these modules have certain connections with each other, because there are the same findings, the same kind of materials has been seized, and this person Abdul Chobahan went to he went to Morigaon to meet Mustafa. As we remember, Mustafa was a teacher in the madrasa there in Moirabari, and he also went to other places where these terror modules have been busted. He even went to Barpeta. So there are strong connections with this module of Gwalpara, and these are the people here where they have stated that the way, very importantly, Anand, I have to tell you, the way the Dharm Sabha took place here, because the time and again Islamic Dharm Sabhas take place in everywhere in the country and the world, but the locals have stated that the way that particular Dharm Sabha that happened in 2019 December happened actually created doubts in the mind of the local people as well, because they have stated that Dharm Sabhas are actually made on the basis of the donations made, but Abdul Chobahan made the Dharm Sabha a complete success with his own money, as he stated to the villagers here, but that created a doubt in the mind of the locals, and they questioned him
the intention. So the intention itself at that time was questioned, but you're saying 2019 is when they came in. The cops are also saying that they are still on the lookout for 4 or 5 others who came in from Bangladesh and who are all terror operatives. One of them has been apprehended, but 5 more are still to be seen. But more importantly, there is the Assam government, Himanta Biswa Sarma himself now saying, Preeti, great job done. Thank you for your inputs. I've got limited time, so I'm going to bring in Dr. Janendra Burman and Pathikrit Pioneer. Himanta Biswa Sarma now saying that there will be an SOP that will be brought in place for masjids who are bringing imams from outside Assam.
Yeah, this is actually the need of the hour, because the imams who come from outside, they instigate the local youths and they radicalize. They are responsible for radicalization of these Assamese Muslim youths. And this is a matter of serious concern, because it is posing a serious threat to our security, to our identity. As you have rightly pointed out, in many districts of Assam, like Barpeta district, Gwalpara district, these districts were once peaceful districts of Assam, but now these districts have become epicenter of terror activities. For example, this Barpeta district, it is a center of Assamese Vaishnavite culture. But now these Satra institutions, the Vaishnavite Satra institutions, the lands have been occupied and the terror activities are coming up. In 2009, the ISIS inspired terror module planned to attack our Ras Leela festival at Gwalpara district, in Dudnoi area of Gwalpara district. So our temples, our lands, our identity under attack. Now we are facing a separatist, separatist jihadi activities, and these activities are, they are taking out to the international arena in short areas, the riverine areas, the immigrant Muslim colonies. They are creating literature, and in those literature, the Hindus are presented as villain, and that literature has been going on in Al Jazeera. In Al Jazeera, they displayed their Mia identity, separatist Islamic identity, and one of the Islamist groups, they demanded that Lower Assam, because it is highly concentrated, Muslim concentrated now because of illegal migration, and they are demanding that this Lower Assam should be a separate state. So that the separatist Islamist activities are going on in Assam, and this is really, really threatening. And government,
it is a serious concern, because if there is a separatist secessionist movement which is being brewed there, then it is a serious problem. But more importantly, you're also highlighting that these are largely Vaishnavite areas which are also undergoing a demographic change because of these illegal settling there. But more importantly, we are given to understand in this Dharm Sabha organized by Jalaluddin in Motia, in 2019, there were at least 7 Al-Qaeda members who took part. So the illegal issues and illegals aside, along with them, you are also getting radicals, pan-Islamist terrorists who are actually in terror group operatives who are entering India with a very, very nefarious intent. Let's listen into what Himanta Biswa Sarma has to say, because like I said, that's another big step that the Assam government is going to take, and that's the news coming through right now, that there is going to be SOPs that will be put in place as good as immediately. The Assam government will bring in SOPs for masjids, for imams coming from outside the country or from other states outside Assam. In the last 10 days, 3 imams have been arrested for having terror links. Listen into what the Assam Chief Minister had to say.
अभी हमने कुछ SOP बनाए हो कि कोई अगर आपका गांव में इमाम आते हैं और आप उनको नहीं जानते हैं तो थाना को इन्फॉर्म कीजिए, थाना वेरीफाई कर लेगा, उसका बाद इसको रखिए। तो इस काम में हमारा असम का मुसलमान समाज हमको हेल्प कर रहा है और हम एक अभी पोर्टल भी बना रहा हूँ इमाम और मदरसा में जो ना तीसरा लोग आ रहा है बाहर से, जो धर्मीय मदरसा, सरकारी मदरसा तो हम लोग बंद कर दिया हूँ, लेकिन जो असम का असम का है उनको पोर्टल में नाम डालने का ज़रूरत नहीं है। जो असम का नहीं है उनको अपना नाम पोर्टल में रजिस्टर करना पड़ेगा।
So you have to register your names if you're not from Assam, but the larger challenge is how do you stop this infiltration from Bangladesh, Pathikrit Pine, and along with this, the radicals who are coming in. But huge number of JMB operatives, AQIS operatives who are coming into Assam from Dhubri, getting into the interiors, Modigaon, and then finally finding their way to other parts of the country.
Anand, first is always the demographic shift, then it's the radicalization, and then the armed violence starts. That's how it has always been. So number one, if you look at from 2011 to 2013, 25,000 Wahhabis came to India to preach in the seminars, and they brought in a large cache of money to actually fund these Wahhabi centers. One of the biggest areas of that is Assam itself, apart from Kerala. So if you look at what is happening from Bangladesh, look, if you talk to Bangladeshis, their agenda of greater Bangladesh, is very profound in their mindset, and it is not just the illiterate radicals, jihadis who think like that. Even educated Bangladeshis think that greater Bangladesh is their aspiration, and the demographic shift that is happening is as per a plan. So if you look at it, Bangladesh does not mind this immigration that is happening from Bangladesh to India. We need to look at it and not as a humanitarian issue. These people don't have a humanitarian crisis in Bangladesh, which is why they're coming to India. They are coming for a purpose, and they're part of a larger game plan. So it has to be looked upon as a national security threat, and that's why I keep on saying that we need an internal security doctrine, which we still do not have. Everything is defined as part of law and order is a state subject, and most states do not do anything. What the Chief Minister of Assam is doing right now should be done across this country in all the mosques. And let's understand one thing: the Bangladeshis coming to India don't just restrict themselves to Assam or West Bengal or Bihar. They're spreading all across the country. Even in Deoman, many Bangladeshis have been arrested who are getting radicalized or who had ulterior objective. So so we have a threat, and the threat, Bangladesh as a country try to remain very sublime and neutral, but the ulterior objective of many people in Bangladesh is not something very sublime. It's very sinister, and that's why even while maintaining good relation with Bangladesh, we need to draw certain red lines, which as of yet has not been drawn. Unless we define this, demographic shift is, once it happens, it is irreversible. And once it is done, demography is democracy, democracy is destiny. Once demography changes, your democracy will change also. So if you have to protect your democracy, if you have to protect your culture, you need to stop this demographic change, which has already started long time back, and that's why it has to be taken as a national security level.
Multiple instances. We are seeing multiple instances. We've done a 3-part investigation of danger at border. It's also there in the Himachal region of Bihar. It's there in Uttar Pradesh. We have seen it manifest in Jamtara and Jharkhand. All of this. But these illegals, like you said, are coming from a country which does not mind it, does not seem to mind it. But we have to protect our borders is a big question, and it's a big responsibility and a task. More inputs coming through CNN News News 18 has accessed the visuals of that mosque where in 2019 the Dharm Sabha took place. Preeti was actually joining us from the lawns of that particular madrasa where this had taken place. These imams had attended and initiated the plan to set up terror cells across Assam. So we've got the visuals of that particular place. Dr. Janendra Burman, a lot of these mosques are actually illegal. They are either on encroached land that doesn't belong to them. They suddenly seem to have mushroomed. So are there entities which are also giving them cover fire? Because that is all the more dangerous, and that those people should also be pulled up under UAPA.
Exactly. Actually, all the illegal structures should be brought down. And in Assam, you will find so many mosques illegally constructed, and you'll be surprised to know that lands belong to temple have been occupied and mosques constructed. So very alarming situation in Assam, especially the indigenous people of Assam. They are really facing existential threat. And in the immigrant Muslim dominated areas, in the immigrant Muslim colonies, they have their Sharia law, not secularism. So our secularism, secular structure is also posing a serious threat wherever these immigrant Muslims, they are majority. We have been forced to flee, our lands occupied, our girls are kidnapped, raped, killed. So this is the picture. So we have to be strong. And we have to fight this ideology of hatred, the ideology of terrorism, and secularism must win. If we want to remain secular, then demographic stability is must. For this, detection of the illegal immigrants, deportation and deletion of their names from the voter list is must. So government must show the political will for this. Their names must be deleted from the voter list. They must be detected. They must be deported. But unfortunately, this has not happened for vote bank politics. These immigrant Muslims, they are getting a shield. They are getting cover, and they have occupied as much as 63 lakhs bighas of land. Land belong to temples. Land belong to forest areas. Land belong to the indigenous communities. The tribal belt and block, land belong to the tribal belt and block, have been occupied. So our lands are occupied, our identity is under threat, our political right is being taken away by these immigrant Muslims. So as soon as government deletes their name and detect them, that is better for Assam. And today's secure Assam is tomorrow's secured India, because Assam is being used as a route, as a transit route to enter into the rest of India. So, because we have our open borders with Bangladesh, the border must be sealed. The border must be sealed, and at the same time,
but a large part of it is also riverine. So it is not going to be easy to seal that area, but it is possible to try and ensure that at a block-wise level, ward-wise level, there is a clear data check of the population that comes in, and if there is a shift or if there is a increase which is unnatural, then there should be records that should be kept and who's coming from where. And if there are illegals, then those illegals must be accounted for, and they must be shown their way from where they have come back, because India cannot afford to have these illegals come in here, and along with that come all these problems that we are dealing with right now as a country. Dr. Janendra Burman, thank you for joining us here on this edition of The Nation at 5. Pathikrit, please stay on with us. We are shifting focus away from Assam towards Pakistan, where again shocking visuals that have come to the fore, ladies and gentlemen, where you've had a Safai Karamchari in Hyderabad area of Pakistan being targeted to the extent that the fanatics wanted to climb over from the exteriors of a building and drag him out of his balcony even as he was waiting for the cops to come and save his life. So he's a laborer who was targeted in the Hyderabad region of Sindh in Pakistan, and this is over a false case or an alleged case of blasphemy. Tehreek-e-Labbaik protesters gathered to punish Ashok Kumar. Sindh police actually had to intervene. They finally came in and they dispersed this mob which wanted to punish Ashok Kumar, but try and look at the entire quirk of fate itself and how things panned out eventually, that under the pressure of the mob, the cops actually booked Ashok Kumar. This case was registered against him in Sindh. Local sources say this act of blasphemy was actually by a Muslim woman. She was the one who actually perpetrated the act, but these people decided to blame Ashok Kumar, a Safai Karamchari, and they were baying for his blood to the extent that they were basically ready to climb for the exteriors of the building and throw him down from the balcony on the second or the third floor. The cops say Ashok Kumar was targeted due to a personal grouse with a local. So this is again a modus operandi which we've seen manifest in Bangladesh, and we are seeing it happen in Pakistan, where to settle scores or to fix somebody, these are false cases that are done, plants which are made and then allegations raised, and then a mob of fanatics comes and butchers somebody.
मुल्क के अंदर खड़े होकर हमारे पुराने बात को पेश किया जाए या हमारे जो काबिर के खिलाफ को गलत बातें बोली जाएंगी तो कि हमको खामोशी से बढ़िया है। अब यहाँ पर देखें कितना हजूम बैठा है, तमाम लोगों के जो है दिल आजारियां हुई जाएंगी। जो दिल आजारी हुई है इसके ऊपर जो है कि भाड़ियों को सबको जितने यहाँ पर रह रहे हैं सदर के अंदर कब्जा कर।
This is how rabid they are. They believe that it's okay to go out and butcher somebody and without even verifying the facts and antecedents. Pathikrit.
Anand, the situation in Pakistan in terms of the blasphemy law and the manner in which it has been completely misused for decades, that even today, there are certain Islamic religious scholars in Pakistan who have come up and said that there's a pertinent need to redefine as to what blasphemy in the blasphemy law actually stands for. So it has reached to that extent today that it does not actually create news all over the world. People don't care, unfortunately, throughout the West, who otherwise talk about human rights. But yes, the blasphemy law is such, whether it is in Bangladesh or whether it is in Pakistan, it is for usurping, the land of the minorities, properties of minorities, or to actually settle scores. And in blasphemy law, what happens? You actually don't require any evidence. If somebody comes and says that this person has committed an act of blasphemy, then that is it. Then even if it doesn't even reach the court, it actually gets settled over there, and the mobs are so fanatic in such situation that the police actually feels helpless. We have to remember what happened with Salman. I've forgotten the name of that person who actually got shot in a court, who actually said that the law has Salman to be changed or yes. So we have to understand one thing. Tehreek al-Labaik's name keep on coming in these incidents, and that Tehreek al-Labaik's name also came up in India's case also, Anand, in terms of some of the seminaries that they have come up, put up, and the kind of intolerance that they are preaching. So we have a pan-South Asia problem, and if we cannot just ignore by presuming that these things are only restricted to Bangladesh or Pakistan, because of the social media, today or tomorrow they are going to come in India, and it has already come. We have seen certain instances of that nature in India.
Well, thanks for your inputs, Pathikrit. We've got to take a very, very short break, but on the way out, Swedish police have just defused a bomb in Stockholm, targeting popular Iranian singer Ibai, who was in exile and opposes the current regime, and saying that this could have created a huge explosion. So radicals are at work around the globe, ladies and gentlemen, and our security agencies are working round the clock to try and negate any threat to the innocent civil population. Stay with us.
With Afzal Khan. The sights and sounds of the iconic Dahi Handi and Govinda's return to Maharashtra after a gap of 2 years. Politicians also joined in the festivities. And film stars added glamour. Dahi Handi is a festival celebrated with much fervour on Janmashtami.
A four-story building collapsed in Mumbai's Borivali today. Thankfully, there were no injuries.
This is the moment a dilapidated four-story building came crumbling down. Panicked bystanders ran for their lives as debris from the building fell on the road and even trees came crashing down. Fire brigade personnel rushed to the spot to check if anyone was trapped under the debris. But thankfully, no casualties or injuries were reported in the building collapse. The building itself was declared dilapidated by the BMC and had been vacated earlier.
An Indian Air Force contingent has reached Australia to take part in exercise Pitch Black. The biennial multinational exercise hosted by the Royal Australian Air Force will see the participation of over 100 aircraft and 2,500 military personnel from various air forces across the world. Meanwhile, en route to Australia, the French Air Force refueled a Sukhoi 30 MKI fighter. These were jets of the Indian Air Force. It was mid-air. It's the first time that France has refueled an Indian jet mid-flight during their projection. The IAF thanked France for the mid-air refuel support. 2 Ethiopian Airlines pilots fell asleep while flying from Sudan's Khartoum to the Ethiopian capital Addis Ababa, and they missed their landing. The autopilot system kept the plane cruising at 37,000 feet. The ATC then raised an alert when the flight did not start its descent at the set time. The ATC then tried to contact the pilots, but they couldn't succeed because obviously the pilots were asleep. When the plane overflew the runway, the autopilot disconnected, and that triggered an alarm, which then woke up the pilots. A drunk man brutally thrashed his wife in the middle of a road in Ghaziabad.
The woman can be seen running out on the road while her husband chases her. He drags her by her hair, pushes her on the road and thrashes her. He repeatedly slaps her even as she holds up her arms and begs him to stop. He then pulls her by her hair and covers her mouth so that she doesn't scream. A neighbor comes out to see the commotion and later call the cops. He then drags his wife away, all the while pulling her by her hair. Based on the neighbor's complaint, the police reached the spot and arrested the husband.
A speeding car rammed into 2 children who were on their bicycles in Rajasthan's Hanumangarh. The impact was so strong that both the kids were flung in the air. While the errant driver fled from the scene, the children, both brothers, are suffering serious injuries. Gujarat is reeling under floods and Surat happens to be the worst hit.
Roads turned into rivers, resulting in several vehicles getting submerged. Water even entered people's homes, forcing people to move to higher floors.
हम लोगों को बहुत तकलीफ होता है पानी इतना आता है ना
Drone footage shows most of Surat inundated. There is water for as long as the eye can see. Most people remained confined to their homes, but this pregnant woman had to be evacuated from her flooded home. A boat was brought in to take her to a safer location.
Nearly 5 lakh people have been affected by devastating floods in Odisha. People were stuck in neck-deep water waiting to be evacuated. Relief and rescue teams have reached maroon villages on boats and they moved people to safety. Incessant rains have triggered floods across the state. Maharashtra is also reeling under heavy floods after rains pounded the coastal districts.
Several rivers in Maharashtra are in spate after incessant rains for the last 24 hours. Despite dangerous conditions, this group of people decided to cross a river in Nashik. But the water was
Back on the nation at 5 with details coming in from Karnataka, where the row over Vinayak Damodar Savarkar or Veer Savarkar has not yet simmered or has not yet toned down. It's still simmering, ladies and gentlemen, because few BJP Yuva Morcha workers pasted Veer Savarkar's photos at the Congress's office in Vijaypura district. This was done at late in the night to avoid being spotted. The posters were put up as a mark of protest against Siddaramaya's comments on Savarkar recently. Around 10 photos of Veer Savarkar was pasted at the entrance, the windows, the doors, and also on the nameplate of the office. Security at the district Congress office has also been beefed up. Meanwhile, Vijaypur district BJP Yuva Morcha President Basavaraj Hukara has himself admitted about pasting Savarkar's photos at the district Congress office. Ritu now joins us with more details. Ritu, so clearly this Savarkar face-off, the angst coming through. How has the Congress reacted to this? And is there a complaint that's been lodged? Because are they making the charge of vandalism?
Yes, so you see the row related to the Savarkar is not seeming to be cooling down here in the Karnataka. Every day, like there are new turns that we're getting to see right after the Independence Day celebration. In the Shimoga, where the clash erupted between the two communities. You see, since then till date, the row has been continuing here in the Karnataka. Now, this particular incident is from the Jaipur district of the Karnataka, where the BJP Yuva Morcha, while speaking to CNN News 18, who has admitted that it is he and his workers who had went on and pasted the Savarkar's posters at the Congress district Congress office over there. So later point in the day, of course, the Congress district president also reached the office, and there he also spoke to the workers, and the security too was being beefed up. The Congress president also said that the complaint will be registered from their side, and they will not be sparing him until and unless there won't be a strict action that will be taken against Baswaraj Hungara. So that's what they have to say. But meanwhile, if you speak about the top leaders of the Congress party, what they have to say on this is that, you see, the top leaders are saying that that's not the culture of the Congress workers. They have always happened to maintain peace on the ground whenever there have been a protest. So, but that's the BJP Yuva Morcha who have tried taking law and order into their own hands. So that's the kind of a culture that the BJP Yuva Morcha follows, but that's not with the Congress party.
If you do speak to the local Congress leader, yes, the act by the BJP into their office is trespassing and they shouldn't have done, but will they really grudge a Vinayak Damodar Savarkar's poster at the Congress office when the former Prime Minister of India, Indira Gandhi herself, issued a stamp and dedicated and hailed him for his contribution towards India's freedom struggle when Savarkar passed away in 1966. So certain aspects of history remain hidden. They should be brought to the fore, and then perhaps the Congress should take a larger point of view. We're going to take a very, very short break here. Thank you for your inputs, Ritu. Stay with us here on The Nation at 5.
Snatch his phone. As Bolsonaro spoke to supporters outside his home, one person used his phone to film himself repeatedly shouting at the president. Bolsonaro grabbed the man's shirt while reaching for his phone. Security guards pulled the man away. Amid the recent uptick in COVID-19 cases in China's Xiamen, aggressive testing has been going on, and no one can escape it, not even fish. This viral video shows how authorities clad in PPE kits were inserting cotton buds inside the mouths of fish and swabbing the shells of crabs. While many have ridiculed this move, some are supporting it, saying that it's for everyone's well-being. A BJP worker in Agra was caught on camera abusing police officers.
This video, which was shot by a cop, shows the BJP worker throwing a fit. He not only abuses the policemen but also threatens them.
Back on The Nation at 5 with the latest coming in from Kerala, beg your pardon, in God's own country, governor versus government is brewing, ladies and gentlemen, because the face-off between the Pinarayi Vijayan-led government and Governor Arif Mohammad Khan is now gone a notch up. And this is intensified because the Kerala government is all set to introduce a bill curbing the powers of the governor in appointment of the chancellor in its universities. This comes after Governor Arif Mohammad Khan stayed the appointment of Priya Varghese as an associate professor in Kannur University. Meanwhile, the Kerala High Court has stayed the appointment of Priya Varghese till the 31st of August upon the petition of the second rank holder in the recruitment list. Remember, Priya Varghese is the wife of Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan's private secretary K.K. Ragesh. Neetu Regukumar now joins us. Governor Arif, we'll try and connect with Neetu in just a bit, but Governor Arif Mohammad Khan had said that he will not allow nepotism of any kind and favoritism of any kind to prevail, and that was perhaps the grounds which he had cited when he halted the appointment of Priya Varghese. He's also turned around and called names and called the university chancellor at the current university chancellor there a criminal. The governor has said that the functioning and the way things are happening is unfair and it's wrong. He's received support. He's received support from the Congress in Kerala, who believes that and who have said that they stand with the governor in his position and that he is not alone in this fight against the Pinarayi Vijayan left government there. Neetu Regukumar joins us. Neetu, so the court staying the appointment of Priya Varghese till the 31st upon this petition by the second rank holder, but the governor Arif Mohammad Khan very clearly saying that he will not allow nepotism. But the Kerala government moving in to try and curb the governor's powers. When is that meeting going to happen? They will have to convene a special session of the assembly.
See, the special assembly session has already begun today. What we are learning is that this is most probably will be introduced in the state assembly, in the state legislative on Wednesday. That is what we are understanding at the moment. This bill which is aimed at curtailing the powers when it comes to the appointment of the VC. Now, also, the Kerala High Court has stayed this appointment till 31st. The governor had already stayed this. That was based on the petition by the second rank holder for this post. The government and the left front defending, saying that there's nothing that they have done in this. It's basically based on the merit that the appointments have happened, and the governor is having an overreach. The central government through governor is trying to control, to destabilize the government. So that is the narrative. Meanwhile, the opposition, the Congress in this particular issue has said that whatever move the governor has taken in this particular issue, they are with the governor, but they want the governor to inquire into the appointment for the past 6 years.
So clearly saying that this is not the one-off and just don't look at it at one case, but look at it at multiple. In the event this the bill is brought in on Wednesday, Neetu, is it likely to pass? And what happens thereof? Why has the governor reacted on this government's move to bring in a bill to curb his powers?
The bill will pass because the government has the majority. They have 99 that is in support of the LDF in this government. But after the bill is passed, it again has to go to the governor for its assent. He has openly not so far reacted. He said, let it come in the assembly. This is a bill that has been discussed and passed in the assembly. If it gets passed in the assembly, then the governor will have to give it.
Right. Thank you for your inputs, Neetu. That's all we have time for in this edition of The Nation at 5. Zaka ready with Viewpoint.
Good evening. Welcome to Viewpoint. I'm Zaka Jacob. Russia has made a sensational disclosure today that they have detained an ISIS suicide bomber. Now, this bomber, he's been identified as Azamov by just a single name. He was entrusted reportedly with a mission to target BJP leaders here in India. Now, he traveled to Turkey earlier this year and was asked by one of his handlers in Turkey to go to India and avenge what was perceived to be an insult to Prophet Muhammad. The reference, of course, being to the comments that former BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma made about Prophet Muhammad on a TV show. The question is, this has come as a total surprise and a total shock, not just to bystanders and lay viewers who are watching these developments, but also to our intelligence agencies, because yes, there have been known instances of Russians, Chechens, etc. joining ISIS, but this is the first time we've had an instance of a Russian being detained supposedly for going to India to attack because of a comment that was made a few months ago. Does this incident raise the specter, the prospect of ISIS terror still continuing to be a threat to India and India's interests? All right, so this is the Bleed India plot. Remember, there have been other instances of ISIS-related terrorists, either foreign nationals or even Indian nationals who have gone on to join that organization. But this is the first time we've had an instance of a Russian national being detained there, supposedly to carry out an attack here in India. The recruitment, it was a suspect who was brought into ISIS ranks as a suicide bomber. He's been identified as Azamov. He was indoctrinated remotely while he was in Turkey. For the earlier part of this year, Azamov traveled to Turkey and then he came back to Russia. The mission was to fly from Russia to India for quote-unquote a high-profile terror attack. Now, the attack, his handlers in Turkey told him, was for insulting Prophet Muhammad. Remember, there were comments made by former BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma which were incendiary in nature, which of course had led to a huge backlash in the Muslim world. This man, Azamov, was entrusted by his handlers to avenge that. The modus operandi involved blowing himself up against this public representative or anyone of the ruling circle. In fact, he was to meet another person here in India who would then provide him with all the material, with all the logistic support, and then he was to go on and carry forth this suicide mission. But fortunately for India, and perhaps unfortunately for him, he got detained by the Russian authorities. But this is a big wake-up call for our security agencies and people who track this stuff very closely. Let me go across to our guests who are joining us on the broadcast this evening. Sushant Sareen is Senior Fellow with the Observer Research Foundation. Dr. Tara Karta is former Director with the National Security Council Secretariat. Lieutenant General retired Sanjay Kulkarni, former DG Infantry, and Dr. Roxolana Zigon is a political analyst joining us from Russia. Let me start with you, Dr. Zigon, because we'd like to know, here in India, there is a great amount of curiosity as to who this man is, what his motivations were, and most importantly, how did the Russian authorities apprehend him? What led them to him, and how did they apprehend him?
Good evening, dear guests. Thank you for the opportunity to be the guest on this show. First of all, I would like to say that the Russian Federal Security Service has an extensive experience in counter-terrorism operations, and obviously, to the information that we have for this moment, because FSB is not sharing pretty much information in public. So, but the information that we can operate, we can say that this guy who is has been located, and he's a regional, local from one of the Central Asian region country, has been spending time in Turkey from April until June. So he was obviously prepared, and that was a carefully elaborated plan of his dislocation in Russia and the following up transportation to India. And indeed, it's an unprecedented occasion, because the first time FSB has identified a person from the Central Asia who has been planning a terror attack in India. And I think this is an evident fact. I don't think that it's a wake-up call for the security services of both countries, as well for Russia and for India, because it has been a set of communications and negotiations between the Secretary of the National Security Council of Russia, Mr. Nikolai Patrushev, and the advisor of Prime Minister of Narendra Modi of India, Mr. Ajit Doval. That was a set of communications starting from the last year until August of the current year. It has been massively discussed the issues of counter-terrorism attacks and the opportunities of much closer collaboration between our states.
Okay, let me ask Dr. Tara Karta, you know, when this news broke and it was attributed to the Russian Federal Security Bureau, and of course a Russian news agency put this story out. But Dr. Karta, what was surprising was the Indian intelligence agencies were not sure about this. In fact, no information had been passed on to them by the Russian authorities till this afternoon. Subsequently, of course, after the arrest and after the news broke, the information has been shared. But how worrying is it that here you have a foreign national going to Turkey and then going to Russia, and the Russian security agencies apprehending him there, but he was supposedly en route to India to carry out a major terrorist attack here to target a political representative?
Oh, it's extremely worrying in this case, because like you said, we've never had such an instance before, as the previous speaker said. But having said that, I'm not terribly surprised at Turkey being part of this, because much of what we've begun to expect from Pakistan, a lot of the disinformation, the communication, the finances, the social media content is all coming from Turkey. So Turkey, that kind of a link we've been seeing for some time. And I'll tell you why it's not surprising is because, Aka, if you remember, this whole Islamic State started 2015. They were going on. They were all Afghanistan, Pakistan, all that. Yeah. Nothing about India. Okay. Until they formed this, suddenly one fine day they announced this, you know, oh, we're going to have an Islamic State of Pakistan and India. That was somewhere in 2019, late 2019, if I remember correctly. Then the whole group changes its character. Now it starts talking about India, that, you know, there's a whole a kind of a Islamic State, that magazine is started up. You caught that guy in Hyderabad who was doing the magazine with some people from Kashmir. Feed was coming in from Kashmir, from Maldives, from within India. So the whole character of the group changed after 2019. And where was this whole publication being put together? It was being put together in Karachi. So you see, it is, to me, when I look at this, it is the same thing we've been seeing for years, except that now these guys are a little more careful for whatever reason. I'm not saying, I don't have proof that the Pakistani state is involved. All I'm saying is a lot of things which were concentrated in Pakistan has shifted elsewhere.
Okay.
Because,
so Shansareen, what is even more worrying is this man has reportedly told the agencies there in Russia that he was entrusted with a task to avenge the quote-unquote insult to Prophet Muhammad. What does India do when it's suddenly opened itself up with the comments that we heard from Nupur Sharma and others? The way in which India has now become a potential target, and Indians have become a potential target of ISIS. One would have imagined that the ISIS threat would have receded after the war in the Middle East and the collapse of this whole idea, the 7th century idea of forming a caliphate and so on. But suddenly now everybody is on the list, and anybody is a potential target, including a politician in India.
So, Zaka, number one, I don't think Nupur Sharma said anything which is not there in the religious texts of Islam. It's just been blown out of proportion. Maybe the way she said it, somebody could take umbrage, but it's very much there in the religious text, unless, of course, people want to repudiate those texts. That's another matter altogether. The second thing is that I don't know why we are getting this impression that India was never in the crosshairs of local, regional and transnational jihadist groups. We've always been on the target list. We've always been there. And in fact, from around 2014, 2015, when the ISIS had come up, the ISIS Khorasan had come up, that Vilayat had been formed. Of course, as Tara is saying very correctly, the Pakistan and the Hind province chapters came much later. But ever since that point of time, India and the entire subcontinent has been seen as one of the largest growth markets for this ideology. It is we who have been fooling ourselves that we will remain untouched from this phenomena which is sweeping through Islamic societies across the globe. But the Russians have been pretty smart about it. A part of the reason being that there are a lot of Russians who have been involved in the ISIS, who have been part of the ISIS. So the threat perception in Russia is very high. I think the capacities and capabilities of the Russian intelligence is quite admirable. And number three, I think from whatever I've read in the open domain today, there were some conversations going on Telegram, which is essentially a Russian social media platform. Yeah. So I'm sure they were monitoring it all. But I think what is very worrisome for me, at least, is the fact that this guy was going to come to India and then tie up with a local cell of the ISIS. And I think that is something which we really need to start looking at much more carefully. And I think it's about time we stop staying in denial that, Muslims in India will not be affected by Al-Qaeda or by ISIS or any of these other characters. I think we are as vulnerable as any other country to this particular phenomena. And the only good thing to come out of this news today is that if there was any denial or any complacency on the part of Indian authorities, I think that needs to go out of the window.
Okay, I want to ask General Kulkarni, I think it was George Bush who had famously said in many speeches actually that India, here's a country which has 100 million plus Muslims and not a single Al-Qaeda recruit. But surely that has changed. Certainly from 2014-15, we had this bunch of people who had gone to join ISIS in Afghanistan, in Syria. But after those wars concluded or drew down to a less active phase, it was felt that either many of these people have died in those countries or, the movement itself simply died. But now, this man being arrested in Russia, and that too potentially for coming to India to attack some kind of a political functionary for a perceived insult to Prophet Muhammad, how worried should the security agencies be about this?
Absolutely, Zaka.
it is a matter of concern. It is without doubt, it is a matter of concern because it affects the 21st century peace and prevailing all over. That is, they are hell bent on ensuring that the caliphate spread. Everybody thought that the ISIS had virtually had been wiped out or something. It isn't so. It was just an offshoot of Al Qaeda. 2014, you saw. Again in 2015, we heard names of Jihadi John, cubs of the caliphate. You saw how the Russian spies were killed and how they've been going about. Even Turks themselves have been in two minds. They have also celebrated al-Baghdadi. They've also celebrated the capture of al-Baghdadi's wife, sister. So you find that Turkey has not been wanting to be rather silent player when it comes to ISIS because their main targets are the Kurds. Of course, the Russians and the Turks also are under different war footing totally altogether when it comes to terrorism is concerned. Yeah. But when right now, when a person of maybe a Central Asian origin, maybe a Russian, who was being sent and trained and brainwashed, being sent to Turkey and been targeting, well, if something like this you will accept, and that this is a phenomena, and this is a radicalization, and it is an ideological war. In an ideological war, the perception management, and you notice in India also, since about July, a lot of these NIA raids have been going on at the ICI. You saw Mohsin Khan, that boy was caught from Butler House. He said, no, we are not part of it. We are not financing it, but he's a very innocent boy. All these kind of things, there's a lot of sleeper cells, a lot of funding that is coming from all over. Obviously, we have to be very, very alert. Social platforms being utilized, cybers, we have got to be very vigilant of what it is. We have to monitor what's going on. Our relationship with Russia has been so strong that Russians have been able to inform us that such a thing has happened. They also seem to feel that nobody will suspect a Russian, and therefore the Russian could easily find his way into India. And then you have, a lone wolf doing this kind of a thing. We have to be very, very alert. We cannot at all be complacent on these issues. We really need to have a minister in India for only internal security to ensure anti-terrorism, because this is something, a threat. And once they do, it's a question of striking one and then scaring the millions and being able to say that, well, look at the kind of roots that these people have. Obviously, there are a lot of sleeper cells. You know what's been going on in South. You see the NIA raid about 6 odd states in India where the ISIS have been targeting. We have to monitor social platforms. We have to see the internet, what's going on over there. There's nothing that we need to stop. It is a threat, and we have to be alive to it. We have to be very, very vigilant.
Dr. Zigon, Russia has also had its own tryst with Islamist terrorism, the Chechen terrorists, the Beslan school hostage crisis that we saw. But it was felt like over the last few years, especially after the defeat of ISIS in Syria and in other parts in Iraq. But now this being revived through this man as a mob, how worried are Russian security folks there that there could be these cross-national groups or cross-national elements who, in this case, he went to Turkey, came back to Russia, was supposed to be en route to India. Who's to say that something, a corollary wouldn't happen? Let's say an Indian who goes to Turkey and then comes to Russia to target Russia for what is perceived as anti-Muslim moves.
Thank you for your question. I think it's quite a vital question, quite precise. Indeed, the Russian security service, FSB, actually, that you have mentioned, has an unprecedented experience in dealing with counter-terrorism actions. And we have a great experience in communicating or preventing such terror attacks across Russia. And you have mentioned also the issues related to Chechnya and the patterns Russian security service used to utilize in this direction. But I would like to say another thought, I think, which is much more important in our daily discussion, because we have to look at this problem in a much broader context. And the first thought is related to the intensification of this geopolitical rivalry, of geopolitical tension and disbalance that we are all witnessing these days. And this kind of example of the terror attack and the terroristic implications are actually the resemblance or the reflection of those processes. Another thing is that India is going to host a big meeting in October this year as soon as India actually is the head of the
G20.
Counter-terrorism committee, was elected to be head of it. And it's going to gather for about 15 countries that will be joining in Mumbai, in Delhi, at the round table and discuss the emerging issues of the counter-terrorism battle.
All right.
And I think it's indeed it's an international aspect. And I guess that this kind of terror act was actually connected with upcoming events in Delhi, because India is one of the leading countries, and being as a member, not permanent yet, but as a member of the United Nations Security Council, India is up front of this issue on the international arena. And I think that this terror attack was a kind of symbol or a kind of sign to the Indian side to be alert.
Dr.
I think that's the Indian security services and the advisors
one of the
of Mr.
other
Modi
points
has
of concern,
to
and you mentioned
accumulate its
this.
forces, its inner forces, international capacity,
All right.
and to
Dr.
establish
Sigon,
a direct contact
yeah,
with the
all right.
Russian
I hear
security
you.
service and to discuss what kind of plan, what kind of roadmap can be developed in this direction.
If I can go to Dr. Sarakarta, you know, one of the concerns you flagged off was the concern around Turkey. But Turkey too, and they have their running issues with Russia. But look at what's been happening over the last a month or so. I mean, Putin goes and meets Erdogan. There is this meeting in Iran. There is a separate meeting after that. I believe that Turkey has bought from Russia more oil than it ever has purchased since the start of this war. So while they have their own issues and battles to fight, they've also sort of figured out a working mechanism, if you will. How does one begin to trust Turkey? Because like you said, they've been running anti-India propaganda and an anti-India agenda for a while now.
That's a good question. I think first and foremost, Zaka, I think the fact that this happened has brought terrorism back into the center for Russia, India, and the international stage. Because, you know, while we have a lot of issues with cooperation with the US, for the US, terrorism is no longer a number one priority. I mean, that is now very clear. It is in the back burner. They talk about it less. So this incident brings back this cooperation with Russia. Turkey, I think, is probably going to change a bit, because now, you know, post this COVID, post Ukraine, the economic crunch, a country's priorities are going to change. They have to look after their people first and not just talk about, you know, Kashmir with the Pakistanis and keep highlighting whatever Pakistan says. That doesn't pay. So there is also a threat to Turkey itself. There's a very strong threat to Russia, as Mrs. Saigon said. So there is a potential here for cooperation, because believe me, given that, I mean, they made the threat, right? Post Nupur Sharma, they actually said that we are going to do this. So there's no reason for us to think that they're just saying it for the head, just like that. So we can expect more. And the lone wolf problem is huge. I mean, and Russian FSB's intelligence capabilities are massive. I mean, they are extremely able, and luckily, as a friendly country, they can share it with us, but expect it from other quarters as well. That's all I have to say.
All right, Sushant, I'll give you the final word. I got to wrap up in a minute. Just in terms of, you know, how does one stop these lone wolf attempts? I mean, clearly, you can't have agencies so hardwired in a way that even individuals can be stopped. In this case, I guess we got lucky, as Dr. Tarakata was saying, that, you know, it happens to be Russia, and Russia is a friendly country. They can share that intel with us. But what if this person was found in an unfriendly country?
But this is not a lone wolf attack or an attempted attack. In fact, there is hardly any lone wolf attack, Zaka. This was a guy who was roped in by a network. So he was indoctrinated, he was trained, he was motivated in Turkey. He must have been facilitated by somebody in Russia. He was going to come to India and tie up with the local cell out here. That's not what a lone wolf does. The lone wolf is a guy who's sitting in some room somewhere, sees something on TV or something, or hears something on, in the newspaper, or reads something on the newspapers, and then decides that he's just going to take a knife and just going to maybe kill somebody, or take a car and kill somebody, or take a gun and shoot somebody. So this is not a lone wolf attack. This is part of a network. which is
Okay.
why it is easier to bust these kind of attempted attacks rather than somebody who suddenly goes crazy one day and decides to blow himself up. Even that's not easy, because for blowing yourself up, you've got to get the explosives, you have to have that technology, you have to
All
have
right.
that motivation, and it's not easy for a lone wolf to do it. So
Okay.
that's a bit of a misnomer. But I think that is exactly what the security services are supposed to do. They're
All right,
supposed
I got
to,
to leave it
you
at that.
know,
I'm completely out of time. Thank you very much, Sushant Sareen, Dr. Tarakarta, Dr. Zygon, and of course, General Kulkarni for joining us. We got more breaking news coming in. Campaigning in Gujarat, AAP convener Arvind Kejriwal is now stepping up his attack on the BJP. This is on the back of the excise scam in which Manish Sisodia has been named as accused number 1. Kejriwal has now said that raids at Sisodia's house are because of the great response that Aam Aadmi Party is getting in Gujarat. In fact, Kejriwal calls it a dharm yudh and goes on to say that while the centre has the ED, it has the CBI, and it has money, the Aam Aadmi Party has on its side Shri Krishna. Let's listen into what Kejriwal said, and then I'll go across to my colleague.
आज इन लोगों के पास पूरी सेना है, इन लोगों के पास पूरी ताकत है, इनके पास सीबीआई है, इनके पास ईडी है, इनके पास इनकम टैक्स है, इनके पास पुलिस है, इनके पास सारी इतना पैसा है इन लोगों के पास। हमारे साथ श्री कृष्ण है, हमारे साथ भगवान है, और अंत में जीत सच्चाई की होगी, भगवान की होगी।
All right, I want to go across to Rupashri. So, Kejriwal really stepping up the attack against the BJP. You've been there for the last 10 plus hours now. What is the response the AAP is getting from Gujarat? Because Gujarati society, of course, is a very different ball game from winning elections, let's say, in Delhi or in Punjab.
Well, absolutely, Zaka. I mean, make no mistake, the Aam Aadmi Party has to work extremely hard in order to break ground in Gujarat. Unlike others, many other states, for instance, Punjab or even Delhi or Goa, Gujarat has its own challenges. It is very, very large, and people, established political parties also like the BJP and the Congress Party, they have their strongholds which are very difficult to break into. I'll just ask my camera person to just pan and show you the kind of people who have come in for this town hall in this Sabarkantha district in Gujarat. This is in Himmatnagar, and the hall was absolutely packed, and I heard people cheering on Arvind Kejriwal when he was speaking about his various guarantees that he would give to the people, and also they were echoing him when he asked whether work is being done in Gujarat or in school or in the health sector, for instance. One question that he put to the people is, how many of you go to government hospitals when you are unwell? And the answer to that was an unequivocal no. So nobody goes to government hospitals when they are unwell. That is the kind of discontent that is there amongst people over here. But it will be very difficult to translate that into votes. And Aam Aadmi Party knows that. We have to wait and see whether Aam Aadmi Party is successful in making this a triangular contest. The other important news point that came out is Arvind Kejriwal strongly defended his jailed minister Satyendra Jain, and as the Aam Aadmi Party sees it, about to be jailed minister Manish Sisodia.
Okay.
And he said that had they been corrupt, if I knew that they were corrupt, I would have thrown them out also. The last point I wanted to make, Zaka, is about the emotional response of Manish Sisodia, who said that he was not scared even for a moment when the CBI raided his house, except that he felt a little sad, because one feels sad when people come into your house and they go through your almiras, your child's guitar, your wife's clothes, and therefore he was sad, but he is not scared at all. So
Okay.
a very strong signal coming out from the Aam Aadmi Party, cocking a snook in fact at the BJP.
Okay, we'll see how this plays out. Gujarat, of course, is going to be a completely different ball game as far as the AAP is concerned. Perhaps way more difficult a state to crack, if you will, compared to, let's say, a Punjab or a Delhi or even Goa, where they had some reasonable success. Meanwhile, let's move on to the other face-off that's happening between the CPIM-led Kerala government of Pinarayi Vijayan and the state governor there, Arif Mohammad Khan. It's now further intensified. The Kerala government is all set to introduce a bill in this assembly session curbing the powers of the governor in appointing chancellors and vice-chancellors of universities. Now, this comes after Governor Arif Mohammad Khan stayed the appointment of Priya Varghese as an associate professor in Kannur University. Meanwhile, the Kerala High Court has stayed the appointment of Priya Varghese till the end of this month on the petition of the second rank holder, he or she who lost the job in the process. Remember, Priya Varghese is the wife of Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan's private secretary, K.K. Ragesh. Let me go across to Neetu Raghukumar with more details on this. So, this has now become a big bone of contention between the governor and the CPIM there. Is there cross-party support, though, for this bill to try and curtail the powers of the governor, or is the main opposition Congress opposed to this bill?
See, the opposition leader has openly opposed this bill, stating that this has come in at a time when there is so much issue happening, and the aim of the LDF government for bringing this is to have nepotism in the appointment of universities, because we want their party, the families of their party leaders to be appointed. So that is what the opposition leader has said. In all possibility, it looks like the opposition will be opposing. There will be discussion over it. The bill draft has just come out. So that is something which the opposition has already said. The face-off between the government and the governor is continuing, with both sides not backing off. Yesterday, the governor went ahead and even said that called the vice chancellor a criminal, and the LDF and the CPM coming out against it, saying that the governor is trying to play politics. So that is continuing, and we'll have to wait and watch in the assembly how this is going to plan out, because it's not just this, but the Lokayukta bill is also expected to be brought in this assembly session.
All right, Neetu, we'll leave it at that. Neetu Raghukumar there reporting for us from Thiruvananthapuram. We'll see how this story, this intense face-off between the governor and the CPM government there in Kerala, how it further proceeds. That's a wrap. In a moment, Ridhima will join you with the biggest exclusive.
Good evening. Thanks a lot for staying with us. You're watching the biggest exclusive. I'm Ridhima Bhatnagar. The tutu meme still continues in the backdrop of the charges on Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia over the Liquorgate scandal. The day was dominated by a sensational claim that came from Manish Sisodia when he tweeted that he's been offered a position in the BJP, and if he does jump the ship, all the cases against him will in fact be dropped. Now, what essentially Manish Sisodia said in his tweet is that he's a descendant of Maharana Pratap and he will cut off his head but not bow down in front of anyone. Manish Sisodia gave no proof to substantiate these claims. The BJP hit back, sticking to pointed questions, asking why Arvind Kejriwal and company continue to change their goalposts. The Delhi BJP unit protested outside Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal's residence, which resulted in many being detained. But the political game did not end there. Responding to the BJP's allegations that TRS MLC K. Kavita also had a role in Delhi's Liquorgate, K. Kavita said allegations against her are baseless and the BJP is only trying to ruin the image of her family. Remember, the BJP over the weekend had alleged that Telangana Chief Minister KCR's daughter and MLC K. Kavita was the middleman between the liquor mafia and the Aam Aadmi Party as far as the excise policy is concerned. The BJP had alleged that the bribe of crores of rupees was given to Manish Sisodia to increase the commission from 2.5% to 12% under the new liquor policy, and the first installment of the same was given to him. The BJP had further alleged that rupees 150 crores was in fact given to Manish Sisodia. So where does the truth really lie in between these claims and counterclaims? Let's take a look.
Day 3 now after the CBI raids, and beyond criminality and actual findings on Liquorgate, the AAP-BJP war is now almost entirely about political mudslinging. Fact or no fact? BJP's alleged scam culprit, Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, has hit out in multiple ways, alleging a BJP bid to target Kejriwal ahead of 2024, scoffing at reports of a lookout circular, and now this. A tweet by Sisodia claims he's got a message from the BJP to break the AAP and join the BJP. He alludes to what has been termed the BJP washing machine that would absolve him of all wrongdoing. In Gujarat today, with Chief Minister Kejriwal, Sisodia rubbished BJP allegations, keeping up the AAP's education healthcare pitch.
ये CBI, ED जितने केस चल रहे हैं, इनकी सच्चाई तो मैं जानता हूँ, क्योंकि ये सारे केस फर्जी हैं। मैं एक ईमानदार आदमी हूँ। इनफैक्ट मैं अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की टीम में हूँ ही इसलिए कि मैं एक कट्टर ईमानदार आदमी हूँ। मैंने अब तक सारा काम ईमानदारी से किया है, कट्टर ईमानदारी से किया है। तो इन फर्जी केस में कोई दम नहीं है। आप इनकी धमकियां तो नहीं दे सकते मुझको।
A flurry of press conferences, AAP versus BJP, charge versus counter-charge, remained the feature of the face-off as through the last 3 days. BJP rubbishes the charge of it looking to poach Sisodia, saying he has nothing concrete to offer. The Aam Aadmi Party harps on allegations of a BJP ploy to pull down state governments.
जिस पार्टी को तोड़ना है, जिस सरकार को तोड़ना है, जिन नेताओं को तोड़ना है, सबसे पहले उन पर केंद्र सरकार की अलग-अलग एजेंसियों को छोड़ दो। उनके ऊपर सीबीआई का केस करो, उनके ऊपर ईडी का केस करो। उसके बाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी जाके उनके नेताओं को ऑफर देती है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी में आ जाओ, सारे केस बंद हो जाएंगे। तो एक तरफ धमकाया जाता है और दूसरी तरफ लुभाने का प्रयास किया जाता है।
जिनकी नीयत खोटी है, सोच छोटी है, उनको कोई क्या तोड़ेगा? कम से कम प्रश्नों के उत्तर तो दीजिए। 24 घंटे पूरे हो गए, उत्तर में आया एक ट्वीट, ट्वीट में फिर वही अनर्गल बातें।
BJP's Delhi unit staged protests outside Arvind Kejriwal's residence in the capital today, keeping up the offensive on what it calls Team Kejriwal mired in corruption. In this now unending BJP-AAP war, the next salvo is round the corner.
So while the political war of words still continue, the big questions still remain on the numbers behind this story. And it's a big technical, but I just want to break down all these numbers, where this scam actually began. So let's break down all those numbers for you and why are there such serious allegations as far as Manish Sisodia is concerned. 37.51% revenue shortfall in Q1 of the current fiscal, out of which 980 crores was the refundable amount. 193.95 crore per month was a revenue decline due to the surrendered zones. Remember, Delhi was divided into various zones and then vends were allocated to it. 59.46% rise in whiskey sale, 87.25% rise in wine sale. Windfall for all licensees, no gain as far as the government revenue is concerned. Allegations of quid pro quo and certain private individuals being recipients of proceeds of crime. The shops went down from 849 to 468, many unserved areas remaining the licensees benefiting. These are some big numbers that we need to look at. So this is what I just brought out to you because all of this resulted in big loss as far as the exchequer is concerned. So the question that we're asking this evening is this big claim that has been made by Manish Sisodia that he's been offered a position in the BJP, does it have substance or is it just a sham? Let me also now introduce our guest to take this discussion forward. We have the national spokesperson of the BJP, Charu Pragya. We have Arshpreet Singh, Congress spokesperson. We have the spokesperson of the Aam Aadmi Party, Priyanka Kakkar. And we also have political analyst Varun Singh. Good to have all of you on the broadcast with us. Priyanka, let me begin with you because your minister is under the dock and under the scanner as far as allegations are concerned. The question that I want to begin this discussion with is a big claim was made by Manish Sisodia that he's been offered a getaway, an option to get out of this entire scam by the BJP. If he does jump ship to the BJP, then all these cases and charges against him will be taken away. The only thing that I want to understand is if you have the proof, why not put it out?
At the right time, probably, Ridhima, that will be put up too, but it is quite a similar modus operandi that is employed by BJP in all the states, whether it be Maharashtra, whether it be Bihar. But Ridhima, I take strong objection to you starting the show. We as media persons should be very responsible. You started the show and said you didn't even use the word alleged. You just said the scam is here. That is a very incorrect statement and it should not be made on national TV. There is no allegation of such scams in the FIR that has been written by the sources. It is very clear. It is available in the public domain. It can be seen. And if we welcome all investigation. I mean, it's something that we have seen from the word go. You know, there is a party now. I think this must be the 151st case on us. Regularly, almost every day, we are absolved of charges.
Priyanka, I
Not a
appreciate the
single-
fact that you and your party are saying we want to be part of this investigation. But ever since these allegations came to light, we're seeing everything being responded to other than the clear questions as far as the numbers are concerned. Let's begin with some numbers, and that's why I began the show with some numbers. Let's begin with rupees 144 crore, which is a waiver. I want to understand, why was that waiver given? Were there proper approvals that were given? Because the BJP is alleging that no cabinet approval was given. So let's begin with those numbers and let's understand what happened there.
Sure, Ridhima. I'm glad that you started by saying that 144 was a COVID waiver. Something similar has been done by the BJP government in several states. In fact, yesterday they did this in Haryana. 2.19 crore license fee was waived off for the COVID losses to the entrepreneurs. And Ridhima, I will take, because the matter is sub judice, I will take your allegations on face value. Even then, Ridhima, it is a matter of irregularity and it cannot be called a scam. So this is all managing the optics. You know, एक हमारी ईमानदार पार्टी है, उस पे लगातार एलिगेशन लगाते रहो, बाद में हम बरी हो जाते हैं, वो पहुंचता नहीं नीचे तक कि बरी हो गए, उसका इतना शोर नहीं मचता. But basically the BJP wants to prove that, you know, all other parties are as corrupt as BJP.
No, ma'am, I would like to have the BJP proven wrong. But I'm saying for that, you need to have some sort of proof. When an allegation like that is made by the Deputy Chief Minister, what are you waiting for? Because today the heat is on you. There was an FIR that was filed. The Deputy Chief Minister of the National Capital has been named as an accused in that FIR. Isn't this the right opportunity for you to put out all the evidence that you have?
Ridhima, it'll be at the right time. Now what happens is that horse trading, anti-defection, these are the terms that we have heard since the BJP is in power and, you know, the governments are toppled. It is for everyone to see. Everyone saw what happened in Maharashtra, how the MLAs were ferried to Gujarat, stationed in a 5-star, God knows who bore their expenses. Then the MLAs were taken to Assam and they were stationed at a 5-star, all BJP ruled states, and then they went back to Maharashtra. So it is for anybody to see that it is a modus operandi of the BJP. On one side, there is a party which is known to do this, which is the modus operandi of this party. On one side, there is this party. And on the other side, there is a party which has come out and said that this is how they're trying to poach and they must be stopped in their tracks right now.
Okay. Charu Pragya, I want to bring you in. While the Aam Aadmi Party is saying that we have no issue, we want to cooperate as far as the investigation is concerned, let law take its own course. The criticism against the BJP, not just from the Aam Aadmi Party, but various other opposition parties, and this has been on for a while now, that this is just vendetta politics. And the Aam Aadmi Party is saying that the world today is recognizing the good work that has been done in the national capital. Because the BJP can't tolerate all the praises that the Aam Aadmi Party is getting today, they're misusing the central agencies like the CBI and the ED.
So, Ridhima, very respectfully, I want to tell you that last few days have amused me greatly. Aam Aadmi Party has decided, since they can't convince people, they will confuse them. And they will confuse them by using a new diversionary tactic every time they hold a press conference. The first one came with the New York Times article. The second one, they wanted to discuss schools. Am I audible, Ridhima?
We can hear you, Charu. Please go ahead.
Yeah. The second one, they wanted to discuss education in schools. Then the next diversionary tactic was Arvind Kejriwal ji wants to be a contender against Prime Minister Modi for 24 elections. Then the next tactic comes out. Lookout notice issue ho gaya hai ji. But CBI said no such notice has been issued. The next diversion, please come and join the BJP. What post was offered to Mr. Sisodia? Maybe the Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson can tell us that. Is he going to be the deputy? Is he going to be the deputy prime minister of our country now, or maybe we're replacing the president immediately? So every time they hold a press conference, they come up with a new diversionary tactic because they do not want to answer the very specific, very pointed and clear
your questions which don't even feature in the FIR.
But Priyanka, taking on from what Charu is saying, that didn't the Aam Aadmi Party jump the gun as far as the lookout notice was concerned?
No, it was reported widely, and it was reported in, no less by DD News. I don't know. I mean, Charu belongs to a party which is known to baselessly lie. That is the premise of their organization. So this was something which was available.
Let me finish speaking before.
I'm sticking to the
Can
facts.
can I finish?
Okay.
Ridhima,
Charu, complete your point. I'll give you an opportunity, Priyanka. Charu.
Sure.
Well, I'm sorry. I wish my internet connection was a little better today because, like I said, my level of amusement with this debate has been getting higher and higher with every press conference Aam Aadmi Party is holding. Now, I hope that at the end of all of this, they will answer a few simple questions we're repeatedly asking. We are asking them, why take the policy back? We are asking them, why is that 145 crore being fleeced from the public and going into the pockets of people who are nothing to do with the government making more money. I want to also know that why is it that the Aam Aadmi Party is doing everything except answering these questions. We've actually released a list of questions, and every time the BJP is holding a press conference, we're asking the same things over and over again.
Okay, so I'll go back to Priyanka on that bit, but I want to bring in Arshpreet as well. Arshpreet, today everybody seems to have mounted the pressure as far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned. And one thing I find very, very interesting, just a couple of weeks ago when the ED had called in for questioning Rahul Gandhi and Sonia Gandhi, and the Congress workers had taken to streets, and you had said this is vendetta politics, why don't you let law take its own course? Today, why don't you let law take its own course as far as investigation with the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned?
Well, because at our time, they made sure that they took names of our party leaders, and before the investigation even took place, they had a perception that these people were guilty. That the same hasn't happened in this scenario, in this case, because that is a violation of the conflict of interest, which is a principle of natural justice. Number two, Aam Aadmi Party says we have zero tolerance for corruption. Now, that's a big say. If they really do have zero tolerance, they should do what they did in Punjab. They sacked a minister known by the name of Vijay Singla because he was accused of having done corruption. Now, why do they have double standards? Why do we not do the same with the deputy CM as well? Because he has not just been accused of corruption, there's an FIR, there was a CBI raid as well. So they should follow the same standards for him as well, what they followed in Punjab. Although in Punjab, they did not remove the person from his membership. However, Mr. Sisodia should, be removed till the time the trial is decided. If he's acquitted, he can be given back the deputy CM-ship. If he's, convicted, he shouldn't be. Number two, excise policy. Before that, I want to ask this to the Aam Aadmi Party, that you made the excise policy in the first place. After that, there were accusations of corruption. There were accusations of giving monopoly to two certain companies allegedly. And after that, if you hadn't done anything wrong, why did you have to revoke the excise policy in the first place?
Yeah.
Number three, Aam Aadmi Party very conveniently says that the CBI is doing vendetta politics. So why does the Aam Aadmi Party have to contradict itself all the time? Because back in the day, they have leveled allegations and pointed fingers at many people on the basis of the investigation of the CBI. And does that also mean that in the future they would never ever be asking for CBI's investigation for other people, since they think that the
But that brings me to the exact same question, Arshpreet, because that was the narrative of the Congress Party as well, that there is vendetta politics as far as the misuse of these agencies is concerned. So I'm just trying to understand that, do you have a different stand as far as agencies in the country are concerned, or is it just convenient because today Aam Aadmi Party is the one who has to answer these questions? But I'll let you ponder on that thought. I want to bring Varun Singh in the conversation as well. Varun, what I'm finding very difficult to understand is there are certain numbers that are in front of everybody. Those are allegations of quid pro quo. There are allegations that certain private individuals became beneficiaries and became recipients as far as proceeds of crime were concerned, and that is what is detailed in that FIR by the CBI as well. But in this whole barrage of press conferences that we've seen since Friday to now, we don't seem to have clear answers to those numbers, but we continue talking about the education model, the health model, all of that is fine. But today, even viewers and citizens of this country would be looking for specific answers. If there is nothing wrong, why not just give answers as far as those numbers are concerned?
Let me start with this, that it's ironical that a party that was born after India Against Corruption, led by Anna Hazare, who has been advocating prohibition all his life, is now answering questions. The Aam Aadmi Party is answering questions related to taking liquor to the gullies and the nooks of Delhi. And their issues are very, very, very different. They have an issue that the Lieutenant Governor asked them to modify the bill that they had originally presented in concern to non-conforming areas. I don't know why they had to scrap it, only because DD and MCA or MCB were involved. In non-conforming areas, they were asked that all those people who are going to set up shops should also take permissions from MCB and DDA. And that was by the Lieutenant Governor. It is a very thoughtful, introduction to the bill. And I don't understand, in no part of the country do we see a downfall when it comes to revenue generation from alcohol or from liquor or from wine. And when you're selling 87, when your sales goes up 87%, your income reduces of a state government. And for what joy are you giving a waiver to alcohol and for setting up shops? For liquor, it is a luxury. It is not an essential commodity. No government in this country ever gives any form of concession when it comes to giving licenses for setting up shops. One fails to understand that a state which has been, I was very surprised when Atishi came up with a statement, the best, education minister of this country reaches schools at 6 when it starts at 8. That is another debate. But who gives them the certificate of best education minister when their passing percentage of 10th is below 90, while the entire state in
Well, we'll
countries
keep
is
that
94.
for another day. I just want some clarity. And Priyanka, I want to come back to you and I'll try and rephrase what I asked you earlier. I just want to understand, even if I keep the quid pro quo allegations aside, I'm just essentially trying to understand, if you're defending the excise policy, why was it suspended then? Why did you go back to an older model? And more importantly, why was the LG not kept in the loop? Because that's where the red flags were raised.
Pratama, we've answered this question several times, including it's available on our official pages. Saurabh Bharadwaj piece is available, point by point rebuttal to all these allegations. I'm saying this because the show will not permit me to go extensively into the issue. But I'll try and answer this too as briefly as possible, as much time permits.
Sure.
So, Ridhima, what happened is that, you saw recently, there was one, the analyst very correctly mentioned that LG gave one suggestion of unauthorized and authorized colonies, and that was one reason. There is that reason, which I'll not come into. It seems that the panel is aware of that reason. Second reason was that because there were so many agencies which were left behind the vendors, which were left behind the public officials. We see that there is a FIR now which names so many public officials. No public official wanted to come forward and auction these shops anymore. No vendor wanted to come forward and take these shops anymore. Therefore, we saw a gradual decline of shops, and therefore we saw revenue loss. And in fact, there are more reasons. I request everybody to go on the Aam Party page on Twitter or on Facebook, and there's a point-by-point rebuttal to all of these false allegations, which find no place in the FIR, but which find place in BJP's narrative.
No, so you're saying we can go to your social media handles, but I quickly want to understand, what was the crux of Aam Aadmi Party wanting to go back to the older model if that's so much faith in the current?
No, that is why, because now the business was suffering when the shops had to shut shop because there was so much vendetta, because there were so many agencies behind the vendors as well as the public officials in the auctioneering process. One had to do this. It's in suspension for 6 months. Let me also say that it's in suspension for 6 months, and the old policy has been brought in until then.
Okay. Charu Pragya, so the Aam Aadmi Party is saying it's only in suspension for 6 months and you let law take its own course. If something comes out of it, we'll be more than happy to cooperate with it. But I want to go back to the point, which is the criticism against the BJP, which is as far as, the misuse of agencies is concerned. The sense within the Aam Aadmi Party is that this is just a frustrated and rattled BJP because the Aam Aadmi Party is doing so well. The Delhi model is being recognized globally. The kind of success that they've seen in Punjab, and also now this has become a bigger political battleground as well. That for 2024, one second Charu, that for 2024, till a few years ago, there was no real opposition. But today, Arvind Kejriwal is the only man who can take in Narendra Modi. And because of all of that, you're seeing the BJP unleash these agencies on the AAP ministers.
So, Ridhima, Aam Aadmi Party should change its name to Bichari Party, because they will talk about all their policies and paint it golden till we question them. And the minute we question them, they will say, हम बड़े बेचारे हैं, हम तो बहुत अच्छा काम कर रहे थे, आपकी वजह से हमारा काम खराब हो गया. So they need to think about the fact that liquor policy भी बहुत अच्छी थी, जब तक we questioned it, and then they had to become बेचारे and they had to change it and roll it back. But to answer your question, and at the risk of repeating myself, the same thing was said for Satyendra Jain. But do you realize even the courts are not releasing him? Do you realize that the investigation has to be deep enough and serious enough for the courts to not grant him bail? Also, the Aam Aadmi Party leaders need to keep their stories correct. As Varun pointed out, schools don't open at 6 a.m. And also, Manish ji had openly said that his phone was confiscated by the CBI. Now he's saying phone पे call आया था party join करने के offer के साथ. So at least मेरा उनको सुझाव है, while you play the बेचारा card, keep your stories correct and straight.
Okay. Ashpreet, I want to bring you in. The concern today for any citizen who's living in the national capital is that what's happening with the state government, minister after minister, health minister already in jail. It's a possibility that the education minister could be arrested as well. And I agree with the point that Charu is making, that why does Satyendra Jain continue to be in jail? Why hasn't been able to get bail? Isn't this damaging enough for the Aam Aadmi Party to bring out more clarity as far as the numbers are concerned?
See, most definitely, Aam Aadmi Party, one by one, the leaders are being exposed, and 2-3 leaders in Punjab have already gotten exposed, and the rest, the tip of the iceberg has already fallen. The house of cards has already started to fall. Very soon, you'll see the Aam Aadmi Party shatter. As far as Mr. Sisodia is concerned, there are a few questions that the Aam Aadmi Party hasn't answered or hasn't been able to answer. The first one is, and why have they favored large distribution companies in the first place? This specific requirement that the turnover has to be of at least, rather, over 150 crores for the last 3 years. How did they come to this conclusion that it has to be this much? And number two, was it a conscious decision taken by the Delhi's ministers, including Mr. Sisodia, which led to, a monopoly? And number four, it's very convenient for the Aam Aadmi Party to say that, we were invited by a certain party for a certain something. But it's a fact-free argument because there is no proof at all whatsoever. Aam Aadmi Party has become accustomed to making arguments which are fact-free. And number five, New York Times and, all the other things that they've been talking about. Has anyone asked Aam Aadmi Party if that news was paid for? Because apparently Aam Aadmi Party has a big budget for news channels. And as far as this news goes, what connection does it possibly have with this case? Can Delhi government not do one good thing and also do corruption at the same time? I mean, they're in the government, they have money, they'll obviously
Okay, so
I
don't want to get into the merit of the article of what some publication wanted to go and print. That's their own prerogative, but I want to stay through the merits of the case. And Priyanka, that's a valid point that Ashpreet is making, which is that at a time when serious concerns are being raised and allegations are being raised, and look at the numbers, that 37.5% was the revenue shortfall in Q1 of the current fiscal, which amounted to losses to the exchequer. Why are the comparisons being drawn to what you're doing as far as education and health is concerned? Wouldn't it be better and beneficial for the Aam Aadmi Party to debunk all these claims and then, put those badges of honor on yourselves?
Rhythm, I just explained also why the revenue shortfall was. It's surprising that I have to go on being repetitive. I'm sure the viewers are very smart. They would have understood. Secondly, Ridhima, the problem really began when, Aam Aadmi Party secured a 28% vote share in Surat, which is the BJP ka Gad in Gujarat, and 21% vote share in Gandhinagar. That is when the problem really began. Because, if excise policy is really an issue, the CBI should really be knocking at the doors of those people with political sanrakshan who are able to manufacture illegal, who are able to run a illegal, illicit business of liquor in Gujarat, which is some reports claim that 25,000 crore business every year. And, it is an open fact, open secret, where the drugs are caught in Gujarat, about 60,000 crores in recent times, in the last year that I read the news reports. So the CBI would ideally be there. But this vote share that has come up in Gujarat and Gandhinagar, which is the Gad of BJP, that is where the problem has begun. It is extremely unfortunate when I was listening to the Congress spokesperson, but I guess that is why they are at zero for the past 3 times. जब खुद पे हो रही है तो they celebrate when the they खुद पे हो रही थी ये टायर जला रहे थे सड़कों पे जब इनके यहाँ पर you know what happened with the ED and CBI and at that time Rajya Sabha Sansad, please let me finish. I didn't interrupt. Let me finish. I know you have the brief of not letting me complete, but let me finish. Aam Aadmi Party, Sanjay Singh ji was sitting amongst the machhar for 50 hours to ensure कि महंगाई पे चर्चा हो पाए. You know, the charcha should really be that why a normal citizen, if you earn 25,000 rupees per
Priyanka,
day,
you've made your
you are in
point.
the
The
top
criticism
10%.
against the BJP is that because you want to use distraction tactics and not really talk about the real issues, which is unemployment and joblessness, and that is why you're unleashing these agencies as far as the Aam Aadmi Party is concerned. I want to take in a quick word from Varun, and I actually want to give the final word to Priyanka again with a question. But Varun, I just want to understand, as I said, at the cost of sounding repetitive, between these, back-to-back press conferences that we've seen, we haven't really heard anything concrete as far as what led to these allegations and whether there was quid pro quo. Other than that, we're seeing these badges of honor given by the Aam Aadmi Party to themselves. Today, we heard that Manish Sisodia, in fact, should be given a Bharat Ratna.
So that is very funny. When it comes to a movie, they say YouTube pe dal do. When we ask for clarification, they say Twitter pe dal diya hai. Then they say their MLAs have given up all the answers. But when we go and dwell deeper, we find no answers over here. No explanation why. No explanation why 144 crore rupees is waived.
Okay.
No explanation.
Priyanka, I've completely run out of time. I would have wanted to give you an opportunity to tell me what is that opportune time that the Aam Aadmi Party is waiting for to give us that proof which has been made as far as the BJP is concerned. But I've completely run out of time. This is a big story that we'll continue to track here at CNN News 18. It's a wrap from my side. Plain Speak is up next.
Good evening, everyone. Thanks a lot for staying with us. You're watching Plain Speak with me, Shivani Gupta. The Delhi government Liquorgate scandal has taken a turn for the absurd, but also for the very dramatic. As the man in the eye of the storm and accused number one in the Delhi excise policy scam probe, Manish Sisodia has come out and claimed that the BJP offered him chief minister's post. They wanted him to dump the Aam Aadmi Party, a party he was a founding member of, bring down the others, including Arvind Kejriwal, and switch to the BJP if he wanted to save himself from the case. BJP, of course, has laughed it off. Today, both Sisodia and Arvind Kejriwal were in campaigning mode in Gujarat, and they batted on the front foot despite facing several serious allegations, both in the excise case and earlier in Satyendra Jain's case as well. Kejriwal, remember, is backing both party men. Is there any truth to Sisodia's claims? After all, the Aam Aadmi Party is one whose members have shot and scooted several times in the past, including Kejriwal himself, who has had to apologize after making allegations against others. This time, though, they claim they have proof. Is this an attempt to divert attention from the probe itself? Why is the Aam Aadmi Party not answering specific questions over the policy and the allegations in the FIR? There are gaping holes, really. Can politics evade your accountability? We will take those questions to our guests in just a bit, but first let me break down a couple of things. Here is what both sides are saying as far as this offer charge is concerned. Manish Sisodia's charge is that the BJP asked me to break the Aam Aadmi Party and also offered him the chief minister's position. The BJP, of course, has hit back saying that we have no place for corrupt people like him. Well, that's not something that will even stand the test of time. But Sisodia's charge is that BJP promised that the CBI ED cases will be withdrawn. Now, that's a very serious allegation. The BJP, of course, has hit back that why is the Aam Aadmi Party silent about the liquor policy reversal? Why are they not answering the specifics? Sisodia says that I have proof of BJP's messages, but they will be revealed in time. It looks like they're waiting for the right time. Why? One does not know. Finally, BJP has also said that Sisodia is scared of the CBI and hence he's trying to drag in the BJP. This, of course, is likely to become a big talking point for the upcoming Gujarat elections, where the Aam Aadmi Party feels it can give a fight to the BJP. But that's not the only state outside of Delhi where this controversy and scam is now raging. It has even touched Telangana, when the BJP shockingly accused K. Kavita, daughter of Chief Minister KCR. Now, these are the allegations that they have made against her. That Kavita facilitated meetings of liquor barons with Aam Aadmi Party leaders. K. Kavita expectedly has said that allegations made by the BJP are completely baseless. The BJP has said that she arranged 4.5 crore bribe for Sisodia. That was eventually meant for Sisodia. Of course, K. Kavita has said that she has nothing to do as far as this liquor scam is concerned. BJP alleges that she has a big role in all that went down. She has had several meetings to suggest that. We are yet to see any proof of that, though. Of course, investigation is ongoing. Finally, K. Kavita has said and has thrown down the gauntlet that the BJP is messing with the wrong people. She has also initiated defamation proceedings over her name being dragged into it. But the big debate today is on Sisodia's claim of an offer from the BJP. Is this not an attempt to divert the attention from the probe? Because that's really all that Delhiites and the people across the country should be concerned with. Some more reactions from through the day and then we debate.
दो पार्ट थे उस मैसेज के कि एक तो आपके खिलाफ जितने ईडी के सीबीआई के केस चल रहे हैं इनको सबको खत्म कर दिया जाएगा और दूसरा है कि आप बीजेपी ज्वाइन करके पार्टी तोड़ के बीजेपी ज्वाइन कर लीजिए और हम आपको सीएम बना देंगे।
मनीष सिसोदिया जी जैसा भ्रष्टाचार का आरोप है, भारतीय जनता पार्टी ऐसे भ्रष्टाचारियों को सजा दिलाने के लिए कार्य करती है।
सब नाराज हैं कि मनीष सिसोदिया को गलत तरीके से सताया जा रहा है। उनको अब 3-4 दिन में इनको गिरफ्तार कर लेंगे। गिरफ्तार करने का क्या नतीजा होगा? 3 महीने 4 महीने तक शिक्षा व्यवस्था सफर करेगी। किसके फायदे में है ये? पूरा केस फर्जी है।
एक्यूज्ड नंबर 1 मनीष सिसोदिया कहने लगे कि मेरे पास एक संदेश आया है भाजपा का, जिनकी नीयत खोटी है, सोच छोटी है, उनको कोई क्या तोड़ेगा।
देखिए, भारतीय जनता पार्टी ने मनीष सिसोदिया जी को रीच आउट किया। अगर वो भारतीय जनता पार्टी में शामिल हो जाते हैं तो नंबर 1 सीबीआई ईडी के सारे केस उनके खिलाफ बंद कर दिए जाएंगे।
जैसे जैसे मनीष सिसोदिया इस एक्साइज स्कैम में फंसते जा रहे हैं, गवाह सामने आ रहे हैं, डर गए हैं, घबरा गए हैं। आज कहा बीजेपी ने कहा कि बीजेपी ज्वाइन कर लो।
Well, it's a no-holds-barred fight and it looks like it is going to touch some new point every day. Let me go across to the guests who are joining us. Vineet Goenka of the BJP, Siddharth from the Aam Aadmi Party, Neeja Chaudhary, senior journalist, and Sandeep Ghosh, political commentator, also joining us on the show. Siddharth, I'm coming to you first up. On Friday, the Aam Aadmi Party representative on this show, on my show, said that the BJP wants to break the party. That's the first time I had heard it, and I even asked her that, where is this coming from? Why did Manish Sisodia wait till today to make that allegation when a party spokesperson was already making it on Friday? Siddharth, can you hear me?
Yeah. This is BJP's modus operandi of trying to break opposition is not new. Operation Kamala in Karnataka started in 2009 and the latest episode of it has happened in Maharashtra just a few weeks ago. So BJP has always been trying to break Aam Aadmi Party, even during our first stint when we had only 28 MLAs. Then even then BJP has been trying to break the Aam Aadmi Party. Now, if BJP is alleging that Manish Sisodia is corrupt, then how come BJP is reaching out to him and making him the face of BJP? That's
well, we don't know that. That's a claim of yours.
BJP itself says that Manish
We don't
Sisodia
know that,
is corrupt.
Siddharth. Let's not talk about it like it is an established fact just yet. But Siddharth, I think you didn't hear my question.
No, that's not my claim. That's not my claim. That's a fact. That's a fact.
How?
That's a fact. That's a fact.
How?
That's a fact. The established. Please come again. Please come again and I answer to the specific question.
You are saying that this is a fact that the BJP wants to bring Manish Sisodia over to their camp. I'll come back to that in just a bit. But the question I began by asking you was that the Aam Aadmi Party representative on my show on Friday said the same thing. Why did Manish Sisodia wait till today to make this claim? Or that too on Twitter?
Aam Aadmi Party, as I clearly said, that BJP trying to break opposition parties is nothing new. It started in 2009 with Operation Kamal in Karnataka. It continues till a few weeks ago in Maharashtra. Trying to break Aam Aadmi Party has been going on with BJP for years now. They reached out to Manish Sisodia only recently, and the moment somebody reached out to Manish Sisodia personally, reaching out to Aam Aadmi Party and reaching out to Manish Sisodia are two different things. Reaching out to Aam Aadmi Party MLAs has been going on. It's in public domain for the last 10 years. They have had the guts and the courage to reach out to Manish Sisodia only after the CBI search at his home,
all right.
and then they tell him, they have the guts to tell Manish Sisodia that please come over to us. You can become the face of Aam Aadmi Party, of BJP in Delhi, and we will make sure that all the cases will be withdrawn.
Okay.
Now,
Let's come to the point that you were making, that this is an established fact. How have you established? How have you established that this advance was made to Manish Sisodia?
That the BJP has to answer. Now, who managed to speak to Mr. Shuvendu Adhikari? Who managed to speak to Mr. Baijayant Panda? Who managed to speak to Mr. Narayan Rane? All these people, BJP had gone hammer and tongs against these people on their corruption, including.
But sir, if you are making the allegation that Manish Sisodia has been invited, then you have to prove it, no?
Sharma, be it Shuvendu Adhikari, be it Baijayant Panda, the same person, the same gang of people. Yeah, that's what I'm proving, that the same gang of people who reached out to these people have reached out to Manish Sisodia, saying that we have accommodated these people in our party. They are in powerful positions. I am giving you an offer that please join our party, break
Sir, that's fine. I take your claim, but how have you proved it? You understand what a proof is? You saying it is not proof. Anyways, let me bring in Vineet Goenka. Vineet Goenka, respond to what Siddharth is saying.
Ram Ram to you and all the viewers who are watching this. There is a very old saying which I think Aam Aadmi Party spokesperson and the representatives have to answer. इस इधर उधर की बात न कर, ये बता काफिला क्यों लूटा, कैसे लूटा और कहाँ लूटा और कितने में लूटा. They have to tell the facts. I'm going to put in front of you dates which will tell you something. And like that, if Siddharth has some evidences, he should put it. September 4, 2020, the new liquor policy comes in existence. 5th February 2021, the Delhi cabinet sits and you have multiple ministers in that. Manish Sisodia is there, Kailash Gehlot is there, Satyendra Jain is there. March 22nd, 2021, again there is a cabinet meeting. April 15, 2021, there is a movement from Chief Minister's office, Deputy Chief Minister's office to LG. LG rejects it, sends it with observations, and I will tell you 6 observations. May 21st, 2021, again there is a cabinet meeting. June 23rd, 2021, there is one more cabinet meeting. November 5th, 2021, there is one more cabinet meeting. Now, why did I tell you these dates? These are the dates when Delhi was going through the first wave and the second wave of COVID. People were dying. Aam Aadmi Party, Manish Sisodia, Arvind Kejriwal, Kailash Gehlot, Satyendra Jain, they were not interested in solving the problem of the patients, COVID. They were interested in selling liquor. दारू बेचने में ज़्यादा इंटरेस्ट था. And as far as Mr. Siddharth, he was talking about Operation Kamla. Let me tell you about Operation Destroy. Operation Destroy has 4D from Aam Aadmi Party. Number 1, derogatory remark. Make derogatory remark about anybody, then go and ask apology. Be it be Sanjay Singh in the parliament, be it be Arvind Kejriwal for Jetli ji or Nitin ji. 2, increase the dropout ratio so the next generation is destroyed. 3rd, increase the drinking so that the next generation is destroyed. And then deception. ये नहीं हुआ, वहाँ नहीं हुआ, इन्होंने उनको संपर्क किया. Let me give you one more figure. Times of India, 1st February 2019. 66% of the students who failed in Delhi government schools were not re-admitted. I'll tell you the numbers. 1,55,436 students failed. 52,582 were only given admission. 1,02,854 students were out. I'm giving you numbers, date when the report was printed. let my friend from Aam Aadmi Party give me dates like this.
No,
So I
no,
have
but
given you
we are
dates
not
of the
discussing
cabinet
their
meetings which
education
are
model.
there. I have given
This
you the
whole
dates of
thing
the
that
dropout
because
students, the
there is
date of
a
that.
very
And if
good
you want
education
more,
model in
I
the
have
national
legal data
capital,
also. You give me 3
that's
minutes,
why
I'll give you
this
this
is
data
happening.
also.
I am
So
not
now these
discussing that
people
at
have
all.
Operation Destroy.
No, Vineet,
in hand.
I am not
They will
discussing
destroy
that
the
at
next
all.
generation by giving them liquor. They will destroy the next generation with, dropping out in the schools.
I got it. I got your point. But please respond to the specific charge. They're saying they have proof. They will release it at an opportune time. They're also allowed to do politics on this.
किस कब फोन किया था? बस बहुत सिंपल है. Tell the name. Forget about the recordings. I'm simple. Just tell who has done it.
I think
These are
Siddharth
the
is
people who
responding
give
to
written
you.
apology in the court. You want to believe them? These are the people who want our generations to die by drinking. These are the people who throw out the girls' children out of the school. Sir, I never spoke when you were speaking. Don't try that with me. Come out with your facts. I have given you the dates. I have given you the data. If you have data and dates, tell that. Don't try to speak in between.
No, you are asking him directly name who is the person who made the
Speak in
call.
between,
Siddharth,
you
the
will
ball
not
is
become
in
a
your
lawyer.
court.
If you
Respond.
have data, give it. Else hide your face somewhere else. Very simple. Do you have data? Do you have the date of the person or the name of the person who has called you?
We are saying on record that the same
नाम बताइए ना
gang of people who reached out to Mr.
Tell the name.
Hemant Biswa Sharma when
What
he was
same
in
person?
Congress.
Tell the name.
and
Why
he
are you
was,
shying? Tell the name.
He was harassed. He was alleged as a corrupt person and then joined into BJP.
I have given you a date.
The same gang of people
February
who
5th.
spoke about
Kailash
Bajaj
Gehlot,
Panda as a
Manish
corrupt
Sisodia,
person
Satyendra Jain
and then ensured
sat
that
and
he
signed the
joined
document in the
BJP.
cabinet.
The
Give me
same
the dates
people
like
who
this.
reached out to Narayan Rana
I
as
am
a
giving you
corrupt
specific
person
data.
and then joined him into BJP.
You know how many girl
The
children were
same
thrown out of the
persons
school
have
by
reached
you
out to
guys?
Manish Sisodia
Let me give you the
also.
data. 8,827 girl students failed in 9th standard of Delhi schools and they were never given an admission again. Give me data like this, sir. The audience who are listening are not fools. And this time you cannot come out and apologize. सिद्धार्थ जी मुंह छुपाने के लिए जगह नहीं है. दारू बेचने में शर्म नहीं आती आप लोगों को? जनरेशन को बर्बाद करते हैं. और क्या डिफेंड करें आप खुद को? कोविड के समय पे दवाई नहीं देते थे, दारू बेचते थे. Which are these dates? April 15, 2021. Peak of COVID. And you were doing cabinet meetings for दारू. दलाली की भी हद होती है. बेशर्मी की हद होती है.
दारू बेचने की बात कर रहे हो, as far as दारू बेचने की बात हम लोग कर रहे हैं, उत्तर प्रदेश में भी दारू बिकती है. उत्तर प्रदेश में भी दारू बिकती है, मध्य प्रदेश में भी दारू बिकती है. उत्तर प्रदेश और मध्य प्रदेश
दलाली कोई नहीं लेता है.
बेच रहे हैं और आम आदमी
आप
पार्टी
लोग
नहीं
और
बेच रही
कोविड
है,
के पीरियड में
भाजपा बेच
शर्म है
रही
क्या?
है.
सिद्धार्थ जी, how will you go and face your family? I'm sure your family will be watching this TV.
कौन दारू बेच रहा है सर? गुजरात है आप.
Okay, let me come in. 1 second. I'll come back to our political representatives in just a bit. Neerja, I'm coming to you first up. Will it suffice? Vineet ji, I'll come back to you. Vineet ji, I'll come back to you.
You want data?
Vineet ji, I'll come back to you.
Who got 1 crore rupees
Sir,
from?
wait a second, please. Wait a second.
Who is the relative of Manish?
Neerja
Sisodia
ji,
who got 1 crore rupees?
will it suffice the Aam Aadmi Party and Sisodia making this claim and kind of, hijacking the entire narrative with this claim? Or will they have to put their money where their mouth is? Because in the past, they've made similar allegations. Not similar maybe, but, allegations against people and then nothing has happened of them. This time around, if it is true, what are they waiting for?
Look, one thing is clear, we need more information, more hard facts. So far, it's, allegations and counter allegations. We need to know more to come to any definitive viewpoint. Now, it is true that the BJP as a party on the rise, Narendra Modi enjoying the kind of clout he has in the country today, that a large number of people who don't see a future in their existing parties will gravitate to this party. And the BJP has certainly been poaching. Many people have gone over. Now, obviously, if there was any substance in the possibility of Sisodia moving over, then it's an operation that's gone horribly wrong. That much is also clear with the allegations and the way it's happening. The second thing it tells you is there is now a no-holds barred battle between the BJP and the Aam Aadmi Party. I think the BJP now feels the Congress is a force written off. They don't need to worry too much about it. They're focusing on the regional parties. Mr. J.P. Nadda has said as much that we want an India without regional parties. And Aam Aadmi Party is one of those parties, it's a newbie, and yet it's in power in 2 states, and it has its eye now
from what Kejriwal has said, in 9 states till 2024.
Right.
I personally don't think that they pose a challenge to Narendra Modi and the BJP in 24. But yes, 10 years, 15 years down the line, they may well come to occupy the space that Congress once had.
Yeah, and
also,
they do benefit from the Congress's decline, mostly.
Decline. They do benefit from the Congress's
decline. And in states where there's a direct BJP Congress fight, they have their best opportunities. I will just put a rider there, Neeja ji, that before Uttarakhand also we were being told that the AAP is gaining a lot. We saw the results. It didn't quite turn out to be like that. So a lot of this is also Hawabazi, right? Before Gujarat and Himachal.
You will move incrementally after all. It's a huge country.
Yeah.
And to have a presence pan-India will take some doing. Even if you're determined, people turn to you, repose their trust in you. I will just finish with one thing that is tantalizing for me. In July of last year, I met a senior BJP leader. And that person had told me, you wait and see, the Aam Aadmi Party is going to split.
Okay.
That was a very interesting thing as you were talking today. That conversation I went back to. So I mean,
is this charge believable?
They will want to weaken the Aam Aadmi Party.
No doubt. That's politics. I think it's clear that each party will try to weaken the other. Whoever is in a more powerful position will succeed than the ones who are not so powerful. But Neeja ji, my only question is, why are they waiting to put out the proof? If Manish Sisodia was able to put out the proof today, this entire accusation also, for example, this ED, the case also, they will come out looking better. What are they waiting for?
I think, as you yourself said, they may be waiting for an opportune moment. Or, in operations like this, you don't have things in writing. It's all very oral. What is promised.
They're saying they have an audio recording.
Well, if they have an audio recording, then obviously they're waiting for an opportune moment to release it.
Sandeep Ghosh, what do you think? Do you believe this charge or this claim by the Aam Aadmi Party that of all people, Manish Sisodia is being attempted to be poached?
Shivani, thanks for getting back to me. First of all, I must congratulate Siddharth for putting Vineet, if I got the names right, totally off track with this discussion about education and other stuff, and got him into that same discussion. And that's a strategy which Aam Aadmi Party, I think, is employing with some degree of success. But at the same time, I think there is a gross underestimation of the intelligence of the general public and their credulity to think that they are not looking through the arguments. At least Congress talks of 2 generations away, says we are Nehru's descendant. Mr. Sisodia talks of I am Rana Pratap's descendant. Ordinary people don't get carried away by that. They would look at facts. So I'm very amazed. Even if we accept, okay, let's say BJP does this, everybody, and Mr. Sisodia has got an offer. I don't see if earlier they said they purchase other parties' leaders, so why didn't they come with the cash bag earlier? They had to wait for now. Those, let's keep them aside. All of that may be true. But what's preventing Aam Aadmi Party to come down, make a very pointed presentation, taking each of the allegations one by one and answering it, rather than getting into the issue of whether Manish Sisodia is the best education minister in the world or he deserves a Bharat Ratna? I submit, even if he is a Bharat Ratna holder or a Nobel Prize.
That's not a defense for corruption.
No, if there is something happening, he has to be investigated.
Yeah, absolutely.
You cannot.
And especially a party that was born out of the, India Against Corruption movement. Caesar's wife has to be above suspicion. So you have to actually submit yourself even more. And you should be prepared to come out with facts and figures, as Vineet was saying and as Sandeep is saying, Siddharth, on the excise policy. Stick to the subject. The Aam Aadmi Party is talking about everything else under the sun.
If I may add, Aditi,
absolutely. Shall I answer to Sandeep on the excise policy per se?
Okay, Mr. Ghosh wants to finish his point, Siddharth, then you come in.
You see, normally people play the victim card after the act. They are kind of doing it preemptively. They're putting the card forward even before the act has happened, and they think that'll benefit them in the elections in Gujarat. That's why Arvind Kejriwal is going on predicting Manish Sisodia will be arrested tomorrow. The after tomorrow, I'll be arrested, and trying to build, that kind of a case.
Yeah,
even
they said so
before.
for Satyendra Jain too. Remember what they said? He's Prabhari of Himachal Pradesh, which is why he's under attack. Okay, Siddharth, why not answer the specifics?
Yeah, exactly. I'll answer to the specific question of the expert who was speaking about the excise policy. One thing is very clear, that in this country, if any policy is to be opposed, there are three avenues where these policies can be opposed. The first avenue of opposition of any policy, if it is a wrong policy, is the legislature or the floor of the House. The second avenue where a policy can be opposed by any aggrieved person is challenging that policy in a court of law. Or the third avenue of challenging any policy, if that policy is wrong, is to ensure that mobilize people and bring them on the street. If the liquor policy of Delhi is wrong, how come BJP has chosen not to exercise any of these three avenues? It is not challenging this policy on the floor of the Delhi Vidhan Sabha. It is not challenging this policy as wrong in a court of law. It is not mobilizing people on the ground. It is not bringing people on the ground. It is just hurting the federal structure of this nation.
I don't get it.
If Tamil Nadu comes up with a policy which the BJP doesn't agree with, can they send the ED or the CBI to the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu's place in Chennai and say that this policy is wrong and that is why I am hounding you with
No, that is not how this works. First of all, Delhi is not a state. Delhi is a union territory.
Absolutely, Delhi is a state. Delhi is a state. Delhi is a state. We can stand corrected on that. Delhi is a state. Delhi is a state. And excise policy falls under the Delhi government.
Okay.
No.
Okay, both Sandeep and Vineet want to respond to you. No, I am Sandeep, I'll come to you. Vineet ji, I'll give you the moment after that. I am surprised. First, the Aam Aadmi Party said this is a great policy. Then it said actually it was great, but the LG made last minute changes. It is not so great anymore. Then they said actually whatever happened wrong was because of the LG's interference. Now they're saying this policy is the greatest again. I'm confused, frankly.
Yeah, Shivani,
Sandeep.
let me correct.
No, this is a consistent policy.
Okay, Siddharth, I'll come back to you. Sandeep.
One point of order. BJP did not CBI. Just wait a minute, Siddharth. BJP did not go to CBI. It is a chief secretary's report which the LG has acted asking CBI to come in. And second point, you must give credit to the Congress. They were the first people to raise this issue about this policy. They went to the chief secretary, the LG chief secretary, everybody made petition. BJP was the last to come in only after the CBI raids have happened. So he needs to get his chronology correct and get the facts correct. And this very important point, he should not say LG. And
I'm just shocked that this argument that you either do protest or you go to court or you go to the assembly is coming once again from a party that stood for corruption, against corruption. Corruption, if it is highlighted by anybody, why should you object?
Yeah. What is the corruption charge?
That is what the probe will find.
Exactly. The FIR today states that the CBI's FIR only says that they have come to know through sources about some deal regarding 1 crore rupees.
That's one part of it. Sir, that's one part of it. The CS has given a full report on how this policy was implemented wrongly. There's a cabinet note.
Shivani, in that FIR, there is only the corruption angle. The FIR is speaking only, the CBI is only saying.
So that will be found out, no? Let the investigation happen. No, let's discuss what you said about how an investigation can happen and how you can raise an objection towards the policy. I got that point. Let Vineet Goenka come in. Okay. Siddharth, I got your point. Let Vineet respond. Vineet, is he right?
Mr. Siddharth, you will have to allow others to speak, please.
Yeah, only Vineet now, yes.
Ma'am, he talked about 4 places to oppose.
3 places.
This gentleman is exactly a replica of Arvind Kejriwal, who can speak any lie. I myself, under the leadership of President of Delhi, we went to Jantar Mantar and we staged Dharna. Rambir Biduri ji raised it in the parliament, in the assembly.
Right.
Adesh Gupta, Rambir Biduri and other MLAs met LG. All that in July 2021. There were several agitations done outside the house of Mr. Kejriwal. So Mr. Siddharth, before you speak, check the dates. And you know that I bring dates in front. You want me to dates when our people spoke in the house and our people met the LG, our people met, did dharnas outside this thing. I can give you entire list here. I'll publish my photographs tomorrow itself on Twitter. So please apologize. Don't speak in between, sir. I never spoke in between. I'll give you direct examples. 30 crore rupees been returned from
No,
deposits.
Siddharthji, not like this.
Following the
Siddharthji, not like
procedures.
this. Let Vineet finish.
Blacklist companies been given tenders.
Yes.
You violated tender documents. You gave relaxation of rupees 50 per box of foreign liquor to increase drinking here. You reduce the age of drinking. You reduce the number of dry days. You increase the number of shops. There was DP violation. There was time and again 79 total conversation which we wanted to do with the Chief Minister. I am repeating, and if you want me to give you dates, we have the dates, sir. I don't shout like you, sir, because I have data in front of me, and I don't get hackled also. People like you meet me every day. I repeat the dates. 4th September 2000, you sat down to do liquor policy discussion. 15th April
Okay, that is fine. No, Vineetji, we went into that.
You sent the paper to LG and LG
one second, Vineet Goenka, just wait 1 second. I'm very amused with this shifting of the goalpost. Neeja Chaudhary, I'm coming to you. Do you feel this is a good enough defense that if you wanted to oppose a policy, there are only 3 avenues to do it? And frankly, I don't think protesting and mobilizing on the ground is some sort of a legitimate way to challenge a policy. You can mobilize and the policy may have nothing wrong. You cannot mobilize, the policy may be bad. So that I'm cancelling out. That's a very, very poor defense. But through the assembly or through courts, Neeja Chaudhary, is that a good defense for the Aam Aadmi Party?
Look, I would say certainly assembly, and when serious allegations have been made, I would think certainly you and I, as citizens of India, want to know what are the facts. What is it? What is the charge that's being made? What do you have to say as a political party? And of course, I can understand as a political party, your response today is political. What you're saying is they're targeting us because we are claimants also for 2024.
Right.
We are going to challenge them in 2024. That is why they are targeting us. Now, that may be true or not true, but certainly people of India will want to know from the Aam Aadmi Party leadership, what was the policy? How was it implemented? You know, how do you meet the serious charges that have been leveled against you?
Including waivers, including people who shouldn't have got multiple zone licenses, including blacklisted firms. These are specific charges. The Aam Aadmi Party can talk about all of this and we are all ears. But you cannot say that because this has not come through courts, because this has not come through legislative assembly, where the Aam Aadmi Party has a brute majority. Let's not forget. I have seen personally Delhi Assembly, legislative assembly sessions where you've not allowed your opponents to speak.
Shall I answer to Nirja, Shivani? Shall I answer to Nirja?
Okay, I'll give you 30 seconds, sir. I'm running out of time.
I respect Nirja. I respect Nirja ji very much. And
one by one. Siddharth first, then Vineet. Yes.
I'm answering to Nirja ji because she has asked a question as a citizen, and I respect her journalism too much not to answer to that. The simple answer, the simple defense Aam Aadmi Party has is that in the excise policy of Delhi, not a single new liquor vend has been approved. Point number 1. Point number 2, an excise policy which is increasing the revenue of the state government by 1,300 crores. Point number 2, not a single vend being increased, excise revenue increase of 1,300 crores. How can a policy which is bringing in revenue to the state, which is bringing in revenue to the exchequer without increasing a single vending outlet, can it be termed as corruption?
Okay, but then why did you blame the LG? But then why did you blame the LG?
That is why in the FIR of the CBI there is absolutely no discussion about.
I'm running out of time. Vineet Goenka, please respond. 30 seconds only. 30 seconds only.
Only 1 second, Shivani.
Mr. Siddharth is not informed, probably. The number of shops which are increased are more than 800. As I pointed out, in the peak of COVID period, they pushed this multiple times to the LG. LOP spoke in the house and they have to answer why did they return the honest deposit money, which was not supposed to be returned. Why did they enroll blacklisted company? There is also one more allegation. They allowed the vendor to check the quality of the liquor. In this planet, nobody allows a thief to investigate against himself, but they have done that. They have violated the DP rules. Number of shops which opened in the last 3 months in that Delhi. If you just drive down in Delhi, you go by bus, you go by your car, you will see the number of shops which has opened. Mr. Siddharth, you will have to tell people how much money did you get. You have to tell the people whether you are into Operation Destroy, whereby you want to destroy the next generation by offering them drink, throwing them out of, dropping them out of the schooling system. Your derogatory remarks and your deception is now been called off.
I've run out of time. I've run out of time. I thank all of our guests for joining us. We will, of course, have to wait and see whether the Aam Aadmi Party eventually provides any proof that Manish Sisodia has been approached. Shifting our focus to the other big story we're tracking carries huge significance to our national security, especially in context of the hate attacks and beheadings we've been witnessing since the Nupur Sharma Prophet Row broke out. An ISIS suicide bomber was nabbed in Russia earlier today who had plans to visit India and carry out a big terror attack, which included taking out a representative of the ruling party, ruling circle, which means the BJP. The attacker had made his way to Russia from Turkey, where he stayed for nearly 3 months and came in contact with ISIS handler. Firstly, let's lay down the details about the attacker himself. Now, this suicide bomber claims his name is Azamov and that he was born in 1992. That makes him 30 years old. While he stayed in Turkey, he's reportedly an Uzbekistan national. As mentioned earlier, before moving to Russia, he had spent 3 months in Turkey between April to June. And it was during his stay in Turkey that he was recruited by the ISIS. His indoctrination was carried out through Telegram, which is a messaging service. In the video which has been accessed after he was nabbed, the attacker has made some chilling revelations of his anti-India plot. Azamov has revealed that he was tasked with taking revenge over remarks on the Prophet. The attacker also disclosed he was tasked with taking out a representative of the ruling circle. He wasn't working alone. In fact, he said an ISIS handler in India was to provide him with necessary equipments to carry out the attack. Further, he revealed that he underwent special training in Turkey and was acting on command of one Yusuf Taji. So the big debate that's coming up with this ISIS plot thwarted, one thing is clear. The Avenged Prophet design is a global one. We can't be focusing inward alone. What is the best way to deal with this and how serious is this threat is our big debate. Let's go across to our guest. Dr. Roxolana Zygon is geopolitical analyst joining us from Russia. Pathikarat Pine is a geopolitical analyst and security analyst. Jitendra Ojha is also an expert and ex-joint secretary of Government of India who has worked in the sector of security and national security. Dr. Zygon, I'm coming to you first up. What more do we know about the plot that this man had made and how the Russian agencies nabbed him? What more are the Russian agencies telling you?
Good afternoon, colleagues. I'm very glad to join you on this board and to discuss this urgent issue, which is absolutely unprecedented for Russia. And I think it's unprecedented for the relationship between Russia and India. For this very moment, we know not more than information that actually CNN News is obtaining. But I would like to drift our conversation in direction of analytical approach to try to make up an insight. Why did it happen actually? And why did it happen on the territory of Russia? My point of view is that this planned terror attack was actually directed and focused on, it was a kind of signal to the Indian side to drop back, to drift back in its attempts to address the challenges and threats of the counter-terrorism on the international scene these days. And considering the fact that India is chairing a counter-terrorism committee this year, and is going to gather more than 15 of about 15 countries in Delhi, in Mumbai in October, in order to put up on the table, on the round table, these issues on counterterrorism. The conclusion is the following, that this terror attack has been planned in consideration with all these geopolitical implications. And we have to pay a great deal of attention, and I think gratitude to the Federal Security Intelligence Service of the Russian Federation, which has a considerate experience in addressing such kind of challenges and threats.
Yeah. Doctor, before you go on, you said that this was unprecedented for Russia.
Yes.
Do you mean that an ISIS-related terrorist or an accused has not been found in Russia before, or Russian land has not been used by any such operative before? Why do you call it unprecedented?
I call it unprecedented from the point of view that FSB, the Federal Security Service of the Russian Federation, has been quite active in achieving some kind of preliminary, or let's say actions, in order to identify any attempts of such kind of terror attacks organization on the territory of Russia.
Right.
So the preventive actions were quite advanced. That's why for Russia it's absolutely unprecedented act, an unprecedented event.
Yes. All right, Patakir Pine, a lot of, NI raids have been ongoing in the country, especially busting ISIS modules. When such raids happen, there are some people in India who have a very cynical attitude that, these raids are either timed or they are planned in such a way that they happen in certain states before certain big events. Now, this is an event emanating out of Russia and Turkey, which is reminding us of how real the ISIS threat is in India.
I think the ISIS
well, Shivani, I hope those elements, those political parties, those sympathizers actually realize that the threat of ISIS, it's not an orchestration by any agency of India. It's a reality, and this is something which is so profound, which is so sinister and dangerous that it is not just the countries like India or Russia or other countries, but even Muslim majority countries have faced this issue. So and this thing actually adds a different dimension to it, because you have never seen before an incident like this. First of all, ISIS modus operandi after they got defeated in Syria is that they asked their cadres to go back to their respective countries and do carry forward the jihadi extremism in their own countries. Here is the first time there's an incident of somebody probably of Uzbek origin or somebody of another Central Asian origin taking the route from Turkey to Russia and then coming from there to India, perhaps because any kind of flight which comes from Middle East, the suspicion level of the agencies in India far more. So so he was trying to cover up his trail. Coming from Russia would be a little less suspecting. Secondly, of course, he cannot act alone. So there are huge number of sleeper cells, I'm sure, which are present.
Yes.
And of course, the government has done its best in terms of neutralizing them, because he would certainly not be coming from Russia with the bomb itself.
With
the bomb
anything
will be
with him,
fabricated
exactly.
in India.
He was
Yes.
supposed to be
So
provided all other support in India, which
Yes.
is a scary thought.
Yes, so somebody will be giving him shelter, food, somebody will be giving him the logistical services. He would not be proficient with the local language or the terrain. Somebody will teach him that. Somebody will take him to the destination. And of course, perhaps somebody will keep on mentoring him till the last moment. I do presume that he's highly radicalized. So this adds a new dimension. And I think, the shadow boxing that some elements in India keep on doing for these elements is actually what, they feed on, presuming that whatever happens, somebody will always say that no, it was done for political purpose.
For political reasons, yes. The excuses which are made or the rationalization of terror that goes on in India is actually shocking. And I don't think most people have any appetite for it anymore. Because let's not forget, our agencies are working overtime to prevent these threats. The agencies only have to slip up once for an incident to take place. So first of all, let's applaud our agencies, let's support our agencies. Dr. Oja, I'm coming to you as well. What did you make of this entire plot? Via Turkey, to Russia, then India, and you know, there is a sense that is emerging that this whole profit row has increased the threat over India. If the threat didn't exist already, now it is much heightened.
Three things I would say. Firstly, these terror organizations are also constantly innovating upon their methods and strategies at one level, I would say. And whenever they carry out an attack like this, they want to do it in a highly deniable manner. So that's why they have chosen Russia as a destination, as previous panelists also pointed it out, that suspicion levels will be very low and this element of deniability will be very high. But let me tell you one more thing, ma'am, that as far as Turkey is concerned, not me, very large number of Arab journalists have been pointing it out, that good amount of these Al-Qaeda, even ISIS remnants, they have been spotted in Istanbul. Turkish intelligence has been cultivating them. They have been providing some kind of safe and sanctuary for them. And this is where it is quite worrying that notwithstanding Turkey's outward support to Russia or whatever, there is a Chinese patronage to Turkey, and Turkey is trying to use terror as a kind of strategic tool, some of these terror organizations. Of course, ISIS or some organization like this cannot be entirely controlled by whosoever is their mentor, but there's a very strong apprehension at this point of time that Turkish president, under his leadership, his intelligence is trying to build these remnants as a kind of strategic tool. And we know the kind of relationship they share with Pakistan and their ultimate agenda. So we have to be extremely careful. Now you mentioned about this row over profit controversy. I think these elements are constantly looking for opportunities, to justify a terror attack like this. Even if this row was not there, they would. And what is my most worrying aspect is that, a massive infrastructure, covered infrastructure for radicalism, organized crime, and terrorism, which has been continuing. Because propaganda is a very critical part of this terror design, you can say. A good number of these NGOs, so-called mouthpieces who have been criticizing government, that is, they could be, I would say, some kind of passive approvers or active collaborators of terror in this manner. And whatever we are doing, I think we also need to change our strategy. We cannot have the same strategy which Israel has or United States has. And this is why I've written last year that why do we need a very indigenous strategy to handle these things? This strategy has to be low cost and highly effective.
But sir,
so
how
we
do
also
you
need to innovate upon
tackle
this.
radicalization of this kind, which is happening over Telegram, which is happening over WhatsApp or over the internet? How do you tackle it?
Definitely, we cannot, state alone cannot tackle it. That is why we need partnership with some of our civil society groups, including Devband, etc. We have to persuade them, you cannot carry out something like this. We have to get down to communities and then check it. And of course, counter-terror agencies, they have a role, but their role is very tactical in nature. If something is about to happen, you identify, detect, and preempt. And as you said, this is not a healthy situation that, security agencies are under pressure all the time. They are worried. Yes, they can't be kept under duress permanently.
Yes, and that
religion
is used as some sort of a defense, like if Islamist terrorists are getting nabbed, then somehow it is considered Islamophobic or anti-Muslim. No, it's not. I don't think that Muslims benefit from Islamic terror at all. In fact, they suffer the most when Islamic terror strikes are carried out. Doctor, I'm coming back to you, Zygon. Is that this Prophet Rao, if the attack on Salman Rushdie has proved anything, is that, the people who are motivated to avenge any insult to the Prophet, they will do it even 20, 30, 40 years later. That's what the attack on Salman Rushdie is all about. And, what we need to do perhaps is to go to the heart of this problem itself, that avenging a prophet or a god's honor involves bloodshed. People who support that, even tacitly, communities who support that, they have to be isolated.
Yes, exactly. You're absolutely right, saying that we have to look at the core of the problem, at the very heart of this problem. Otherwise, the more our world is becoming divided, and practically we are witnessing this kind of testimonies of the unprecedented uncertainty, disbalance, division, tension, geopolitical rivalry, etc. So it's no wonder that in the context of the current conditions on a global scene, when the whole world system is collapsing, so we can't say that this or another part of the world, this or another power center is Russia, India, China, United States, Europe, etc., that they're ready to look at the core of the problem. This is the issue. There is a great decline of understanding what democracy is all about and how to address, to challenge, to meet those challenges and threats in the world. Right. That's why I think there is only one way to step a few, let's say, to make few steps away from the so-called soft power, hard power, contextual power, etc., and to look at these issues from the point of collaboration, coexistence, co-thinking, co-acting, etc.
Okay.
I think
I'm running out of time, ma'am. I'm sorry I'm interrupting you. Patrikrit, I'll give you 30 seconds. We have to strike at the core, the heart of the problem, which is radicalization fueled by this whole blasphemy concept. It cannot be tolerated.
Yeah.
I think we need...
Shivani,
Patrikrit,
first
yes.
of all, nobody becomes a terrorist in one day. Somebody has to be groomed with fundamentalist education for a long period of time, then radicalized, and some among those who are radicalized, some pick up the guns. The others become overground workers. So number one, we need to strike at the root of these madrasas which have proliferated in a large number. There are thousands of unregistered madrasas. Nobody knows who comes from which country to actually preach over there. Between 2011 to 2013, 25,000 Wahhabis came from Saudi Arabia and other Middle East countries to preach in India. Number two, I don't know what is the purpose of keeping an open border with Nepal that has been exploited to the hilt. First by the ISI, now the demographic shift from Bangladesh is happening via Nepal, and now tomorrow it will be used by ISIS as well.
Okay. Unfortunately, I've run out of time. Patrikrit, I take your point. All our guests, thanks a lot for joining us. We will look to do a larger debate on this issue and what India needs to do, because this challenge is extremely grave for us. Time for a very short break. On the other side, the day's biggest story.
Declared dilapidated by the BMC and had been vacated earlier.
An Indian Air Force contingent has reached Australia to take part in exercise Pitch Black. The biennial multinational exercise hosted by the Royal Australian Air Force will see the participation of over 100 aircraft and 2,500 military personnel from various air forces across the world. Meanwhile, en route to Australia, the French Air Force refueled a Sukhoi 30 MKI fighter. These were jets of the Indian Air Force. It was mid-air, and it's the first time that France has refueled an Indian jet mid-flight during their projection. The IAF thanked France for the mid-air refuel support. 2 Ethiopian Airlines pilots fell asleep while flying from Sudan's Khartoum to the Ethiopian capital Addis Ababa, and they missed their landing. The autopilot system kept the plane cruising at 37,000 feet. The ATC then raised an alert when the flight did not start its descent at the set time. The ATC then tried to contact the pilots, but they couldn't succeed because obviously the pilots were asleep. When the plane overflew the runway, the autopilot disconnected, and that triggered an alarm, which then woke up the pilots. A drunk man brutally thrashed his wife in the middle of a road in Ghaziabad.
The woman can be seen running out on the road while her husband chases her. He drags her by her hair, pushes her on the road and thrashes her. He repeatedly slaps her even as she holds up her arms and begs him to stop. He then pulls her by her hair and covers her mouth so that she doesn't scream. A neighbor comes out to see the commotion and later call the cops. He then drags his wife away, all the while pulling her by her hair. Based on the neighbor's complaint, the police reached the spot and arrested the husband.
A speeding car rammed into 2 children who were on their bicycles in Rajasthan's Hanumangarh. The impact was so strong that both the kids were flung in the air. While the errant driver fled from the scene, the children, both brothers, are suffering serious injuries. Gujarat is reeling under floods and Surat happens to be the worst hit.
Roads turned into rivers, resulting in several vehicles getting submerged. Water even entered people's homes, forcing people to move to higher floors.
हम लोगों को बहुत तकलीफ होता है, पानी इतना आता है ना.
Drone footage shows most of Surat inundated. There is water for as long as the eye can see. Most people remained confined to their homes, but this pregnant woman had to be evacuated from her flooded home. A boat was brought in to take her to a safer location.
Nearly 5 lakh people have been affected by devastating floods in Odisha. People were stuck in neck-deep water waiting to be evacuated. Relief and rescue teams have reached maroon villages on boats and they moved people to safety. Incessant rains have triggered floods across the state. Maharashtra is also reeling under heavy floods after rains pounded the coastal districts.
Several rivers in Maharashtra are in spate after incessant rains for the last 24 hours. Despite dangerous conditions, this group of people decided to cross a river in Nashik. But the water was flowing so fast that they lost their balance. They held each other's hands and managed to cross the river to safety. Similar pictures surfaced from Vidarbha in Maharashtra. Rainwater left roads flooded and entered several homes. Several people were seen wading through knee-deep water. Teams from the National Disaster Response Force were roped in to evacuate people from flooded areas.
A day after he was heckled in Kodagu for questioning the installation of Savarkar posters, Siddaramaiah faced protest in Chikmagaluru as well. Right-wing groups carrying pictures of Savarkar tried to...
Thanks a lot for staying with us. Let's get you a quick check of some of the big stories we're tracking from across the world. Bihar government is facing flack from opposition after a youth protesting over employment was lathi-charged and water cannons were also fired at their group. There was particularly massive anger over the ADM thrashing one youth who was holding the national flag. The BJP cited this incident to target the new Mahagathbandhan, while Deputy CM Tejasvi Yadav has ordered a probe into the matter. It's a big vindication for Kerala governor and massive embarrassment for Kerala government over the Kannur University professor recruitment row. Kerala High Court has stayed the appointment of Priya Varghese as associate professor till August 31. This comes just one day after the governor ordered Kannur VC to put her nomination on hold, alleging nepotism. A clash between police and students erupted in Jaipur during a student election rally for Rajasthan University. According to the police, the supporters of one independent candidate tried to barge into the university despite the model code of conduct in the area during the nomination process. The police had to resort to lathi charge. Campus Front of India slammed BJP government for allegedly saffronizing the education system in Karnataka. CFI said the government is focused on the upcoming elections and are not here to give education. CFI announced nationwide campaign like seminars etc. from August 20 to September 20. This comes amid the ongoing hijab row in the state as well. Gupkar Alliance held an all-party meeting in the valley over electoral revision that proposes to give voting rights to non-locals working or studying in Jammu and Kashmir. All opposition parties unequivocally opposed the new move, which will see close to 25 lakh new voters added to the electoral list. Massive floods have rocked Odisha, leaving several districts reeling under water and low-lying areas being inundated.
तक आपको ये तस्वीरें दिखाने की कोशिश करूंगी कि देखिए आप किस स्थिति में, किस संघर्ष में यहाँ पर लोग जो है वो गुजर बसर कर रहे हैं। हालांकि देखिए ये स्थिति ओडिशा के तमाम गांव की ऐसी ही है, लेकिन ये पूरी के एक गांव में फिलहाल मैं मौजूद हूँ और ये देखिए आप अंदर की तस्वीरें कि किस तरीके से यहाँ पर पूरा का पूरा आशियाना जो है वो पानी में बिखर चुका है। आप देखिए कि कहाँ तक पानी जो है इस पूरे घर में नजर आ रहा है।
Farmer groups staged a protest in the capital today as part of their Mahapanchayat to raise their voice against rising unemployment.
दिल्ली के आसपास के तमाम बॉर्डर्स की जो सड़कें हैं उन पर भारी ट्रैफिक देखने को मिल रहा है। ये तस्वीर आप देखिए, ये अभी समय करीब 9 बजे का है। और ये आपको तस्वीर हम दिखा रहे हैं दिल्ली से सटे गाजीपुर बॉर्डर, जहाँ से गाजियाबाद से वाहन दिल्ली में प्रवेश करते हैं। और आप ये तस्वीरें देखिए, अंदाज़ा लगाइए कि सुबह से ही जैसे ही किसान आंदोलन का कॉल किसान मोर्चा की तरफ से, तमाम किसान संगठनों की तरफ से लिया गया है, उसके बाद से कुछ ऐसी तस्वीर हमको गाजीपुर बॉर्डर पर देखने को मिल रही है। सुबह से ही कई किलोमीटर लंबा जाम यहाँ पर लगा हुआ है। लोग घरों से अपने दफ्तर जाने के लिए, अपने ज़रूरी काम के लिए निकले हुए हैं, लेकिन भारी जाम की यहाँ पर समस्या हमको देखने को मिल रही है।
Another Hindu man was attacked in Pakistan's Sindh region. A violent mob of the Muslim community tried to lynch him, accusing him of blasphemy. The Pakistan police reached the spot and dispersed the crowd. Police claims the sanitary worker was targeted because of a personal clash with a local resident, and the blasphemy charges were false. Supreme Court has disbanded the 3-member committee of administrators from looking over the affairs of the All India Football Federation and has said that the elections for the football body are to be held by August 28. The Apex Court further ordered all 36 representatives from states and UTs to be part of the voter list, which is all that was demanded by FIFA. Imran Khan has received a minor relief from Islamabad High Court, which granted pre-arrest bail to the former Pakistan Prime Minister in connection to terrorism case filed against him for threatening the army, police and judiciary. Imran was booked under the Anti-Terrorism Act on Sunday, this after he warned officials not to work for thieves, referring to the present government. And finally, before I leave you, these are visuals of Colombians doing and feeling what each of us feel before going to work, perhaps being lazy. They celebrated World Laziness Day. Thanks a lot for watching.
Namaste and welcome to this edition of The Right Stand. Ladies and gentlemen, what we bring to you tonight on this very, very special edition is a national exclusive. It's for the first time you're going to kind of see the details of Pakistan's hybrid terror, hybrid war plan for Jammu and Kashmir and the rest of our country. Their K2 policy, Kashmir and Khalistan, they are activating using a very, very devious modus operandi, ladies and gentlemen. And this modus operandi starts from the very fact that we have made, our security forces have made the cost of a proxy war dearer to them. So then, when they could not send in personnel, when they could not push infiltration, when their terrorists got neutralized, and when 370 got abrogated, what they decided is to move to a hybrid plank. They started using technology for the most devious and the most nefarious ways. We as a nation have opened up drone corridors pan-India for agriculture, for courier service, for food service, for security, for so many other aspects that technology can do for the good of humanity. But the enemy has used technology to perpetrate and push for this bleed India with 1,000 cuts plot, which they are obsessed with because the ghosts of 1971 still continue to haunt them, that humiliation still continues to haunt them. So generation after generation, this is what they are bent upon. But this is what we have tonight unearthed, ladies and gentlemen. This hybrid war plan of how they are sending across drones, what kind of drones, we've got the images, what kind of payload they are sending, we've got the details. Who are those Trojans within who are standing here and receiving these weapons? We have got those details and their faces too. Should they not be treated as equal to terrorists itself? The crackdown has begun, and it all started with one drone being shot down.
shot down sometime in May 2022, ladies and gentlemen, as we bring to you this mega exclusive news break here on the Right Stand. It's our investigations editor, Manoj Gupta, who's done all the spade work, and the team at the back end, which has done all the legwork, working hard through the day to bring to you all the details in a manner that will not only shock you, but it will also alert you to the challenge that we face as a nation against those entities which will use any and every devious means to hurt us as a people. This is a CNN News 18 mega exclusive, ladies and gentlemen. CNN News 18 has accessed Pakistan's Kashmir hybrid war blueprint. Your channel has accessed the full plan, execution details of delivery of weapons and explosives by the Lashkar through drones. We've put out the faces, and we will put out the faces of the hybrid war for the first time on television. The terrorist organization Lashkar-e-Taiba, or LET, in cohorts with Pakistan, ISI and the army, has been sending weapons, ammunition and explosives through drones, arms sent in through drones, via drones for Lashkar terror ops in Jammu and Kashmir. Their front, their puppet, their own quasis called the TRF, and its OGWs or overground workers who are active here. Their faces we will expose as we decode this entire terror drone operations for you. This is the hybrid war. This is how they are doing it. And we've got the proof. We've not just got the proof, we've also got the location codes of the drops. All those details, ladies and gentlemen, we will bring to you through the course of the next 35 to 40 minutes. But first, on this big exclusive, Pakistan's terror blueprint in Jammu and Kashmir, let us say good evening to our guests. I have Dr. Nirmal Singh, former Deputy Chief Minister of Jammu and Kashmir, joining us this evening. SP Wedza, former DGP Jammu and Kashmir, with us. Dr. Monica Verma, Strategic Affairs expert, is with us. And I also have Group Captain MJ Vinod, who not only flies planes but also knows a thing or two about these drones. And we've been analyzing the kind of drones that are being used, where they are emanating from, and what damage they can cause. One by one, we'll get into it all. But like I said, ladies and gentlemen, sometime around the 29th of May 2022, it all started with a drone, a hexacopter being shot down. And we'll start with that very detail. This is the hexacopter drone that kicked off the probe. Have a look at these images. Have a look at these images. This is the probe that kicked off the drone. The drone actually crossed into India from Pakistan. It was downed by a Jammu and Kashmir police patrol. The date was the 29th of May 2022. And what was unique was that the payload was wrapped around it. It had 7 UBGL shells, and it also had magnetic bombs tied to it. These are the images that you are seeing on national television for the first time. The drone crossed into India from Pakistan. It was shot down. About 16, 17 bullets were fired at it. And that's when this entire hexacopter, which is a complex unit, was brought down. The payload was wrapped. It was wrapped in gold and sellotape, taped very, very hard. The bomb disposal squads were brought to check whether there was incendiary explosive material, or was it, could it be touched, and could it be removed, and could it be broken down. And that's when this all happened in Delhi, in Kathua, along the line of control. Now let's ask Group Captain MJ Vinod as he's joining us at this point. Captain MJ Vinod, this hexacopter, what is the kind of payload it can carry? And the image that we are putting out, this seems to be something that can fly at least 25 to 30 kilometers. A black hexacopter.
Thank you, Anand.
and the amount of research you do for the right stand to get the right news and from the primary sources. Kudos to you and your team. Be that as it may, let me tell for the benefit of our viewers one important piece of information that you covered. You know what is that important piece of information? That the payload was wrapped around with a sellotape.
Yeah.
That information is gold mine for me. I will tell you how. A drone takes off from place A, goes to place B. A drone controlled by somebody in place A cannot land at place B if the control is solely with the guy at place A. For example, if he is launching from Pakistan, he cannot land and the drone cannot shut down. And if it shuts down, it cannot take off with the guy who's in control of this drone, which means this drone has to have 2 receivers or 1 receiver synced to 2 controls. That is what I was telling you about. This piece of information is gold for me. It's a gold mine information.
Yes, because
something similar, a paper.
Because we have the images. The images clearly show that the entire payload was tightly, firmly attached to the drone. So when it was shot down, the whole unit fell down together in one unit. It was still attached to it. And what it had is about 7 magnetic bombs and 6 UBGL shells.
Let's break this down. How would this drone? How will this payload be removed by the intended person? The drone has to come and land. The propellers have to stop. The moment propeller stops, the drone, completely sort of shuts down. Now you have to take out the battery. Now you have to take out this wrapped around thing. Now you have to put the battery in. Now that person is not in direct line of control with this drone because he has lost the line of control, the line of sight. So somebody from here has to launch this drone back to where it came from. That means it is slightly more technologically intensive. Now, this drone is a silent equipment. Why I am saying this is, today we have facilities all along the border. If this drone was actively transmitting, to pick up this drone, we have facility available. We do not have, for that matter, no radar in the world has capability to pick up the drone at sufficient distance to prosecute it.
Correct.
We have at best 5 kilometers is what we can pick up using a radar. That means you will require thousands of radars all along the border, which the wherewithal no country has. The best country in terms of money, US, even they don't have this kind of resources to pick up this drone. Another important thing which you covered is the type of payload that it carries.
Yeah.
To me, that is the second piece of gold mine. That is all this in terms of how to carry out drone forensics. A paper was written by me and my team and given to one of the organizations in the Ministry of Home Affairs. Very, very important for us to set up a drone forensics lab as on yesterday, not as on tomorrow. Because these drone forensics labs all over in the police force, they are going to give us wealth of such information which I decoded with just 2 information that was available to me from you. So all this put together, we have to have a positive defensive mechanism. But for the sake of our viewers, let me tell you one very interesting example. हमने बचपन में, we must have seen this movie where M.G. Ramachandran is fighting using talwar, or some in the old Hindi movies where talwar की लड़ाई हो रही है, or बंदूक की लड़ाई हो रही है. What does it indicate to us is that you cannot bring a knife to a gunfight.
Correct.
We have to make the cost of war so high for the enemy that, like you said, how proxy war stopped, how Thousand Cuts stopped. This also needs to stop by taking the offensive in a similar manner to the enemy, or maybe slightly more.
Right.
For which Indian government is working really hard. We have the Tapas coming up very soon. Tapas is going to wreak havoc over all these low-cost drone operators who are strewn along the border.
Well, let's hope sooner the better, because we've just got more inputs coming in. There is lots to share in terms of the information. It's a wealth. So I'll go to all our guests one by one. Now, what we are now going to break for you is how this delivery worked and what were the various stages. Let's go across to that. Now, this is our mega exclusive input that the arms delivery via drone drops. These are the various stages. Let's try and understand the stages. Stage 1, radicalization and recruitment in J&K was carried out by the Lashkar. Stage 2, weapons delivery target selection was carried out by the ISI and also Pak terror faces. Weapons and money were arranged. Then stage 3 comes, where the drone operation is done with the help of the Pak army and the rangers. And this is done via remote control from Pak security posts or from very near. So there is a certain level of supervision of the armed forces of Pakistan in sending these drones. Then the arms drop is received on the Indian side near the LOC or the international border. Consignments include arms, ammunition, grenades, explosives, and of course drugs, that is heroin. Then the drone actually returns to Pakistani territory after dropping the payload. The fifth stage is delivery to Lashkar terrorists. Arms are handed over to Lashkar terrorists. Lashkar handlers in Pakistan guide these deliveries. The sixth stage, ladies and gentlemen, the sixth stage is that Lashkar terrorists carry out the attack under the TRF banner. And what do? They resort to targeted killings of locals and of course the minority community in Jammu and Kashmir, that is at the Hindus. The other part of this mega exclusive is the various points. Let's try and look at the various points of where the deliveries happen or the drone drops are happening. In Jammu, it's the Sidra bypass. Twice the drops have happened. And what has been dropped? AK-47, ammunition and 20 sticky bombs have been dropped. Then the next drop location is golf course. Twice drone drops have happened where pistols were dropped. In Qasim Nagar also, Qasim Nagar Chowk, again pistols were dropped. In Nagrota, again Prem Nagar service station, pistols and magazines were dropped in this region. Then from Jammu to Udhampur, you had MUGLs, you had AK-47, ammunition and grenades have been dropped. Then further in Banihal, twice pistols and ammunition. Srinagar also, drone drops. 3 times in the Srinagar region, pistols and ammunition. Kazigand, pistol and magazines. In Samba and Kathua, 26 to 30 consignments of guns and ammunition have come. So look at the intensity and the frequency. Jammu to Kashmir, all along the LOC and the IB, frequently there have been drone drops and multiple number of drone drops, ladies and gentlemen. Nirmal Singh ji, imagine the amount of ammunition, guns, which has been ferried. ये तो अभी मई में पकड़ा है, पर हाइब्रिड टेरर की बात और ड्रोन ड्रॉप्स की बात हम कोविड से पहले की बात कर रहे हैं.
हेलो
जी निर्मल सिंह जी.
हाँ thank you Mr. Anand. It's an eye opener, you can say, details you have given. This is the proxy war, and Pakistan is desperate to to fight this war using its resources. They have been defeated in 4 wars. Then they started proxy war through terrorists. Now, after 5th August 2019, because the terrorists, they are being killed, their resources have been dried. So ultimately, they are resorting to this tactics by dropping this arms through drones, by this pushing arms through the channels, digging across the border. So that's a new strategy. As their number is coming down, and I think they are only 150 have been left in the Kashmir Valley. So now they are resorting to target killing these Hindus, the innocent Muslims who are nationalists. This is their desperation. But it shows that after looking at the reports, it shows that their primary target is Jammu now, because it's currently peaceful. But I can assure you, because these people of Jammu and even Kashmir, now the people have come out against this terrorists, against this jihadi terrorism. So that's the desperation of Pakistan. As you have seen that all-out operations are being launched against terrorism, against separatism.
But here is the thing, Nirmal Singh ji. We are conventionally thinking about negating and neutralizing terrorists. So we are looking at individual body counts or human counts. What the enemy has started doing, and I'm bringing in SP Vaidya here, is that they have started removing the bodies away. They have started replacing that with technology, and they are saying we'll continue to keep dropping as much as ammunition and loads, and also along with drugs, and reduce the incidence on human intervention. Today it is just drops. Tomorrow they will send in swarms of drones all laced to go ahead and explode at point of impact. Are we ready for something like that? Because they are changing the dynamics of terror. SP Vaidya ji.
Mr. Anand, I was listening very carefully. The places of droppings, you mentioned Qasim Nagar, Sidra Bypass,
yes,
Golf Course, where in fact I play game almost every day. These are interior parts of the city, and these are, Jammu city is not less than 20 kilometers from the international border.
Yeah.
So then you mentioned Banihal, Kazikund, even Srinagar,
yeah,
which are roughly even crow fly distance more than I would say 75 to 100 kilometers from the border. And it is very, very serious. In fact, tomorrow this payload can be dropped at the Raj Bhavan. It can be dropped in the new secretariat. It can be dropped on any army corps headquarters. So it is what Pakistan is doing today is very, very serious challenge. It should not be taken very lightly. In fact, I have grown seeing all this changing from, let's say, 20 years back when I was DIG Jammu. There used to be people living on the international border and LOC who were helping Pakistan. They were being used as trans-border smugglers.
Yeah.
They used to bring consignment of drugs, weapons, and then help the terrorists to carry on. But we must admit that we have people within us to pick up these droppings.
Correct.
And a very strong action is needed. A very good intelligence network is needed. But what is challenging to the police and security forces is, after all, where do you look? It's not only border. Today it is as deep as Srinagar city. Where do you look in the whole city? Where do you look in the whole Jammu city? Where do you look in jungles and in bypass, and how many places do you scan?
Correct.
It is a very, very serious challenge. Let me tell you, Mr. Na. Initially they were using trans-border smugglers. Then when I recall, I was IG Jammu that time. All my colleagues, senior colleagues, we all together made a presentation to Government of India how a fencing was required. Like you had Punjab, situation turning in favor of us, and we were able to control terrorism in Punjab. So that is why after 2002, this fencing on the LOC came up with the help of army and other agencies. Now by using drone, they are almost breaching your fence.
Yes.
They are just flying to any place they want and guide the concerned person to pick up consignment I have dropped and so on so place. Now it is very, very serious challenge, and I think we must put our heads together to face this challenge. What do you do with a rogue state like Pakistan? Their people are dying of hunger, and look, they have put. That is why the condition of Pakistan today is. I keep seeing Pakistan channels how their people are admiring our Prime Minister and economy. That look at where they have taken their nation, because their whole energy, whole technology is diverted towards bleeding India.
No, I know, but the point is, the fact is that the rest of the country or rest of Pakistan, even its former Prime Minister at every rally is actually saying, look what India is doing, look where we are. But what do we do about this entire India obsessed and haunted by the humiliation of 1971 establishment, which just can't get over that humiliation? It all stems from there. It all started when 90,000 of their POWs went back and unko kaha gaya chudiyan pehn lo, and they just can't get over that humiliation. The fact that what they thought that they had broken India and got a separate country found itself partitioned within 30 years of their existence, that itself is still haunts them. That's a reality. But what they are trying to do is use technology for all the wrong reasons. They should be using these drones to send emergency supplies and medical relief to their people. They should be doing it to irrigate their farms, to try and sprinkle, use it to man their entire security establishment. But drones today have the ability to fly not only 30, 40 kilometers, 100 kilometers and come back. Some drones are designed to fly 700 kilometers. So we are doing it with a larger intent of helping humanity. These people are wanting to destroy humanity. Look what are they. And Monica ji, this is exactly what the Pakistanis want. They want to reduce the cost of human training because they don't know when the humans will turn away. They'll drop their guns and run away. Here they know it's a 40,000 rupee, 50,000 rupee drone. Even if it does 10 sorties, uska kaam nikal gaya. Some drones have done more than 50 sorties. 50 sorties with a payload of 8 to 10 kilos in each trip. Imagine how much of ammunition, drugs, guns they have brought into our country already.
I take that as a question, Anandji, and I think, 3 points I want to make. First of all, the very nature of warfare has changed, and use of drones in international conflicts is not anything new. In 2020, we saw how between Armenia and Azerbaijan, when a war was going on, Turkey, which is a very good friend of Pakistan, was helping Azerbaijan with a lot of drones. And in fact, there have been many reports of Pakistan getting drone technology and many sophisticated type of drones from China. And in turn, Pakistan, the ISI, that entire deep state, is supplying these drones to the non-state actors, all the terror groups, especially the elite. So I think that has to do with the nature of change in the warfare. But most importantly, you've been, and I congratulate you for all the, detailed investigation, and many new facts have come to light. I have been learning consistently thanks to the expert panel and your own investigation. But, most importantly, one aspect that we have ignored so far is the narco-terror aspect. So drones are not used only to supply ammunition, but also to give drugs. So, there's a lot of transactions going on. Many drones have been intercepted that have around 12 lakh, 30 lakh, 40 lakh rupees. And then there is also a case of these being used to transfer illegal, drugs into India. So I think there was a 12 kg
heroin. See, the payload is anywhere between 8 to 12 kilograms depending upon the drone that they are using. And I know Group Captain Vinod, correct me if I am wrong. So what they do is they'll latch a gun along with that 2 bricks of heroin if they don't have grenades and other UBGL shells, etc., or if they don't have sticky bombs. So based on that, they will send, and otherwise it will be replaced by wads of cash, and again along with that 1 brick of heroin. So this is a mix of the supplies which they do, and then they decide which areas where they can shift, and they are able to send these drones. But the pickup and drop, that is also a critical aspect. And who is working with the Pakistani army? That is the more important part. This Lashkar and Talha Said's presence. Let's just break that and I'll just put that out. We got more details here. This is how it is working. The jihadi is working closely in cahoots with the Pakistani army, ladies and gentlemen. This man, Talha Said, he is the link. Talha Said is the link. He spearheads the entire hexacopter drone arm drops. Now, it's not that the Pak army is not involved, but they need plausible deniability. So the terror camps are at one place, he actively visits the Lashkar base camps in Pakistan, very close to the IB, and the launch pads also, coordinated terror launch pads, and also Pak army base ops. Then a man behind a neutralized drone that made 76 sorties. 76 sorties. Now, that's what we are given to understand, that one of the drones, they have these embedded chips which also chronicle, and they have the entire log of their travel details, 76 sorties. But more importantly, the origin of the drone was tracked near the Pak Army base and also the terror camp in Rawalkot. So in that area is where the origin of the drone was tracked. So now what happens is, Mr. Vaid and Group Captain Vinod, please come in on this. The Pak Army is there helping with the drone flight.
One thing I wanted to make it clear for you and the viewers and our panel members as well. For the drone to continuously being controlled from across the border in the terrain that we are talking about, it is impossible. For simple reason, there is no line of sight. Let's take Banihal, for example.
Right.
West of Banihal, the terrain rises and there is a deep fall.
Yeah.
And that is where Pakistan is. So from there, you cannot control the drone, which means, again, because of the locations you covered later, a wealth of information. It is on autonomous mode. And it is taped, which means it has to land. Like I said previously, the motors have to stop. Someone has to cut the tape, put the battery in again, press another button, or again take over the drone and fly it back. This is the guy we need to catch. And you know, a few words about drone. In the hand, a knife in the hands of a doctor saves lives. In the hands of a chef feeds us, and in the hands of a murderer kills us.
Correct.
The knife still remains knife.
Yeah.
The drone is a similar, equipment. They are using it for all wrong purposes, and like our IG Saab said, that how they have been so obsessed with anti-India stance and trying to bleed India. They have gone and axed their own foot today. They are on the verge of being a broken and a failed state. But fact still remains, we are paying the price since Ziaul Huq's the 1000 strategy. And before that, I remember I was young, the valley used to be a very, very peaceful place. But since then, things were coming to normalcy, but now they are attacking Jammu, which I've spent a long time in Jammu.
Right.
Jammu was relatively peaceful even when the valley was completely burning. So we have to take it seriously. I'm sure the intelligence agencies are taking it seriously. And we will see if we increase the cost of war for them, these incidents should come down.
Well, point is that how long before we are able to do that is going to be critical. Now you talked about the faces, ladies and gentlemen, and everybody's curious who's the one who's actually catching the drone, or he's removing, detaping and then resetting it and setting it up. Who are these people? This is what we have got, ladies and gentlemen, and I quickly want to put it out before we bring it. Now, this is the big exclusive. These are the faces of terror, ladies and gentlemen. One by one, I will tell you. Sajid Jatt, Faisal Munir, Mia Sohail, Habib and Muni Muhammad. These are the people who have been identified and who have been nabbed as those who have been operating here. This man, Sajid Jatt, rejuvenated the Lashkar in South Kashmir and also was involved in the creation of TRF, an offshoot of the Lashkar or a puppet front face of the Lashkar, but giving it a local touch by calling themselves the Resistance Front. He was also the launch commander who organized the deliveries. He assumed names are Albert, Hamza, Raymond Green, Albert Green. These are the names that he has assumed. He infiltrated into Jammu and Kashmir back in 2005. So he's been around for about 17 years. He's involved in terror attacks in Jammu and Kashmir. And he's also married a Kashmiri woman as camouflage to try and ensure that he's seen and portrayed himself as a local. So these are the details we have about Sajid Jatt. Faisal Munir, he's the second one. He received and delivered arms. He's in touch with Pak handler Albert. Is in touch with Pak High Commission official in Delhi too. This man has also, his modus has been broken down. Mia Sohail received and delivered arms, 6 to 7 different consignments he himself has received and facilitated. He is actually been radicalized, recruited, roped in by Faisal Munir. So Faisal Munir also works as a recruiter. Habib received and delivered arms, 14 to 16 consignments. He himself as one individual has done it. radicalized for jihad by Mia Sohail in direct touch with Faisal Munir. So Faisal Munir becomes the one who's the recruiter, facilitator, get one and then ask the other person to rope another. Muni Mohammed received and delivered around 6 consignments radicalized by Mia Sohail. He died of natural causes on the 18th of August. So this is Muni Mohammed. So one of them dies of natural causes. These are the others, some of them receiving 5 to 6 consignments, some of them 15 to 16 consignments. Now SP Vaid Saab, ye chehre hain, these are the people who look very, very ordinary, look like locals, but they know how to catch a drop, organize a drop, and then send the drone back and then relay the deliveries to those who will eventually use it. Ye OGWs to aur zyada khatarnak hain.
Yes, Mr. Anand, in fact, drone droppings are useless unless there is somebody on our side to pick them up, identify the place where it is dropped, pick it up and conceal it and hand it over to the right person for whom the delivery is meant for. And that is where the challenge comes for the intelligence and state police, intelligence agencies and state police. I think it is a new challenge, but I think the state police and intelligence agencies need to work on this, because these droppings are only successful if we have people who after all, they are all informed through whatever means they are informed. Let's say I am the person Sajid Mir. I am informed by the handler across that dropping has been made at such and such place and pick it up. So I need to be directed to that place and identify that place and locate that dropping and properly secure it and ensure that its delivery. So this all is happening within our own society. Here comes the role of local people, local police and intelligence agencies. And I think we had faced, as I was saying, we had initially the phase of cross-border smugglers, then fencing came, then they used plastic stairs to cross over, then they started using tunneling, now using this technology. It has changed the paradigm shift of our challenge, but it is a challenge. I think Pakistan will never change, at least not in my and your lifetime. They are obsessed with defeat of 1971, but social media unko nanga kar raha hai. I am seeing their channel. Their people know what Pakistan army is doing.
No, but the fact of the matter is, whoever are there, ikka dukka jo bhi aate hain, Nirmal Singh ji, we need to know how to neutralize them. Largely with the success of Har Ghar Tiranga, with more than 17 lakh private institutions and of course government across Kashmir, 10 districts of Kashmir Valley itself, that itself shows the big rejection. Also success of the Amarnath Yatra largely, outside of the inclement weather, is a big statement. So people have rejected terror and terrorism, but the point is that there are still those elements who will for profit, who will because they think ki unka dhanda, unki dukaan isi se chalegi, they will encourage. How do we counter that? And do you believe that there should be equal treatment, and OGW, somebody who's receiving these drone drops, who's pushing the drugs, pushing the weapons, should be treated the same as a murderer, as a terrorist?
Mr. Anand, first of all, we have to strengthen our this area which you have mentioned. The journal Kashmiri, they have rejected the idea of terrorism. Though there may be some people like you have just explained. That's one thing. We have to strengthen that area. Secondly, there is a need to act against the overground workers. Yes, just now, Bikakrate's wife have been terminated from services, and there is a need to act down these people and act against them. That's the second thing. Thirdly, I should say that we have to open another front through diplomacy or through militarily, because if we have to defeat them, because if we play game in our area, definitely they are going to succeed. But we have to open new front. Let the experts, let the there is the diplomats think it over. How we can counter Pakistan, because Pakistan it has reduced to this a state of beggary. So we have to strengthen that. Then we have to, you can say, speed up the these cases in the judicial system or through the courts also, because other people, these terrorists, other people, they have not been punished for the heinous crime they committed.
Sir,
for that.
I've just had a viewer send back saying कि एक time था General Group Captain Vinod when we used to say तुम एक मारोगे हम 10 मारेंगे. So if they send one drone, we will send across 10 and destroy the very camps from where these drones are trying to emanate or these people are waiting. Why can't we do that?
Absolutely, because if we don't make cost of war high for him, Anand, they will continue to do
and
this.
They need to get these drones from the Chinese. We are making them in millions now already in our own country.
Absolutely. No, we should have a policy in place to use it against it. उसके टेरर कैंप्स को मारो, उस जहां से लॉन्च हो रहा है उसको मारना पड़ेगा, क्योंकि एक सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक हो गया, एक एयर स्ट्राइक हो गया, वो चुप रहे ना, उनका फन अभी धीरे धीरे उठना शुरू हुआ है. There is time for one more action that will give another year of peace. This is my thought process, because I'm with Vaid sir. मेरे और आपके लाइफ टाइम में ये सुधरने वाले नहीं है. इनको ये बार बार हमको सर्जिकल स्ट्राइक टाइप मार देते रहना पड़ेगा, तभी जाके ये चुप रहेंगे.
No, our understanding of the technology, Pakistan does not understand a drone corridor. We've got a drone corridor and a map and a registration process in place. We've got all of those rules in place. Mr. SP Vaid, final comment. I'll get one comment with Monica Verma ji also, but SP Vaid sir, why can't we do it? Why can't we show to them that अब नहीं, no more? उससे अगला ड्रोन उड़ाने से पहले उनके हाथ कांपने चाहिए. We should do something.
Anand ji, I completely agree with both you and Group Captain Saab. I think we must, the way America used drone technology, we all saw the visuals, the TV in Syria, in other places. I think time has come. India should hit back all these places, and now time has come to teach them another lesson. I don't think they can afford war with India. Their condition, I think India is already squeezing them economically, and time has come to strike all these places, use the very same drone technology by which they are troubling us, and destroy all of them.
And not just that, why can't we have drones which have which patrol our LOC, patrol the border and the skies in such a way that moment they find something which is not registered, which is alien, there is an EMP. They send out an EMP frequency in such a way that that drone is neutralized and it falls where it started from. It's possible for us. We've got the brains.
We are working on this.
Yeah, exactly. We've got the brains and we've got the. If me, who's got nothing to do with science, and as somebody who's just a TV media journalist can think about it, I'm sure the brilliant minds who are working on our country's security have already thought about it. But Dr. Monica Verma, do you believe that kind of action is important now? It's the need of the hour, and nations will back India if we do it.
See, I have always been a person who's been pretty hawkish when it comes to attacking Pakistan. We are absolutely not technology experts, but DRDO has been working on fantastic technologies. We developed, I think, our own indigenous anti-drone system, and it has also been delivered to the military, if I'm not wrong. So I think all of that is fine, and all of that is welcome change. We have to up our game. Only then we will be able to tackle Pakistan. But there has been a constant repetition of 1971 creating a problem with Pakistan, and that inferiority complex leading them to attack us. But I think as someone who has done a work on the political economy of Pakistan, I think there are larger reasons for that, which is, their economy is highly securitized. An average Pakistani doesn't have any productive thing to do. Military has so much of commercial involvement. They are poor, I agree. They are begging, I agree. But they have made their economy absolutely, they're serving it on a plate to China. And just few days ago, they were also thinking of abolishing the CPEC authority.
Right.
Which kind of, would take military out of the question, because it was created specifically to give more power to the military. But despite of all these things taking place, the civilian authority, when they are not in power, then they praise Pakistan, like Imran Khan is the biggest example. But military still calls the shots,
Yes.
and there is a lot of securitization of the entire economy. That's not going to change.
Absolutely.
And Pakistan is readily available to any country in the world right now that wants to, create trouble for India. So I don't think we upping our game is enough. We absolutely need to work on our own capabilities, because it's not just Pakistan, it is the iron brother China. These two actors together, and now we can also add Turkey. The entire axis of inconvenience, we need to be wary of these three countries, and only then can we create a credible defense for ourselves.
The point is that Chinese thought that they can manage the Pakistanis and they'll take control. Now what's happening is they've realized last 4 years they are only bleeding. So it's like hum to doob rahe hain sanam, tumhe bhi le doobenge. So that's the kind of attitude that we're seeing on the other side. So it's good for us. But the fact is that we need to be clear that we have to protect our borders, and we have to do, if we have to take countermeasures and punitive action, we'll do it. And if they are going to use drones against us to turn us or to hurt us, we will try and use the drones to secure ourselves. And I think we can. Sooner the better. Gentlemen and the lady, thank you very, very much for joining us here on debate number 1. That was a mega exclusive here at CNN News 18. Hope you enjoyed watching it as we put out the details, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to take a very short break. When we come back, the IS threat, Daesh Khorasani from Uzbekistan, caught in Russia as he was plotting a terror strike upon arriving into India. All about this Fidain when we come back. Stay with us.
In Odisha, people were stuck in neck-deep water waiting to be evacuated. Relief and rescue teams have reached maroon villages on boats and they moved people to safety. Incessant rains have triggered floods across the state. Maharashtra is also reeling under heavy floods after rains pounded the coastal districts.
Several rivers in Maharashtra are in spate after incessant rains for the last 24 hours. Despite dangerous conditions, this group of people decided to cross a river in Nashik. But the water was flowing so fast that they lost their balance. They held each other's hands and managed to cross the river to safety. Similar pictures surfaced from Vidarbha in Maharashtra. Rainwater left roads flooded and entered several homes. Several people were seen wading through knee-deep water. Teams from the National Disaster Response Force were roped in to evacuate people from flooded areas.
A day after he was heckled in Kodagu for questioning the installation of Savarkar posters, Siddaramaiah faced protest in Chikmagaluru as well. Right-wing groups carrying pictures of Savarkar tried to gheraw Siddaramaiah's motorcade. The Congress called it a state-sponsored protest. 2 months after Rahul Gandhi's Wayanad office was vandalized after a protest by members of the Students' Federation of India, 4 people, including Rahul Gandhi's staff there, have been arrested. They've been accused of damaging a picture of Mahatma Gandhi in the office. Remember, the Congress had accused the SFI of vandalism. The Sports Ministry has reached out to both FIFA and the Asian Football Confederation to allow Indian club sides to compete in tournaments as scheduled. Before FIFA suspended the All India Football Federation, Sri Gokulam Kerala FC had already reached Uzbekistan for a tournament beginning on the 23rd of August. ATK Mohan Bagan is also slated to play in September. Amid tensions with China, Taiwan's president thanked the Navy for their efforts.
Taiwan President Tsai Ing-wen visited tailors of the island's Navy to thank them for their efforts. She called the pressure they are faced with as indescribable. During the visit, Taiwanese sailors wearing anti-flash gear warned Chinese warships by radio to change direction, saying they had seriously damaged security in the Taiwan Strait. Although the scale of China's drills has reduced, Taiwan continues to report Chinese fighters and warships operating around the island. The island nation has been holding its own military drills in the last couple of days, conducting anti-air drills with missiles and cannons. China claims the democratically governed Taiwan as its own territory and has been holding war drills to show its anger against US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to the island nation.
Russia has deployed 3 new fighters armed with nuclear-capable missiles to its European enclave. Jets especially modified. These are MiG-31K variants. They can carry the Kinzhal or the Dagger hypersonic missile. These missiles can be armed with nuclear warheads as well that are capable of flying at 12 times the speed of sound. These jets have landed in Kaliningrad, very next to the NATO member Poland. At least one person was killed in Russian shelling on the Ukrainian city of Kharkiv. 5 missiles hit different parts of the city early this morning, in which several buildings were reduced to rubble. Ukraine's second largest city has been the target of regular Russian shelling since the invasion began. But Russia says it's targeting a concentration of Ukrainian soldiers in the area. Brazil's President Jair Bolsonaro has come face to face with a heckler and tried to snatch his phone. As Bolsonaro spoke to supporters outside his home, one person used his phone to film himself repeatedly shouting at the president. Bolsonaro grabbed the man's shirt while reaching for his phone. Security guards pulled the man away. Amid the recent uptick in COVID-19 cases in China's Xiamen, aggressive testing has been going on, and no one can escape it, not even fish. This viral video shows how authorities clad in PPE kits were inserting cotton buds inside the mouths of fish and swabbing the shells of crabs. While many have ridiculed this move, some are supporting it, saying that it's for everyone's well-being. A BJP worker in Agra was caught on camera abusing police officers.
This video, which was shot by a cop, shows the BJP worker
Back on the right stand with news just coming through on the ISIS Fidain, who's been nabbed by the Russian authorities. And it's a mega exclusive here, as CNN News 18 has got all the details which nobody else has. We've accessed the entire initial Russian interrogation, and this person is born in 1992. This terrorist, he's been arrested, and his name is Azamov. He is an Uzbek national, and after recruitment by the IS in Turkey, he did training with members of the Daesh, and as part of the plan, he was sent to Russia for getting an Indian visa. He was assured all assistance from local help in Delhi after his arrival. Now, we are given to understand that Azamov in Turkey did not meet anybody in specific. All his training was done, and the radicalization, the instructions were done via social media using the platform Telegram. That's what we are given to understand. We've got more details that Manoj Gupta, our investigations editor, has sent, that a specific individual in India was on his target list, but he was here to do a big attack, a suicide attack. In his interrogation, he told the Russian authorities that he was radicalized online. He did not meet anyone, or he has not done anything specific. Everything was online, and he came to Russia as part, or to try and kickstart the second leg of the operation. Now, the larger question we are asking, ladies and gentlemen, is this arrest proof of presence of the Daesh on Indian soil, active presence of the Daesh on Indian soil? Because even if this person was an Uzbeki national, is the threat real in India? Because there is another person. Ambassador Vishnu Prakash is joining us this evening, and we also have N.K. Soodji, former officer, RNAW. Namaste. Thank you very, very much. Soodji, I'm going to ask you first, what do you make of this development that the Daesh decides to send 2 foreign nationals? One we are given to, both from Central Asia, this Uzbek national, and another one we are given to understand is from Kyrgyzstan. But both of them are told to fly via Russia into India or fly via another country into India, and they will be given help here. So the weapon, the explosives, the logistics, everything will be provided for.
Turkey is playing the main role in this. In October 2018, PFI's delegation, they had gone to Turkey. They had met there with IHH. IHH is a militant organization in Turkey, and it was supported by MIT, Turkish intelligence. Turkish are training Indians. They call the Indians there. Turkish have the links with the ISIS. President Erdogan, his son, he has links with ISIS. In 2016, Russia had complained to the UN about this IHH. And this man, who was supposed to come, I am sure the PFI would be giving him all the support. PFI delegation had gone to Turkey in October 2018, just before the 2019 elections. And PFI already in India has been creating a lot of problems, whether it is Shaheen Bagh, whether it is anti-farmers protest or anti-CA protest. And Turkey has been funding various NGOs in India to create disturbances in Kashmir. That is the main cause of funding of the Turkish, that they fund through various NGOs. I must like to mention here that Amir Khan had gone to Turkey for the giving finishing touch to his film, Lal Singh Chadda. And otherwise you could have gone anywhere, and these people going to Turkey is a serious problem. I don't blame that this Amir Khan may be linked with the Turkish intelligence or something, you know. But the thing is, Turkish president had been raising the question at the UN about Kashmir. In 2020, he had gone to Pakistan, addressed Pakistan Parliament. He had said, I will give full support to you. And now with Pakistan, Turkey is also involved in India, and recently there were two incidents. In one incident, 45 pistols, they were apprehended at Delhi airport, and after that, 6 AK-47, they were caught in the sea, and it was expected that they wanted to carry out such kind of activities that were carried out during 6/11. So in this, Turkey is the main conspirator, Turkey is the main planner. Turkish president, he has been trying to create the same kind of the Turkey that used to exist before Second World War.
Correct. So he's been trying to...
Turkey is a threat to India, and India has been trying to...
Please complete. Please complete. So he's got these caliphate designs,
And he has the designs because he wants to create the same kind of disturbances as they used to before 2nd World War. And you see, now India is also countering them. India is countering them with the different designs. India is coming closer to the enemies that are of the Turkey, whether it is Greece or Armenia. But the thing is, we are preoccupied with a lot of things, you know, whether China and the Pakistan on one hand, on the other hand, you know. So India is dealing with them, and we have strengthened our intelligence agencies in a big way. We are trying to counter but the thing is that we are on the defensive. And the problem with us is that we cannot take offensive actions, whether it's Pakistan or Turkey, unless they do something.
Correct.
So that is India's problem, because
what Turkey is doing is via proxy. So this is a very it's a proxy game, because now on the face of it we are given to understand Turkish authorities actually cooperated in providing information. So on the one hand they are acting as if they are trying to cooperate as far as counter-terrorism is concerned. On the other hand, you are saying that they are the root cause for all these problems. Paisa wahin se aa raha hai, they are the ones backing. There is a certain level of Qatari influence also, which many are saying, but this axis is a lot of people are worried about. But Ambassador Vishnu Prakash, how do we deal with this?
Anand, good evening. First of all, let me agree with you and my co-panelists that it's a very serious, real and worrisome development. In one stroke, the threat perception for Indian leaders and entities has increased dramatically. Islamic State, as we all know, in whatever form it keeps on morphing, it has a transnational footprint, is a cruel and vengeful and ultra-radical ideology. But the problem, Anand, is that, without pointing fingers at any country, is that, and the reality, sad reality, is that its reprehensible ideology has appeal amongst fringe youth segments in various countries, even amongst the non-Muslims. You remember in the heydays of ISIS, there were tens or hundreds of youth from Europe which had gravitated towards them, and many of them were non-Muslims. Unfortunately, in our own country, some 50 youngsters from 40 or 50 from Kerala had joined ISIS. So indoctrination is effective. Their propaganda is distorted but effective. And what is even more worrisome is the use of infotech, internet, as you were pointing out. Sitting in Turkey, the person is getting radicalized. Now, this is not an organization given to, or not an organization, the ideology or forgetting. Let's remember that it took them 34 years, but they did attack Salman Rushdie after 34 years of satanic verses. So it is quite a worrisome development. They have a transnational reach. They can, and again, while we must thank Russia for its vigilance. We have got a great cooperation with Russia, intelligence sharing cooperation. But the use of Russian air route is again something that should send alarm bells ringing, which means that they can come to you in any shape, any size, from any direction.
Correct.
So things are these are quite disturbing. Now, the only way forward is international cooperation and international intelligence sharing, because no country, however powerful, alone can neutralize that. They will lie in wait, they'll morph. Question is the international community ready to cooperate, or are they going to keep on looking the other way? I hope that they do, otherwise we'll all live to regret. Anand.
The point is, like you talked about Salman Rushdie, the person who stabbed him was born 8 or 9 years after he had written the book. So this level of radicalization which is happening is something which is worrying. But do we need a stronger internal security doctrine? Do we need to start watching anybody and everybody? Do we have a mechanism that we are ready to negate such threats? Or are we just plain lucky this time? Soups up. Final comment.
From me, can I go?
Actually,
NK Suji.
It's a very big job, because you see our population is 130 crore plus. So we can keep watch on everybody. Of course, selectively we are doing that. But the thing is that the international people inside India are a big problem for us. Even our political parties, they cooperate with them. Even PFI is there, but I'm a little bit surprised why the government is taking so long time to target PFI. But as far as our friend just right now mentioned about international cooperation, we have very good cooperation with our friendly countries, whether it is Russians or the US or UK or anybody. So we have good cooperation with that. But the thing is that it's a question of chance also, and when you are on the defensive, there could be failures also.
Yes.
Now, as you see when Balakot strike took place, when India conducted Balakot strike, before that it was a failure, means intelligence failure to some extent. But before that, Uri attack and Pathankot attack, Indian intelligence had given full information, but there was some lapse on the part of the local commanders. So basically, I think Indian intelligence is doing wonderful job, and the countries who are friendly to India, they are giving full support to us, whether it's the Britishers or the US or Russians. And even on the other hand, we also give them full support,
Correct.
But the thing is that we cannot have very big like of intelligence agencies to operate within India, because if we talk about our IB, Intelligence Bureau, they have tremendous jobs. Not only this job of providing security, to the local local leaders, etc. But you see the local problems come up, with their rights, etc.
So you're saying we're stretched thin, but do we need to strengthen that? Do we need to get to a level where we start not just personnel but also tech to an extent where we can secure ourselves better? That's a larger conversation which I'd like to have very soon. But for the moment, I have to wind up. I have run out of time. Mr. NK Sood and Ambassador Vishnu Prakash, thank you very much. Winding up the right stand on that note. Zaka Reddy with Brass Tacks.
Good evening, this is Brass Tacks. I'm Zaka Jacob. The AAP versus BJP fight went into the next orbit today as Manish Sisodia made a startling claim that he was being lured by the BJP to leave the Aam Aadmi Party and then all cases against him will be dropped. But Sisodia so far has refused to name who this BJP leader was who made this enticing offer to him. The BJP has hit back by saying, why doesn't the Aam Aadmi Party simply come clean on the allegations, the very specific allegations that are material to the liquor scam in which Manish Sisodia is accused number one. But is all of this being couched up in the run-up to Gujarat 2022? Can the Aam Aadmi Party emerge as a challenger, and a serious one at that, to the BJP in Gujarat, or is it going to get lost in the entrenched politics of Gujarat, where the BJP has been the incumbent, the ruling party, the party to beat for the last 30 years, and the Congress has been dying trying?
Day 3 now after the CBI raids, and beyond criminality and actual findings on Liquorgate, the AAP-BJP war is now almost entirely about political mudslinging. Fact or no fact? BJP's alleged scam culprit, Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, has hit out in multiple ways, alleging a BJP bid to target Kejriwal ahead of 2024, scoffing at reports of a lookout circular. And now this. A tweet by Sisodia claims he's got a message from the BJP to break the AAP and join the BJP. He alludes to what has been termed the BJP washing machine that would absolve him of all wrongdoing. In Gujarat today, with Chief Minister Kejriwal, Sisodia rubbished BJP allegations, keeping up the AAP's education healthcare pitch.
ये CBI, ED जितने केस चल रहे हैं, इनकी सच्चाई तो मैं जानता हूँ, क्योंकि ये सारे केस फर्जी हैं। मैं एक ईमानदार आदमी हूँ। इनफैक्ट मैं अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की टीम में हूँ ही इसलिए कि मैं एक कट्टर ईमानदार आदमी हूँ। मैंने अब तक सारा काम ईमानदारी से किया है, कट्टर ईमानदारी से किया है। तो इन फर्जी केस में कोई दम नहीं है। आप इनकी धमकियां तो नहीं दे सकते मुझको।
A flurry of press conferences, AAP versus BJP, charge versus counter-charge, remained the feature of the face-off as through the last 3 days. BJP rubbishes the charge of it looking to poach Sisodia, saying he has nothing concrete to offer.
जिनकी नीयत खोटी है, सोच छोटी है, उनको कोई क्या तोड़ेगा? कम से कम प्रश्नों के उत्तर तो दीजिए। 24 घंटे पूरे हो गए, उत्तर में आया एक ट्वीट में फिर वही अनर्गल बातें।
BJP's Delhi unit staged protests outside Arvind Kejriwal's residence in the capital today, keeping up the offensive on what it calls Team Kejriwal mired in corruption. In this now unending BJP-AAP war, the next salvo is round the corner.
All right, on the talking point this evening, Sanju Verma, national spokesperson of the BJP, will be joined by Amrit Gill, spokesperson of the Congress Party, and Priyanka Kakkar, spokesperson of the Aam Aadmi Party. Kailash Adhikari is managing director at Governance Now, and Umesh Segal is former chief secretary of the state of Delhi. Let me start with Sanju Verma. Today there was a sensational claim that was made by Manish Sisodia. He said that he got a message in two parts. One said that all CBI and ED cases against him will be shut down, and the other said that if he were to leave AAP and join the BJP, he will be made the CM candidate. Please respond to this charge by the Delhi Deputy Chief Minister.
You know, Zaka, Manish Sisodia obviously is rattled. He's trying to deviate and deflect attention from the grave allegations against him. He has not made, any clarifications with respect to serious charges against him. And the BJP has given ample documented proof about every single charge made against Manish Sisodia with respect to complete defiance of the GNCTD Act of 1991 by Manish Sisodia, the Delhi Excise Act of 2009, which was flouted by Manish Sisodia, Delhi Excise Rules of 2010, which were flouted by Manish Sisodia, Transaction of Business Rules of 1993, which were flouted by Manish Sisodia. He ran away from a press conference when he was asked what is his relationship with Arjun Pillai, Vijay Nair and Dinesh Arora. With Dinesh Arora, there is also a cash transaction allegedly involving Manish Sisodia. So now, in the larger context of the serious charges that have emerged against Manish Sisodia, with the CBI cracking its whip,
okay,
I am not surprised in the least that Manish Sisodia says, BJP ने मुझे कहा हमारी पार्टी ज्वाइन करिए और CBI और ED आपके खिलाफ सारी इन्वेस्टिगेशन बंद कर देगी. I, through your channel, I challenge as the national spokesperson of the BJP. I am asking Manish Sisodia, who from the BJP asked you to join the BJP? Is there a proof? Was there a conversation? Was it a telephonic conversation? Did you get a fax? Did you receive an email?
No, he's saying that he's saying that there was a conversation. It was a telephonic conversation. In fact, people close to him are also saying that there's a recording of that conversation. But anyway, I think what you've asked is a valid question. A, if the AAP is making such a sensational claim, they should come forth and clarify who exactly made this offer. And B, if they have proof of it, then put it out in the public domain. Let the people decide. But Amrit Gill of the Congress Party is also joining us. Amrit Gill, the charge against Manish Sisodia is he changed the Delhi excise policy from what used to be predominantly Sarkari thekas. It became private players, and private players were given undue favors and undue benefits. And some of that money came as kickbacks back to Manish Sisodia as well as other public officials. So far, though, other than one transaction, which has been shown in the CBI FIR, there has been no other information in the public domain that's been put forth by the government or by the BJP as to what exactly is this money trail, what exactly is this kickback, the part of the money that was waived off that came back to Manish Sisodia or the other public officials named. So in absence of that so far, how much legs do these allegations against Sisodia have?
Like, these are not the allegations. What Manish Sisodia is, he's the minister. He frames the minister frames the policies, and the ministers know all that how they will be making the money, how the money will go to the state exchequer, how the money, when they will be giving, they have given L1 licenses, and they have put it the clause that one company can make the tender who has a turnover of 150 crores. 150. Why they have, they want liquor vendors, that's just a shop. So they can put the clause of 5 crores and anything, but they have put it there will be very, very less bidders so that they can give the benefits to the big companies, to their friends, to the people whom we are discussing, the banned companies, also the blacklisted companies. One of the companies in Madhya Pradesh which was blacklisted, and the people had made a cartel, and this Manish Sisodia and the AAP government of Delhi supported them through that. It's the wholesaler commission increases from 2% to 12%. What is it all that like?
Okay. Let me ask Priyanka Kakkar of the Aam Aadmi Party. Today, Manish Sisodia came out and said that he was asked to leave the Aam Aadmi Party. He was said that all cases against him by CBI and ED will be shut down, and that he will be projected as the chief ministerial candidate. Now, please, can we, and Sanju Verma asked this question before you joined this broadcast, who in the BJP made this offer? Do you have any proof that such an offer was made? If indeed you have such proof of this conversation happening between Manish Sisodia and whosoever this BJP leader was, then isn't your interest best served if you put it out in the public domain?
Zaka, good evening to you and all of viewers. Definitely, we will reveal the identity at the right time, but it is the same person who poached Mukul Roy, who poached Suvendu Adhikari, and who poached Panda. Coming back to this, Zaka, it is a modus operandi of BJP, and I don't see why anyone is shocked. It is quite well known that this is what BJP does. They barrage the opposition with FIRs, then they topple the governments. We saw this in Maharashtra, how everyone was taken to Gujarat. They were given 5-star accommodations. There were helicopters which ferried them. Then they were taken to Assam, another BJP-ruled states. Then they were taken back to Maharashtra. So this is the modus operandi. And there is one allegation which has consistently stuck with the BJP is horse trading. We've often seen discussions and debates about anti-defection law. So all of that is playing out again. But Manish ji has also clearly said, categorically said कि वो भी महाराणा प्रताप के वंशज हैं और झुकेंगे नहीं, सर कटाना मंजूर है. You can file as many cases against us. You can level as many allegations. We've already had 150 cases against us.
But ma'am, why don't you answer the simple question that who is this person? Because if you have made this allegation, then it has to be basis something.
It will be revealed in time, but we've already given a big hint that it is the same person who contacted Mukul Roy, who contacted Suvendu Adhikari.
Okay. Let me go to Umesh Sehgal as well as Kailash Adhikari, both of whom are there in the broadcast. Umesh Sehgal, this whole thing, while the Aam Aadmi Party says, you know, this is BJP using CBI, ED, IT, etc. for political vendetta, this whole thing got flagged off when the Chief Secretary wrote to the Lieutenant Governor, as per, I think, Rule 57 of the Rules of Business of the Government of Delhi, that there were, according to him, according to the Chief Secretary, flagrant violations. And it is basis the Chief Secretary's letter that the Delhi LG then intimated the CBI about what he thought were these flagrant violations. Now, the point is that the CBI is only coming into the picture because one bureaucrat found violations and that one bureaucrat passed it on to the Lieutenant Governor, and the Lieutenant Governor then subsequently passed it on to the CBI. That can't be then seen as a case of political vendetta.
Is the question to me, Saka?
Umesh Sehgal, former Chief Secretary.
You see, the Chief Secretary has a role under the transaction of business rules to report to the Chief Minister and to the Lieutenant Governor any deviations from the transaction of business rules. Apparently, there were 3 or 4 important decisions taken which did not go to the Cabinet, did not go to the Lieutenant Governor, which according to the Chief Secretary should have gone. And those were related to hundreds of crores of rupees which were released to private parties without the approval of the competent authority. I don't think the Chief Secretary held anything more than that. He did point out that certain tender conditions had been violated, which is also a very bureaucratic thing, but he did not point out, and I don't think it was his duty to point out whether any corrupt practice had taken place.
Okay.
When this went to the Lieutenant Governor, he found that these are irregular things which had happened, and normally these would not happen unless there was a semblance of irregularity or corruption involved. So I think to set the matters straight, he referred it to the CBI, which is, I think, just the right thing to do. Now the CBI does not register a case immediately on receiving a complaint. They first do a preliminary investigation. Their preliminary investigation means you go into all the records which are available with the government. Now, of course, cell phones and all are not available with the government. So if a prima facie case is made out, then only they register the case. Having registered the case means the prima facie case is made out against 15 people. And if you see the list of the accused, there are at least 7 or 8 private individuals there.
Yes.
And the allegation against them is that they participated in the excise formation policy and also participated in the bidding. Now, if that is so, if that is proved, that alone is a corrupt practice. Now, on whose part that is a correct practice has to be determined. And first it will be determined by the CBI, and finally the courts will decide. So I don't think we need to get too excited about it.
No, but Mr. Sehgal, can I ask a simple question? When you say corrupt practice, explain to our viewers in this case, what would construe a corrupt practice? Changing a policy? Well, yeah, you can argue that procedural, flaws were there. The Chief Secretary was not intimated. The cabinet was not intimated, so on and so forth. But when you say corrupt practice, how may have that happened in this case?
There is a section, if I'm mistaken if it is 13 or 17, I think it is 17, of the Prevention of Corruption Act. I think it's sub-rule 4, I can't remember now, which defines a corrupt practice, which defines corruption. And that says that if you commit an irregularity which benefits a private party or benefits you yourself, that itself is defined as corruption. It is actually not called corruption, it is called criminal misconduct. Now, criminal misconduct is a criminal misconduct, and I think there's 5 or 6 years imprisonment provided for it.
Okay.
So it is a serious offence, and coming against a public servant, it becomes doubly serious. And CBI is the authority which is competent to investigate cases under the Prevention of Corruption Act.
Okay.
That is why the EOW, the Economic Offences Wing of the Delhi Police, has stopped its investigation, and they are probably going to hand over all their papers to the CBI. So I think CBI is the right agency. Let us not judge its fairness and not fairness till the courts have had a look at the evidence.
But let me ask Kailash Adhikari, one of the questions that's being asked of the BJP is also that today Kejriwal came out and said that, Delhi's education model is so being praised around the world, including in the New York Times, that Manish Sisodia should be given the Bharat Ratna. Be that as it may, that's a political point, it's a political boast, if you will. But why is there this perception, Kailash, that the BJP is using agencies like the ED, IT, CBI, etc. only against opposition parties, never against one of their own?
Firstly, Zaka, I'd like to begin by saying that the Deputy Chief Minister of Delhi mentioned that he got contacted regarding that all the cases would be vanished if he comes to the BJP. Now, at the post of a Deputy Chief Minister, making such claims without any solid proof and without showing that solid proof, even if that person has, is somewhat loose talk. And a Deputy Chief Minister does not, as it is said, shobha nahi deta ek Deputy Chief Minister ko ye baatein karne mein. Secondly, all the investigative agencies, according to me, they are very competent agencies. The people who are, heading it, or the people who are working under it, they are competent people. They have passed certain stringent examinations, and that is why they are working there. And only, as Mr. Sehgal very rightly pointed out, that only if there is under their preliminary investigation, if they feel that there is incriminating evidence, then only they register a particular case, and then the searches and the investigation start. So it has become a fashion for the opposition parties to mention that the government is blatantly using CBI and ED. Even in when the opposition party was in power prior to 2014, there were cases which the CBI and ED, they were functioning. It is not that only the CBI and ED are functioning after 2014, Zaka. So such claims should not be made by the opposition. And in all fairness, the investigative agencies, they investigate the case basis the evidence. And if a person is feeling aggrieved by it, then it's a democracy, and judiciary is one of the pillars of democracy, and the doors are open for
judicial recourse is always available. Sanju Verma, is this entire thing being couched ahead of the Gujarat Assembly elections? Because you'll remember last time in 2017, the BJP could win only 99 out of 182 seats. Do you feel that this time the contest is going to be between AAP versus BJP, and Arvind Kejriwal may be able to pull off something that Rahul Gandhi could not last time around?
Zaka, let's be very clear that in February 2021, we had the Gujarat Municipal Corporation elections. The Aam Aadmi Party won 27 seats in Surat. But what people do not highlight, and what needs to be highlighted, and which I'm doing on your show, is that Aam Aadmi Party lost stock and barrel, lost deposits in Gandhinagar, lost all deposits in Rajput, lost all deposits in Bhavnagar, lost all deposits in Ahmedabad, lost all deposits in Jamnagar. So one swallow does not a summer make, so they can keep preening about winning 27 seats in Surat. Even that happened because they had the support of Patidar Anmat Andolan Samiti, PAS. And now the ties between Patidar Anmat Andolan Samiti and Kejriwal have gone down the tube. Point number two, I think proof of the pudding is always in the eating. Do you remember prior to the Uttarakhand polls which happened earlier this year, Aam Aadmi Party said we will get at least 55 to 60 out of the 70 seats in Uttarakhand because Congress is not a player in the equation, and Bharatiya Janata Party will face anti-incumbency. And what was the result? In 55 out of the 70 seats that Aam Aadmi Party contested, 90% of those seats, they lost deposits, lost stock and barrel. In some of the seats, they got lower number of votes than even Nota. So Aam Aadmi Party can see Mungeri Lal ke Haseen Sapne and, be happy about wanting to win Gujarat. But the fact is that under BJP, despite being in power for more than 3 odd decades, today the per capita income in Gujarat is 2,35,000 versus national average of 1,46,000. 47 lakh people are employed in the MSME sector in Gujarat, the highest ratio for that sector.
All right.
37% of India's FDI came into Gujarat last year. So BJP has done a commendable job, and there is pro-incumbency, not anti-incumbency.
No. The fact is that in politics, whenever a party rules 10, 20, 30 years in this case, there will always be a sense of anti-incumbency that sets in. But anyway, be that as it may, I want to ask Priyanka Kakkad, the whole claim to fame of the Aam Aadmi Party, your party, was that you are an anti-corruption party. That's how the genesis of your party was through the India Against Corruption movement. But today, with Satinder Jain in jail, now your Manish Sisodia is under investigation, could likely go to jail. Has that plank of anti-corruption and crusaders against corruption been taken away from your party?
Not at all, Zaka. I am a very proud member of the Aam Aadmi Party, which takes pride in the fact that we have zero tolerance towards corruption. Let me also state this, that the spokesperson before me was mentioning about our performance in Gujarat. Let me state it on record that we got in the BJP ka gad, we got 28% vote share in Surat and 21% vote share in Gandhinagar, and that's where the problem began. We are also the fastest growing party globally, and that is a threat to this BJP. And
but Priyanka, how isn't it early days already when you're already saying 2024 is going to be Modi versus Kejriwal? BJP is in power in 17 states in this country. Aam Aadmi Party is in power in 2. Not even 2. I mean, Delhi is not even a full state.
People are very aware. They are seeing that Delhi model means that if we tax you, whether directly or indirectly, that tax goes back to the citizens in form of welfare schemes, whether it is free travel, whether it is CCTV, whether it is free education, whether it is free electricity, cheapest electricity, whether it is free water. So people are seeing this. People are seeing that BJP was ousted thrice in Delhi. Congress was ousted thrice in Delhi. People are seeing what is happening in Punjab. People are also aware of the fact that I just mentioned the vote share that we got in Gujarat in our first elections. So today, Arvind Kejriwal ji is the only contender to BJP, and that is a threat. That is creating a threat for the BJP.
In terms of seats, in terms of footprint, I'm not sure about that. But one thing is clear, Sanju Verma, that in terms of the other regional satraps, whether it is a KCR or a Mamata Banerjee or even a Sharad Pawar, Arvind Kejriwal has cross-state appeal. They are in power in Delhi, they are in power in Punjab, they've won 2 seats in Goa. They've got footprints in a lot many states. They might do okay in Gujarat. So he is one person who has cross-state appeal, unlike a Mamata or a Stalin or a KCR.
Zaka, what I'm surprised about is the fact that Aam Aadmi Party keeps saying that, we are the fastest growing party. They also need to acknowledge the fact that they have contested assembly elections in Goa twice. And each time they, with false bravado, declared Goa Sarkar hum banayenge. In 2017, they had a 6% vote share in Gujarat. This time also, in Goa, this time also they had a 6% share in vote share in Goa.
Where was BJP in 10 years?
May I please finish? I did not interrupt you. Please hold your horses. Now let me tell you one more thing. Recently in June 2022, I am surprised Aam Aadmi Party lost the by-poll in Sangrur, which is the bastion of the current Chief Minister Bhagwant Singh Mann. You lost the Sangrur seat to Shiromani Akali Dal. So please stop sitting here and giving a lecture.
But ma'am, that same party won 90 seats in Punjab just 5 months ago. How many seats did your party win? But anyway, be that as it may. No, that's a separate issue. By-elections don't necessarily reflect the way assembly polls go. But I want to go back to both Umesh Sehgal as well as to Kailash Adhikari. Kailash Adhikari, is this about politics? Is this about elections? Is this about the fear in the BJP that Aam Aadmi Party might do better than expected in Gujarat, might even pose a challenge therefore? Or is it that Mr. Sisodia and the others who've been named, the public officials certainly, need to come clean on why in the middle of the pandemic they had to change Delhi's excise policy, why these waivers were given, and why this earnest money that was deposited by some of the private players had to be given by the state exchequer, which is an unseen and unheard of practice.
Zaka, first a policy is being made, then the policy is being referred to for recommendation, then the recommendations come and then suddenly you reverse that particular policy. So all these elements or all these steps that have been taken lead to the fact that you've come with unclean hands, as it is said in legal terms. So naturally, the Aam Aadmi Party has to answer these things, that why the deviations first in introducing that policy, why the sudden deviations of again going back, and why these anomalies or abnormalities were there. So these are the very factual questions in front of the Aam Aadmi Party.
Umesh Sehgal, I'll give you the final word. Again, I come back to that moot point. Change of policy, every government does. Central government does, state governments do. But whether that change of policy resulted in undue benefits to some, and whether those benefits then found their way back to the public officials who changed the policy, how easy or difficult would that be to prove in a court of law?
Well, I'm not very sure that it percolated to any public servant, but there is no doubt that unfair advantage was given to many of these tenderers, especially the ones whom earnest money was returned, because there was no such condition in the tenders. The second important thing is that in the framing of the policy, what they did was they fixed the excise duty from a particular area.
Yeah.
Earlier it was per bottle. Suddenly what happens is, if all of them get together and half the shops are closed, the entire sale will go to the other half shops. So the sales will go up, which is exactly what has happened, and the government revenue will go down drastically, which is what has happened. So somebody should have anticipated this, and if it has not been done, it is a drastic failure. Whether it is criminal failure or not, I think the courts will have to determine.
All right, we'll leave it at that. Umesh Sehgal, Sanju Verma, Priyanka Kakkar, Amit Gill, and of course Kailash Adhikari. I want to thank all of you for joining us on this big story. It continues. The political ripples of it continue. Like I said, Manish Sisodia and Arvind Kejriwal are in Gujarat, where they are hoping to take the political attack to Modi's home turf. Meanwhile, the other big story, Russia today making a sensational disclosure that they've detained an ISIS suicide bomber who is entrusted with the mission to target BJP leaders here in India. This man has been identified as Azamov. He traveled to Turkey and was asked by his handler there to go to India and avenge the perceived insult to Prophet Muhammad. So does this incident raise once again the prospects of ISIS terror continuing to haunt India? So this is ISIS's Bleed India plot. It was thwarted after a suspect who was recruited was brought into the ISIS ranks as a suicide bomber. Remember, this man, Azamov, has been identified as a suicide mission bomber. In fact, he was indoctrinated remotely while he was in Turkey. He was in Turkey in the earlier part of this year and then traveled to Russia. The mission was basically to fly to India for what was termed a high-profile terror attack. The attack was asked to be carried out at the behest of ISIS for, quote-unquote, insulting the Prophet. The modus operandi was that he would blow himself up against a public representative of the ruling party. He was to meet a handler here in India who would then provide material and logistic help, and then he would be tasked to carry this out. All right, so how worried should India be that this Russian national has been apprehended? He was recruited by ISIS to carry out a high-profile terror attack here in India. Professor Brahma Chalani, strategic affairs expert, joining us. Glenn Carl is a former CIA officer and author. Fred Wire, political analyst and Russian affairs expert. Professor Brahma Chalani, I'll start with you first. The worry is that, okay, today it was Russia, a friendly country, that apprehended such a man, and they informed us subsequently. This could have very well happened in a country that is not so friendly to India, whether it's a Turkey or whether it's other countries in the Middle East which don't have ties or favorable ties with India. It could even be a Pakistan. How worried should India be about this threat of ISIS, particularly a few years after it was thought to have substantially been cut down to size?
Well, it's an interesting question. The fact is that ISIS, as it existed in Syria and Iraq, is no longer a potent force. It has been completely dismantled. The remnants of ISIS operating, but they are driven largely by ideological considerations. There is no organizational structure. And in fact, the big attacks that have been blamed on ISIS have actually been blamed on ISIS-K, which is actually a group that has no link with the original ISIS of the late Abu Bakr al-Baghdadi. In fact, ISIS-K, which operates mainly from Afghanistan, is part of Pakistani intelligence deception operations to build plausible deniability in terror attacks. So we have a very complex situation, and the Russians haven't really provided clarity on the arrests that they have made. They have provided very few details of the alleged link of ISIS with this plot against a Indian ruling party figure. I wish there were more details for us so that we could draw some conclusions. But unfortunately, the details are so sketchy from the Russian side.
Fred, we have seen Russia also dealing with its own, terrorism question when it comes to Chechnya, the Chechen terrorists, when it comes to, things like the Beslan school hostage crisis that we saw a few years ago. But in your experience, have you seen something of this sort where a Russian national is detained and he was supposedly out to carry out an attack in another country because of events that happened there and because of perceived insults, and the Russians detained him or her and then intimated the concerned country? Has such a thing ever come to light before?
In that level, I'm not sure. I know that there are lots and lots of Russians, people from Central Asia, who went south to fight with ISIS in Syria in years past, and who came back. It's a constant headache for Russian security, and they have a lot of experience with their own people and, wives and children. There's just a whole story there where the Russian services have got a lot of experience. So what I think this particular story underscores is the real importance of maintaining that international cooperation, that intergovernment, interagency communication, cooperation. It seems so boring, day in and day out. Nobody ever pays attention to it. Then suddenly it pays off. And that's what happened here, that Russia and India have maintained good intergovernmental relations, strong communication. They do it all the time, probably on many different levels. And this is the only way to combat that transnational threat.
Glenn Carl, again, one of the things that is worrisome about this particular apprehension and this particular detention is lone wolf attacks. This man was operating, by all accounts, on his own. He was a single member of this cell, as it were. Of course, he had handlers in Turkey. But how easy or difficult would it be for agencies, security agencies around the world, to deal with such lone wolf attacks or potential attacks? Because, as Brahmachalani was saying a moment ago, there isn't really much of an organizational structure of ISIS the way it used to exist a few years ago. Now you're basically dealing with individual cases, and how much micro can our security agencies go to?
Yes, it's an important point, and it's one that is largely lost on the publics in the world, whether Indian, American, or Russian, I'm sure, and that has been at the root of two things. One, the evolution of the jihadist or Muslim terrorist threat, and the responses by various governments to it. So what I mean is that 20 years ago, when I was deeply involved in the struggle against Al-Qaeda, hierarchical organizations were the dominant terrorist threat of the time. Not state-sponsored terrorism, which is another mistake made by many governments, but organizations like Al-Qaeda. The United States largely destroyed Al-Qaeda as a particularly capable institution. But more importantly than that, jihadist terrorism has evolved to the kind of lone wolf threat that you say, which is an exponentially more difficult target for intelligence services, be they Indian, Russian, or American, than a hierarchical, discrete entity. It is the persistent approach or kind of threat that has existed now dominantly for 15 years and will continue in the future. And it's exceptionally difficult for any intelligence organization to penetrate a non-existent organization. And profiling terrorists is also extremely difficult. So this is the current and ongoing challenge, and it is a difficult one.
Brahmacharani, doesn't it also bring into sharp focus the fact that here you have an Indian politician having said something, howsoever incendiary that might have been, but that is now giving cause to somebody sitting tens of thousands of miles away. The perceived insult is so grave that he or she feels like coming all these thousands of miles and then physically hurting the said person.
Well, the fact is that even if this person had said nothing, even if this incident had not happened, India, like Israel or the West, would have remained a target of jihadi terrorists. The fact is that jihadi theology helps link diverse Islamist groups and individuals around the world. And I think it's obvious that the only way to defeat an enemy driven by a pernicious ideology, an ideology that seeks to kill in the name of God, can you believe it? That there are people in this world who believe that God is telling them to kill other human beings. It is this kind of pernicious ideology that needs to be discredited. Unfortunately, what has happened is that the international war on terror has focused on eliminating individual terrorists, but not on fighting the ideology. Discrediting the ideology, the jihadist ideology, is very important because unless you don't discredit that ideology, then individuals are going to, in the name of God and religion, carry out brutal acts. And this reality, unfortunately, has yet to sink in. Our policy focus remains on scoring isolated wins against Islamist groups and individuals, rather than finding ways to discredit and emasculate this jihadist ideology.
Fred Wire, you know, Russia's also faced the brunt of the other side, which is Russia is also accused of using militia groups, some of them, you know, Muslim and Islamist in nature. The Kadyrov Brigade is one that comes to mind straight away. So Russia's experience in dealing with such private armies or private militias, if you will, to extend its own influences, to extend its own leverage far away from its borders, that has also been drawn into question. So it's like what Hillary Clinton said. I mean, if you're going to grow snakes in your backyard, they are going to turn around and bite you one day.
Yeah, I think this is a somewhat different thing, but yes, of course, Russia is engaged in whatever we'll call it neo-imperial machinations in many places in the Middle East, and certainly right now a major war in Ukraine, and it is mobilizing all kinds of forces to fight in a hybrid ways to fight this. It's not the first; it's the biggest. But before that, in Chechnya, it fought two long and brutal, bitter wars. I covered them both. This is different from non-state actor terrorism, the kind of lone wolf thing you were talking about earlier. But this is definitely a feature of the landscape today, and the crisis besetting the world. And by the way, Russia isn't the only country guilty in this sort of behavior, but certainly Russia is in thick into it.
Glenn Carl, I'll give you the final word. You know, many would argue that it's about friendly countries and unfriendly countries. In this case, Russia and India are friendly countries. Therefore, they intimated India right after this came to light. But here again, you know, countries like Turkey. This man, Azimov, is said to have traveled to Turkey. His handler was supposed to be in Turkey. Russia and Turkey do have a lot of issues, but at the same time, they also have cooperated. They also have live ongoing cooperation. In fact, let's not forget that one of the few leaders that Putin has met with in the last 6 months is Erdogan. Where do countries like India, you know, how do they learn to deal with countries like Turkey or a Pakistan or a Qatar for that matter, where they might be useful for such intimation as well.
Well, there, unusually, I have a relatively optimistic interpretation or view of events. Even countries that are politically at odds in any number of issues, in most instances will have a relatively healthy relationship between the intelligence services on compatible subjects. And individual lone wolf jihadists, in most instances, are a compatible issue to deal with. So Turkey and India, and even sometimes Pakistan and India, the services will work together. There are a few states that completely cynically exploit jihadists. Pakistan's probably one of the worst, but on the whole, the intelligence services will work together on this kind of issue.
All right. We'll leave it at that. This is a wake-up call, no doubt about it. The arrest of a Russian national who was tasked with killing a senior political figure here in India because of a perceived insult to Prophet Muhammad. Let's see how this story plays out in the days and weeks ahead. I want to thank all three of our guests, Glenn Carl, Fred Wire, Brahmacharani, for joining us here on Brass Tacks. Quick break here on the program. When we come back, aspiring teachers are thrashed and dragged in Patna simply for protesting against a 3-year delay in their recruitment. Is reeling under floods and Surat happens to be the worst hit.
Roads turned into rivers, resulting in several vehicles getting submerged. Water even entered people's homes, forcing people to move to higher floors. Drone footage shows most of Surat inundated. There is water for as long as the eye can see. Most people remained confined to their homes, but this pregnant woman had to be evacuated from her flooded home. A boat was brought in to take her to a safer location.
Nearly 5 lakh people have been affected by devastating floods in Odisha. People were stuck in neck-deep water waiting to be evacuated. Relief and rescue teams have reached maroon villages on boats and they moved people to safety. Incessant rains have triggered floods across the state. Maharashtra is also reeling under heavy floods after rains pounded the coastal districts.
Several rivers in Maharashtra are in spate after incessant rains for the last 24 hours. Despite dangerous conditions, this group of people decided to cross a river in Nashik. But the water was flowing so fast that they lost their balance. They held each other's hands and managed to cross the river to safety. Similar pictures surfaced from Vidarbha in Maharashtra. Rainwater left roads flooded and entered several homes. Several people were seen wading through knee-deep water. Teams from the National Disaster Response Force were roped in to evacuate people from flooded areas.
A day after he was heckled in Kodagu for questioning the installation of Savarkar posters, Siddaramaiah faced protest in Chikmagaluru as well. Right-wing groups carrying pictures of Savarkar tried to gerouse Siddaramaiah's motorcade. The Congress called it a state-sponsored protest. 2 months after Rahul Gandhi's Wayanad office was vandalized after a protest by members of the Students' Federation of India, 4 people, including Rahul Gandhi's staff there, have been arrested. They've been accused of damaging a picture of Mahatma Gandhi in the office. Remember, the Congress had accused the SFI of vandalism. The Sports Ministry has reached out to both FIFA and the Asian Football Confederation to allow Indian club sides to compete in tournaments as scheduled. Before FIFA suspended the All India Football Federation, Sri Gokulam Kerala FC had already reached Uzbekistan for a tournament beginning on the 23rd of August. ATK Mohun Bagan is also slated to play in September. Amid tensions with China, Taiwan's president thanked the Navy for their efforts.
Taiwan President Tsai Ing-wen visited tailors of the island's navy to thank them for their efforts. She called the pressure they are faced with as indescribable. During the visit, Taiwanese sailors wearing anti-flash gear warned Chinese warships by radio to change direction, saying they had seriously damaged security in the Taiwan Strait. Although the scale of China's drills has reduced, Taiwan continues to report Chinese fighters and warships operating around the island. The island nation has been holding its own military drills in the last couple of days, conducting anti-air drills with missiles and cannons. China claims the democratically governed Taiwan as its own territory and has been holding war drills to show its anger against US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to the island nation.
Russia has deployed 3 new fighters armed with nuclear-capable missiles to its European enclave. Jets especially modified. These are MiG-31K variants. They can carry the Kinzhal or the Dagger hypersonic missile. These missiles can be armed with nuclear warheads as well that are capable of flying at 12 times the speed of sound. These jets have landed in Kaliningrad, very next to the NATO member Poland. At least one person was killed in Russian shelling on the Ukrainian city of Kharkiv. 5 missiles hit different parts of the city early this morning, in which several buildings were reduced to rubble. Ukraine's second largest city has been the target of regular Russian shelling since the invasion began, but Russia Welcome back. Hundreds of job aspirants were lathi-charged in Patna today. Here's why.
The aspiring teachers were protesting against a delay in their recruitment. But what unfolded was simply shocking. Patna's additional district magistrate thrashed and dragged a protester who was lying on the ground holding the tricolour. The protesting candidates say they have been awaiting recruitment since 2019. Fed up with mere assurances from the government, they decided to voice their anger. But they were faced with water cannons and lathi charged by the police. Facing flack over how the protests were handled, the Bihar government ordered a probe.
ऐसा व्यवहार नहीं करना चाहिए। अब तो जांच कमेटी बनी तो कार्रवाई ना है, तो उसमें जांच होगी।
An inquiry committee has been ordered by the Patna district magistrate.
Now, there was high drama in Jaipur today after the police lathi-charged ABVP students who had in fact gathered there without permission during a college students' body election. The ABVP's candidate for the president's post in Jaipur Rajasthan University held a show of strength with a large number of supporters during his nomination. An elderly man was left badly injured after he was tossed in the air by a bull. The incident happened in Faridabad in the National Capital Region. The man was crossing a street when the bull charged at him from behind and tossed him into the air with his horns. In fact, bystanders rushed to the man's help and took him to a nearby hospital. A woman toll plaza employee in Madhya Pradesh was brutally assaulted after she refused to let a person pass without paying.
A man walks to the toll booth where the employee is seen standing and slaps her across the face. The woman stumbles for a second, then picks up a shoe and starts hitting the man back. The man tries to grab the toll plaza employee's hand, but she continues to attack him with a shoe. Others had to intervene to try and diffuse tensions. The incident happened at a toll plaza on the Rajgarh-Bhopal road. The man claimed he was a local and hence should be exempted from paying toll, but he didn't have any required documents to back his case. A case has been lodged, but the accused is yet to be arrested. Furthermore, the woman claims the toll plaza has 7 female employees, but no guards.
A group of brave Indian soldiers made the impossible possible. High-altitude trek in Ladakh by snow leopard. The brigade of a 14-member team of Jawans completed the 230-kilometer journey. It's a treacherous trek from Rumse to Nyoma. It was done in 12 days. The trek happens at an altitude of anywhere between 14,000 to 18,000 feet. They traverse through snow-covered mountains as well as valleys, and clearly it's a record for the boys in Olam. Landslides because of heavy rains have left a trail of death and destruction all across Himachal Pradesh.
It looks like business as usual at this petrol pump in Shimla. But suddenly, a giant rock breaks away from the mountain, comes hurtling down and lands on cars parked at the petrol pump. It happened so quickly that people didn't even have time to get away. At least one person was badly injured and 3 cars were completely destroyed. In Chamba district, a 3-story building was destroyed due to a landslide and the debris that came along with it. In Mandi, traffic came to a standstill after debris from a landslide fell on the road.
सबसे बुरे हालात यहाँ पर मंडी के हैं, जैसे कि आपको पता है कि अकेले मंडी में 13 लोगों की जान गई है.
The administration in Himachal Pradesh is on high alert after several landslides have been reported due to incessant rains.
The Kupkar Alliance held an all-party meeting in the valley today over electoral revision that proposes to give voting rights to non-locals who are working or studying in Jammu and Kashmir. All opposition parties have unequivocally opposed the new move, which will see close to 25 lakh new voters added to the electoral list. It's vindication for the Kerala governor and embarrassment for the Kerala government over the Kannur University professor recruitment row. The Kerala High Court has stayed the appointment of Priya Varghese as associate professor till the end of the month. This comes just a day after the governor ordered the Kannur VC to put Priya's nomination on hold, alleging nepotism. The Campus Front of India has slammed the BJP government for allegedly saffronizing the education system in Karnataka. The CFI says that the government is focused on the upcoming elections and they're not here for education. CFI announced a nationwide campaign like seminars till the 20th of September. This comes amid the ongoing hijab row in the state. The Supreme Court has disbanded the 3-member Committee of Administrators from looking over the affairs of the All India Football Federation and said that elections for the football body be held on the 28th of August. The Apex Court also ordered all 36 representatives from states and union territories to be part of the voter list, which is what was demanded by FIFA. 3 American cops were suspended after a video of them beating a suspect under arrest went viral.
The video shows the 3 cops pinning down a suspect, punching him in the head and kneeing him several times. The suspect holds his arms up to his face while he's mercilessly thrashed. One of the police officers also points at the person taping the video, ordering them to stop recording. The officers were responding to a report of a man making threats to a convenience store employee. According to the police, the officers began a calm and civil conversation with the suspect. But then he allegedly began to attack one of the deputies, which led officers restraining him and beating him up. The man has been booked and the 3 police officers have been suspended.
The US's top infectious diseases expert, Dr. Anthony Fauci, has announced that he'll be stepping down as the director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, as well as the White House's chief medical advisor at the end of the year. Dr. Fauci had become a household name during the pandemic when he battled misinformation over COVID. Russia claims that Ukraine's special services are responsible for the assassination of a Putin aide and the Russian philosopher Alexander Dugin's daughter, Daria Dugin. In fact, Russia claims that the perpetrator is a Ukrainian citizen who arrived in Russia on the 23rd of July. Dugina was killed on Saturday when a suspected explosive device blew up in the car that she was driving. China is literally crossing the line with its military exercises very close to the Taiwan Straits.
Taiwan claims 4 Chinese aircraft crossed the median line of the Taiwan Strait. The median line normally serves as an unofficial barrier. China has been carrying out drills near Taiwan despite strong objections from the government in Taipei. Beijing claims Taiwan as Chinese territory and has been fuming ever since US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to the island last month. The PLA's Eastern Theatre Command, which is responsible for the region that includes the Taiwan Strait, has held naval and air force drills as a show of strength. The maneuvers include launching ballistic missiles into waters around Taiwan, several Chinese warships in the Taiwan Strait, and PLA warplanes breaching the median line.
And this is going to make China fume even further. The Indiana governor has met with Taiwan's president during a 4-day visit to the island. Eric Holcomb's visit will focus on economic exchange, particularly semiconductors. This is the 3rd high-profile visit by a US politician to Taiwan in just the last month. Taiwan, meanwhile, is beefing up its semiconductor defenses as China continues to provoke. In fact, 65% of all global semiconductor supply is from Taiwan. Taiwan, in fact, accounts for 90% of advanced chips. In fact, the Taiwan-based TSMC, the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company, is the world's largest chip foundry. Taiwan may force Foxconn, which is one of the biggest makers of Apple iPhone, to unwind the $800 million deal with China. Taiwan protects the top engineers from being poached, and this is going to be one big area of fighting between China and Taiwan. Imran Khan has received a minor relief from the Islamabad High Court, which granted him pre-arrest bail in connection to the terrorism case that was filed against him for threatening army, police and judiciary. Imran Khan was booked under the Anti-Terrorism Act on Sunday after he warned officials not to work for thieves, referring to the present government. A Hindu man escaped lynching in Pakistan over an alleged blasphemy case filed against him.
Hundreds gathered outside Ashok Kumar's apartment in Pakistan's Hyderabad. The agitated mob raised slogans and demanded that Kumar be handed over to them. Some even tried to scale the walls of the apartment to try and get a hold of Ashok Kumar. Ultimately, police lathi-charged and dispersed the mob from the spot. Ashok Kumar, a Hindu sanitation worker in Pakistan, was booked in a fake blasphemy case over alleged desecration of the Quran. The complaint was reportedly lodged by a local resident after he had a brawl with Kumar. Many have been lynched over mere accusations due to Pakistan's draconian blasphemy law.
If this sets a precedent for fights within political parties to be settled by courts of law, ultimately, whoever has majority control of a party, he or she should be given the reins of that party.
Priyanka, the BJP has also levelled a very direct charge that it was under your government's direction, with the Delhi CS at the helm, that you wanted to transfer these refugees or illegals into EWS flats.
There a buzz around Bajwa's arrival in London because this talk of his return early September means that just around the time there is a huge amount of pressure to call for early elections. So will Nawaz Sharif touch down in Pakistan before elections are announced?
My question is, when you mounted an entire campaign and ensured that a corrupt minister resigns, can Kartikeya Singh continue in office?
दिल तो दुखता है।
सारे समाज नाराज हैं।
वो लॉटरी सिस्टम से जाए।
You're watching News Epicenter with me, Maria Shakil. The Liquorgate continues to rage in the national capital between the Aam Aadmi Party and the BJP. Delhi's Deputy Chief Minister, who also handles the excise department, has been named by the CBI as accused number 1, along with 14 others, for allegedly tweaking the liquor excise policy back in November 2021 to enrich the liquor barons in the capital at the expense of the state exchequer. Manish Sisodia was raided by the CBI last week, where his official residence was searched by the agency for over 14 hours. The agency alleges that Sisodia and his aides falsified documents giving licenses to blacklisted vendors in exchange for bribes. The FIR states that liquor barons were actively involved in the framing and implementation of the excise policy as well, that was brought in November last year. Beyond dismissing the charges as vendetta politics, Manish Sisodia claimed that the BJP was rattled by a New York Times feature that praised the Delhi government's education policy. Now Manish Sisodia claims the BJP tried to poach him in return for the closure of CBI and ED cases. Sisodia claims to have recordings of the BJP leaders, but has not given any evidence so far or taken any names either. The BJP has rubbished the charges, calling the Aam Aadmi Party master liars, and continued the agitation outside Arvind Kejriwal's residence over the charges of corruption. While this storm is raging in the national capital, both Arvind Kejriwal and his deputy Manish Sisodia campaigned in poll-bound Gujarat, promising to deliver the Delhi model of governance if elected to power. It is a storm of charges from both the sides, with each party playing to their respective galleries. But where does the truth lie? Is the BJP waging a vendetta war against the Aam Aadmi Party? Is the Aam Aadmi Party now levelling such charges as a diversionary tactic? Who is actually fooling the Aam Aadmi? Before I get the guests, here's what happened today.
Day 3 now after the CBI raids, and beyond criminality and actual findings on Liquorgate, the AAP-BJP war is now almost entirely about political mudslinging, fact or no fact. BJP's alleged scam culprit, Delhi Deputy Chief Minister Manish Sisodia, has hit out in multiple ways, alleging a BJP bid to target Kejriwal ahead of 2024, scoffing at reports of a lookout circular. And now this. A tweet by Sisodia claims he's got a message from the BJP to break the AAP and join the BJP. He alludes to what has been termed the BJP washing machine that would absolve him of all wrongdoing. In Gujarat today, with Chief Minister Kejriwal, Sisodia rubbished BJP allegations, keeping up the AAP's education healthcare pitch.
ये CBI, ED जितने केस चल रहे हैं, इनकी सच्चाई तो मैं जानता हूँ, क्योंकि ये सारे केस फर्जी हैं। मैं एक ईमानदार आदमी हूँ। इनफैक्ट मैं अरविंद केजरीवाल जी की टीम में हूँ ही इसलिए कि मैं एक कट्टर ईमानदार आदमी हूँ। मैंने अब तक सारा काम ईमानदारी से किया है, कट्टर ईमानदारी से किया है। तो इन फर्जी केस में कोई दम नहीं है। आप इनकी धमकियां तो नहीं दे सकते मुझको।
A flurry of press conferences, AAP versus BJP, charge versus counter-charge, remained the feature of the face-off as through the last 3 days. BJP rubbishes the charge of it looking to poach Sisodia, saying he has nothing concrete to offer. The Aam Aadmi Party harps on allegations of a BJP ploy to pull down state governments.
जिस पार्टी को तोड़ना है, जिस सरकार को तोड़ना है, जिन नेताओं को तोड़ना है, सबसे पहले उन पर केंद्र सरकार की अलग-अलग एजेंसियों को छोड़ दो। उनके ऊपर सीबीआई का केस करो, उनके ऊपर ईडी का केस करो। उसके बाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी जाके उनके नेताओं को ऑफर देती है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी में आ जाओ, सारे केस बंद हो जाएंगे। तो एक तरफ धमकाया जाता है और दूसरी तरफ लुभाने का प्रयास किया जाता है।
जिनकी नीयत खोटी है, सोच छोटी है, उनको कोई क्या तोड़ेगा? कम से कम प्रश्नों के उत्तर तो दीजिए। 24 घंटे पूरे हो गए, उत्तर में आया एक ट्वीट, ट्वीट में फिर वही अनर्गल बातें।
BJP's Delhi unit staged protests outside Arvind Kejriwal's residence in the capital today, keeping up the offensive on what it calls Team Kejriwal mired in corruption. In this now unending BJP AAP war, the next salvo is round the corner.
And this is the latest fallout of this Liquorgate. The Home Ministry has suspended Gopi Krishna, the former Excise Commissioner, and Anand Kumar Tiwari, the former Deputy Excise Commissioner of Delhi. The Lieutenant Governor had recommended for their suspension to the Ministry of Home Affairs. Pallavi is joining me on the phone line. Pallavi, what exactly is the role of Gopi Krishna and also Anand Kumar Tiwari?
So according to allegations, they were very much working in conduit or in connivance with those allegations we are seeing against the Deputy Chief Minister, Manish Sisodia. So the allegation against them specifically is that they tinkered with their position. They facilitated the misuse of an excise policy, how it was changed overnight to benefit a certain group of people and corporates. And based on the recommendations of the LG, because according to sources, he has definite information and evidence to pin down the former excise commissioner. And I think this first step, which has been taken by the Home Ministry of the suspension of the former excise commissioner, is very, very significant, which means, the news tightens on Manish Sisodia, and many of found a mention in the FIR and the charge sheet.
All right, Pallavi, thank you so much for joining us. Let me bring in my guests at this hour on News Epicenter. Shazia Ilmi, spokesperson of the BJP, Dr. Anika Malhotra, a spokesperson of the Congress, Akshay Marathi representing the Aam Aadmi Party, Yashwardhan Azad, former IPS officer. We also have Naresh Goyal, who is the president of Delhi Liquor Traders Association. Naresh Goyal जी, मैं आपके पास सबसे पहले आऊंगी. इस पूरी पॉलिसी से किसको फायदा हुआ? क्योंकि जहां तक एक्सचेकर का सवाल है, उनको तो मैसिव लॉस हुआ है.
जी मैम, बिल्कुल आपका जो कहना है बिल्कुल सही है. इससे एक्सचेकर को बहुत नुकसान हुआ है, इससे रिटेलर को बहुत नुकसान हुआ है, जो 15-20 साल से लोग चला रहे थे उसको नुकसान हुआ है, दिल्ली वासियों को बहुत नुकसान हुआ है इस नई पॉलिसी से. इस पॉलिसी से अगर किसी को वाकई फायदा हुआ है तो वो बहुराष्ट्रीय कंपनियां, जो फॉरेन कंपनीज हैं, जो इंडिया के अंदर 2-3 लीडिंग कंपनी है, सिर्फ उनका मार्केट शेयर बढ़ा है और उनके जो इस ईयर में उनके जो प्रॉफिट्स हैं, उनके अंदर मैं कहूँगा 10 टाइम्स का प्रॉफिट उन्होंने गेन किया है.
10 टाइम्स कैसे आप बोल रहे हैं?
इसमें सिर्फ मैन्युफैक्चरर कंपनी जो है, जो लीडिंग मैन्युफैक्चरर कंपनीज है, ये पॉलिसी सिर्फ और सिर्फ मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को इसके अंदर बेनिफिशियरी रहे. बाकी इसके अंदर होलसेलर और मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कंपनीज दो ही बेनिफिशियरी रहे. बाकी इसमें रिटेलर्स ने भी खोया, दिल्ली वासियों ने भी खोया और एक्सचेकर का भी इसमें बहुत नुकसान.
नरेश गोयल जी, ये कैबिनेट नोट है जो लिखा गया था जब ये पूरी पॉलिसी रोल बैक हुई है. उन लोगों ने ये कहा है साफ तौर पर, विंडफॉल गेन्स टू लाइसेंस होल्डर्स. तो क्या जो लाइसेंस भी दिया गया वो गलत तरीके से दिया गया था?
बिल्कुल मैम, इसके अंदर क्या था कि पहले जो है पर जितनी बोतल बेचोगे उतनी बोतल के ऊपर एक्साइज ड्यूटी लगती थी. लेकिन इन्होंने क्या किया कि एक लमसम एक्साइज ड्यूटी ली गई, लाइसेंस फीस के नाम पे उसको समशुम्ड कर दिया गया. तो जब उसको अब इससे क्या हुआ, दिल्ली के अंदर शराब की बिक्री तो दुगनी हो गई और रेवेन्यू आधा रह गया. 632 दुकानें दिल्ली के अंदर सरकारी और प्राइवेट मिला के 6400 करोड़ रुपए दे रहे थे. 21 ड्राई डे कम कर दिए, उम्र घटा दी, सब कुछ करने के बावजूद लंबी लंबी लाइनें दिल्ली वालों ने देखी, सब कुछ देखा और रेवेन्यू का लॉस हो गया. तो पैसा गया कहाँ? आखिर इसके अंदर हमने पिटीशन भी डाली थी, दिल्ली लिकर ट्रेड एसोसिएशन ने, हाई कोर्ट ने पिटीशन भी डाली. सब कुछ हमने कहा, हमने 3 बार मिले भी. हमने कहा कि जी ये इस कंपनियों से सिर्फ और सिर्फ अगर किसी को बेनिफिट हुआ है तो वो मल्टीनेशनल कंपनीज जो कि मैन्युफैक्चरिंग ट्रेड के अंदर है, ये उनके सपोर्ट के लिए बेची रही, बाकी सबके लिए लॉस रहा.
आपने जो ये कहा कि आप मिले थे, क्या आपने ये कंसर्न्स दिल्ली सरकार के किसी रिप्रेजेंटेटिव को बताया था या मनीष सिसोदिया जी को बताया था, अरविंद केजरीवाल जी को बताया था?
जी मैम, हमने मिलने के लिए समय मांगा, हमें समय नहीं मिला. हमें बार बार मिला हमने, लेकिन रिटर्न प्रेजेंटेशन हमने दी. उसके बाद इसकी पॉलिसी भी जो है, दिल्ली लिकर ट्रेड एसोसिएशन को इसकी पॉलिसी पब्लिक नहीं की गई थी. दिल्ली लिकर ट्रेड एसोसिएशन ने एक रिट पिटीशन हाई कोर्ट में दाखिल करी. ऑनरेबल हाई कोर्ट के आदेश के बाद टेंडर आ गया था, लेकिन पॉलिसी जो है प्री-बिड के बाद इन्होंने दी. इसको पॉलिसी को भी छिपाया गया. मुझे नहीं पता उसके पीछे क्या कारण थे, क्या बातचीत थी, पर इस पॉलिसी को छुपाया गया. और ये पूरी की पूरी पॉलिसी में सिर्फ और सिर्फ मैन्युफैक्चरिंग कंपनीज को ने पैसा कमाया है, बाकी सबने बिल्कुल पैसा खोया है. और जो 15-20 साल से लोग जुड़े हुए थे वो भी बेरोजगार हो गए. और ये बड़े बड़े कार्टल बनाए गए इसके अंदर. और इससे एक्सचेकर का अगर फायदा हो जाता, दिल्ली वासियों को फायदा हो जाता. 1+1 बेची गई. 1+1 से भी जो गरीब आदमी है, जिसका कंट्रोल नहीं है अपने ऊपर शराब पीने पे, उसके स्वास्थ्य भी खराब हुआ इसमें. दिल्ली में सड़कों पे जाम लगे.
if anything, there was everything wrong about this excise policy, is what Naresh Goyal there is saying. You know, for the longest time, what we are seeing is that the Aam Aadmi Party has not really answered specific question on policy failure. Why was this policy rolled back? Instead, what we are seeing is about BJP calling Mr. Manish Sisodia, and the entire narrative is about everything but the policy.
Maria, first of all, what you're saying is absolutely right. The reason that Aam Aadmi Party has been talking about the motive and the credibility of the BJP instead of going into the specifics is because you have to look at the track record and the credibility of the last 8 years. The BJP has been making allegations against Aam Aadmi Party for the last 8 years continuously, but not a single allegation has it been able to prove in a court of law. All these premier investigating agencies, whether it's CBI, ED, Delhi police, when they go to court with these cases, they get blasted by the court saying that you're doing vendetta politics against Aam Aadmi Party. So under what credibility are we supposed to believe the BJP's allegations today? Now, if we have to go into the specifics, I'm very happy to do that. But the question is that if the Aam Aadmi Party wanted to roll back a policy that was failing, that is a question of policy. It is not a question of corruption or a scam. But the reasons that we had to roll back the policy have been articulated very clearly by the Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal today in his press conference in Gujarat. Now, let me take you through the chronology. In 2021, we introduced this liquor policy, which we think is the best liquor policy that the country has seen, because what it did is it actually rationalized the spread and the distribution of liquor vends across the city. What used to happen earlier is that there was a small area of Delhi which had the Sarkari Thekas, as if you are from Delhi, you might know this. And there was a large part of Delhi which was called a non-conforming area where no liquor vends were allowed. So in those parts of the city, you had a lot of illegal liquor being sold. So we rationalized this policy and brought the entire city under
Akshay,
the formal
it is about
legal
this
structure.
policy
Now,
that it is being said that there has
No.
been a deliberate and gross procedural lapses to provide post-tender undue benefits to liquor licensees. This is what has been said. And that there are irregularities in formulation and execution of Delhi excise policy brought in November last year is what the CBI is saying.
Maria, let me just finish my point.
Yes.
All these allegations we are saying are false, but let me go into the very specific question of why we rolled it back. Now, after we introduced this policy, the Lieutenant Governor of Delhi, and this is all a matter of public record, he sent back our decision to the government saying that the Delhi police, the MCD, the DDA is not agreeing to give permission to open liquor stores in those non-conforming areas. Now, just think about it. We had a situation where a lot of private vendors submitted their license fees, signed up to open up shops in those areas, but they were stopped and prevented by the central government and their agencies from doing so. Now, as a responsible government, where we wanted to actually improve the situation and did not want corruption to flourish like it did in the past, we said, fine, if the LG and the BJP are going to come in the way, let's get rid of this policy and move back to the old one until the CBI investigates this case and clears Mr. Sisodia.
So now that the CBI is investigating the case, where did this entire twist come? That Mr. Sisodia got a call from somebody from the BJP?
Oh, this twist is not the creation of the Aam Aadmi Party. The twist is the creation of the BJP. And if you look at the history of the BJP, just 5 years ago, Himanta Biswa Sarma, who was a Congress leader, was accused every day by the BJP. Maria, you've asked me a question. You've asked me a question. Let me just finish.
Yes.
He was accused by the BJP of being corrupt, and within 2 months, the BJP accepted him into the party and then stopped all the CBI cases against him. The similar thing happened with Narayan Rane in Maharashtra. The same thing happened with Suvendu Roy in West Bengal.
You might take a lot of national time on TV talking about and repeating yourself.
No. Tell me. Shazia, why are BJP leaders calling Mr. Manish Sisodia?
So, I heard this entire gobbledygook, and not for the first time. But I have very simple questions, and they're very extremely pointed, cutting through this chase and the maze that we find ourselves in every time we speak to Aam Aadmi Party vis-a-vis the questions which are very clear, and there is no ambiguity whatsoever. The question number one is, of course, why did they take the liquor policy back? But the most important question is, but as pointed out to the president of the Liquor Association, I just heard him, Mr. Naresh Ji, I think I don't know whether I got his name right.
Yes, that's right.
Why did the manufacturing companies, the liquor manufacturing companies are never given the right to do so in retail? Why was that allowed? Why were those companies that were contractors who were blacklisted, why were they accorded and awarded the contract? Third, why were those, once the tender is passed, companies can't form a cartel and buy it? Why were the companies allowed to buy it as a cartel? So these are complete flouting of the basic rules that exist. Not just that, coming back to basic questions of 30 crore refund and 144 crores being given to the L1 bidders who actually got the bid but were given the money, which was from the state exchequer, despite the fact that they could not get the no objection certificate, which was their primary responsibility. So these are very real questions. Why was the commission, which is 2%, increased to 12%?
Yes.
And
Shazia,
also,
I've asked those questions.
These are very real.
I've asked those questions.
And I'm tired.
But
yeah,
today the day began with Mr. Manish Sisodia putting out a tweet saying that he has got an invitation from the BJP that if he breaks Aam Aadmi Party, then everything will be clean, that the BJP's washing machine will be operational.
Okay, so I want to say when somebody from the BJP called him up, Manish Sisodia, a few days back, as he says, and after which they started all of this, tell him, was it before or after the excise department's notice given to them as to why these contracts were awarded, or was it before? And also ask Manish Sisodia or Akash Marathi, who speaks for them right now, that why didn't he do a press conference there and then? Why didn't he make it open knowledge at that point of time? What was he waiting for?
Okay.
For the CBI raid?
Okay.
And just
Akshay
before
Marathi?
the arrest? I mean, what was he waiting for?
Why did Mr. Manish Sisodia choose to speak about it today?
I think this is a question that Himanta Biswa Sharma, Suvendu Roy, or Narayan Rane ji can also answer. At what point in the CBI cases against Himanta Sharma? Shazia, I didn't interrupt you, right? Let's be
I will
civil
not
to
let
each
you
other.
run here and there. I will bring you back to the question answer.
Tell me,
no, I'm sorry.
Tell me at what point?
It's about Manish Sisodia and the liquor mafia and the corruption of Aam Aadmi Party. Do not talk about other things. Talk only about yourself. Talk about your corrupt leaders and the scam they find themselves in and the CBI raids.
Shazia, please seek some help.
No.
Seek some help.
No,
don't do this.
It's not about Narayan Rane. It is about Manish Sisodia, the liquor mafia king.
At what point in the CBI investigation against Himanta Sharma was he offered by the BJP to join? At what point was Suvendu Adhikari? At what point? At what point did you tell us? No, you offered Suvendu Adhikari a post in the BJP.
Because
you offered Suvendu Adhikari a post in the BJP after you have declared him corrupt.
Stealing the
cookie. When? At what point? Shazia, at what point did you offer Suvendu Adhikari a job in the BJP? At what point in the CBI and ED case? At what point?
Okay. And another twist that has been given by the Aam Aadmi Party is that they are the real challenger to the BJP, and they are taking the BJP head on in the state of Gujarat, and that is the reason why the BJP is jittery, is what is being said by the Aam Aadmi Party as well. Onika Mehrotra, we are seeing clearly that you have almost taken the side of the BJP in targeting the Aam Aadmi Party as far as this issue is concerned. What exactly is happening here in the sense that you expect support when you say that there is some kind of targeting or misuse of agencies, and now that the Aam Aadmi Party says that there is alleged misuse, quote unquote, of agencies, why are you not standing with them? So much for the index of opposition unity.
All right, Maria, let me answer you. The Aam Aadmi Party shamelessly was formulating this policy when all of us were reeling under COVID, and we were actually, trying to save one year in year one. At a time like this, they're formulating a policy where they really flouted the rules, obviously for reasons well known to them. Now, coming to the issue that why we're supporting and not supporting them. Maria, there are two different aspects to it. One, CBI, ED and IT department definitely are ruled by the BJP, and they go about it. And that is why when they do a course correction, when they do a right thing, they have done it. because of the previous experience that we have with the ED. Now, comparing Congress's National Harar case to the Aabkari Nitis, it doesn't make any sense. Here, there's absolute flaunting of rules, L1 license to non-conforming areas. They knew very well that they can't do it. And then they put the blame on BJP or whatever, or BJP being silent, Maria, for so long. They have 7 members of parliament in Delhi and 8 MLAs in the Vidhan Sabha. Why were they blindfolded? Or were they a part of the same policy, which they also wanted quietly to sail to?
So then you are saying that BJP and Aam Aadmi Party are hand in glove?
Absolutely, Maria. The Aam Aadmi has stolen the manual of BJP.
Okay, now tell me what. No. But the Aam Aadmi Party says that if anything, the reason why the Congress Party is not supporting them, although they have managed the support of the TMC and other political parties in opposition, is because you see them as an opponent in the state of Gujarat.
Not at all. They are just, the temporary face people who come, like fringe elements as you call them. They come with all sort of different agenda, only just hypothetical questions of imandari. They are self-proclaimed imandars, and one is a self-proclaimed chowkidar. So both are standing in the same Maria.
Acha. Akshay, imandar and chowkidar are working in tandem is the point coming from the Congress. I know it's a... Yes.
Maria, who is buying whom is the question? BJP is known to do this kind of diverse and destructive activities. So who's buying who is a valid question. Okay. So Aam Aadmi has used the tactics of BJP to defend them. So it's a game of offensive and defensive.
Okay, Akshay.
Maria, for the last 27 years, the BJP has been in power in Gujarat purely for the simple reason that the Congress has been hands in glove with the BJP.
Don't get into that.
So the reason that the Congress is so rattled right now is because the very effective partnership of Congress and BJP has been exposed by the Aam Aadmi Party. And now the Aam Aadmi Party's rising graph in Gujarat is sending jitters down the Congress and BJP spine. Which is why these two parties have now come together and are wanting to defame Aam Aadmi Party and Arvind Kejriwal ji, because these two parties in Gujarat don't know how to tackle the Aam Aadmi Party's promises on education, healthcare, power, water. So that is why you see the Congress and BJP working in tandem.
No, but Akshay, that argument doesn't really hold the test of statistics. In 2017, in fact, of the 29 seats that the Aam Aadmi Party contested, the party polled 0.10% vote share.
Maria, in 2011, the Aam Aadmi Party didn't even exist. But today we have a state government in Delhi and Punjab. In the 2021 Gandhinagar municipal elections, we have a vote percentage of 21%. In the Surat election, we have a vote percentage of 28%. So within the last few years, Aam Aadmi Party has built strength after strength in Gujarat. And that is the reason the BJP is so rattled. Their leaders have no answer to the Aam Aadmi Party's promise to make India #1. They have no answer to Arvind Kejriwal ji's promise to make education and healthcare #1. They have no answer to Arvind Kejriwal.
I want Shazia to respond to this. Shazia?
I will stick to my guns and I will talk about the liquor scam. From which Akshay Marathe is trying so hard to run away from. And I'm sorry, Akshay, I will not let you get out of this one. No matter how much you try to confuse the issue and obfuscate and divert, you have to answer these questions. I've asked them many times before, but unfortunately, it becomes about how jealous BJP of AAP. I'm afraid there are no elections around the corner. This is happening in Delhi. So really,
there is an election in December in Gujarat.
Of grandeur.
You may not be aware, but there is a Gujarat election in December.
Yeah, you're not even a factor there. So stop, being so
You might think that, but the results will show you, Shazia. The results will show you. The results will show you. The results will speak for themselves. The people of Gujarat will respond very, very effectively.
I know you want the conversation
the people of Gujarat will respond very effectively.
I will not. I will talk about what has happened already, then what might or might not happen. I'm talking about the sheer corruption of Aam Aadmi Party.
We should talk about the sheer corruption that led to 100 people dying in Gujarat of drinking spurious liquor. 100 people died in Gujarat because your government could not protect them. Your government could not stop the smuggling of spurious liquor in Gujarat. That is why these 100 people died. The 10,000 crore rupee excise scam in Gujarat.
Happen right there.
The 10,000 crore rupee excise scam in Gujarat is destroying Gujarat today, and the people of Gujarat are sick and tired of your corruption. The people of Gujarat are sick and tired.
Okay, Yashvardhan Azad. Yashvardhan Azad now, please. Yes, Yashvardhan Azad. You know, the question here is that we are not getting the answer to the question as to why this policy was rolled back. And if anything, the cabinet note talks about how things were wrong. And it's almost like an admission of things going horribly, horribly wrong. When we look at the CBI investigation and now the case being handed over to the ED as well, what is it that the investigating agency will be trying to find out? With Mr. Manish Sisodia, who has been named as accused number 1 in the CBI FIR.
I've heard some brilliant arguments from both sides. Thank God the audio was bad, so I couldn't hear most part of it. As far as the liquor scam goes, we've had the same ad nauseum repeated charges from the other side and the defense coming from the armed party side. The question is that this liquor scam started off as a policy which I fully support the art. For example, that the entire liquor sale should go to the private authorities. Government has no business with it. Whether it was reducing the age, that's a matter of policy. The areas, residential areas, as long as it stays away from temples and hospitals, etc., it was absolutely fine. The question is that if the revenue was affected, if the exchequer has been hurt, and the decisions which have resulted in, for example, giving it to the blacklisted companies, unauthorized people, the manufacturers, then obviously it's a point to investigate. Now, mind you, it was a lieutenant governor, a constitutional authority, who gave the complaint, and the CBI then took it up as a complaint and took 28 days to look into the matter. And then they registered the case under Prevention of Corruption Act, 477, which is a falsification of accounts, and criminal conspiracy. So from here, one cannot say immediately whether Manish Sisodia has made money and the other people have been involved or not, nor you can say that a crime has not been committed because it's still a detailed investigation. Now, you ask me, what is CBI going to look into? The first thing is whether there was a quid pro quo involved in the waiver of 38 crores, in that 144 crores which was given back. That is the thing which the CBI has to look into. Now, they have raided all the places. They have searched all the documents. Our party says that nothing has been found. Maybe the CBI has had some kind of incriminating evidence on the basis of which MHA has suspended the excise commissioner. But yet, I would still say there is a lot to be investigated, because proving Prevention of Corruption Act is very, very difficult. And mind you, Maria, my last point is that, unfortunately, the state governments do not have access to electoral bonds. So the transport excise ministries are the routes. Look at, for example, Karnataka. In Karnataka, in that PWD bribe scam, they say it's 40% is given by every contractor. Now, in every big contract, there is an allegation that there has been a quid pro quo. Can we register Prevention of Corruption Act? It's a moot point. As long as you have opaque funding for elections, this will continue. In this case, the CBI has a tough job at hand, and I hope they're successful to prove that the charges are right.
Before I go back to the politicians on the panel, Naresh Goyal ji, मैं आपके पास फिर से आऊँगी. जब ये पॉलिसी हुई तो आप लोगों ने अपना कंसर्न्स बताया था और आपका ये साफ तौर पे कहना है कि एक प्राइवेट ग्रुप्स को हेल्प करने की कोशिश की गई. तो आप अगर ये भाजपा का आर्ग्यूमेंट सुनते हैं, वो सवाल पूछ रहे हैं आम आदमी पार्टी से, आम आदमी पार्टी का कहना है कि उन्होंने प्रॉब्लम देखी इस पॉलिसी में और करेक्शन के लिए उन्होंने विड्रॉ कर लिया. आपको लगता है कि जो उनका पॉलिसी का इंटेंट में प्रॉब्लम है या इम्प्लीमेंटेशन में प्रॉब्लम है या पूरी पॉलिसी में प्रॉब्लम है, क्योंकि वो जो ट्रांसपेरेंसी होनी चाहिए वो नहीं है इसमें?
मैम, एक्चुअल में ये पॉलिसी जब बनाई गई तो इसके अंदर एक है मनोज राय जी जो एक्यूज भी बनाए हैं, परनो रिका के एक्स एम्प्लॉय बता रहे हैं, बट वो देर एंड देन एम्प्लॉय है, एक्स एम्प्लॉय नहीं है. तो उसके अलावा जो होलसेलर्स ने बैठ के पॉलिसी बनाई, तो ये पॉलिसी जो है मैन्युफैक्चरर कंपनीज ने अपने तरीके से बनाने के लिए उनका जो मार्केट शेयर जो डे बाई डे डाउन हो रहा था उसको अप करने के लिए ये मल्टीनेशनल कंपनीज ने अपने फेवर में बनाई थी। इसमें पहले दिन से हमें पता था कि एक्सचेकर को नुकसान होना है। हमने सरकार को बहुत बार बताया। होलसेल एक इम्प्लीमेंट किया गया, जबकि रवि धवन जी की कमेटी के अंदर 0.5% में उसको रिकमेंडेड था कि जी ये गवर्नमेंट का होलसेल बनाया जाए, बट प्राइवेट में दिया गया और इसको कार्टेलाइजेशन करके बड़ा बड़ा बनाया गया। एक रवि धवन जी कमेटी की एक रिपोर्ट आई थी 2020 में, जो रिफॉर्म करने के लिए उन्होंने ऑब्जेक्टिव जो दिए थे वो था जी गवर्नमेंट का इक्विटी का कंट्रोल बढ़ाना, जबकि सारे कंट्रोल जो है वो ठेकेदारों को दे दिए गए। 1+1 बेचो, जिस मर्जी भाव बेचो, जिस मर्जी भाव नहीं बेचो, ये सब चीजें जो अगर मैं देखूं तो उसके अंदर मोनोपोली और कार्टेलाइजेशन को रोकना, पर इसके अंदर मोनोपोली और कार्टेलाइजेशन बना के बड़े बड़े लोगों को दिए गए। और ऐसे भी आरोप है कि वही मैन्युफैक्चरर, वही रिटेलर और वही होलसेलर, इसके अंदर सेम आइडेंटिटी थी। तो ये सब चीजें जो है सरकार को हमने पहले से बड़े आराम से बताया भी था, और ऐसा नहीं है कि नहीं बताया था। पर ये जब अगर मैन्युफैक्चरर बैठ के पॉलिसी बनवाएगा तो शोर टाइम में अगर मैं बैठ के पॉलिसी बनाऊंगा तो मैं अपने फेवर की बनाऊंगा। तो ये इसमें मैन्युफैक्चरर्स को प्रॉफिट होना था और वही हुआ, और एक्सचेकर को नुकसान होना था तो हुआ।
अच्छा मराठे, why were these red flags overlooked or ignored?
Sorry, ma'am.
Akshay Marathi.
No, I think. Yeah. No, I think it's important to go into exactly what the revenue projections were going to be from this new liquor policy. As Mr. Goyal has said very clearly that the previous policy was promising Delhi 4,400 crore rupees. If we had stuck to that, we should have, I mean, Mr. Goyal's contention is that we should have just stuck to that old policy and we should have been happy with getting 4,400 crore rupees. But what is important is that in this new liquor policy, purely from licensing fees and from commitments that we had got from private vendors, the commitments we got was for 9,000 crore rupees. So if this new liquor policy had been allowed to flourish and not been scuttled by the BJP, the CBI, the Delhi police, the MCD, then Delhi's revenues would have actually doubled within the span of the same 1 year.
No, but so scuttling में इन लोगों का कहाँ से रोल आ गया अक्षय मराठे? आप लोगों ने खुद विड्रॉ किया है?
नहीं, मैं आपको बताता हूँ ना कहाँ रोल आता है। देखिए कैसे, the way it works is that let's say that Maria, you have a liquor vend, okay, and you want to open a liquor vend. You have taken a license from the government. Now you go to the MCD and ask them for permission to open the shop. You go to the Delhi police, ask them for a separate permission to open the shop. If these two entities which are run by the BJP in Delhi put their hands up and say, you might have got licenses from the government of Delhi, but we will not give you permission to open the shops, what will you do as a liquor vendor? You have no option but to shut down the shop. That is what I am talking about. Okay. That is how the BJP systematically scuttled the Delhi excise policy, and which is why we had to roll it back. There is nothing to hide. The CBI investigation will ensure that we will come out clean.
The restriction was always there. There's nothing new. A non-conforming area restriction always there. You came and changed the policy. You said it should be in all 272 wards. And there are cases where it was near the gurdwaras and the temples and the schools.
No, that is absolutely false. We never allowed any shop to open near a gurdwara, near a school, near a temple. You show me proof. Show me proof. Shazia, show me proof. Show me proof.
What are you saying? You have plotted the schools.
Show me proof. Show me proof. Show me proof.
And distributed.
Tell me the address of any one shop that was near a gurdwara. Don't run away. Don't run away. Tell me the address of any one.
That's Onika. That's Onika Mehrotra of the Congress. Yes, go ahead. Go ahead.
Many of them are there.
Agitation. What are you saying, sir?
So how many liquor shops were opened in Delhi after the new liquor policy?
You gave to people who were already
How many liquor shops are open? Tell me how many liquor shops are open?
Protests by the RWA associations all over.
Exactly.
People have gotten together. It is just shocking.
How many liquor shops were opened after the new liquor policy? Why don't you tell us how many liquor shops are open? Okay, let me tell you. Let me tell you how many liquor shops. I'll tell you. Before the new liquor policy was introduced, there were 856 shops. It's a waste of time.
Why
no, if you all talk over each other.
How can a wholesaler treat a retailer? This is not in the policy at all. A wholesaler cannot be retailer. And the same company cannot get multiple.
Can I respond?
Zones.
Shazia, now let me respond.
Companies are giving multiple zones.
No, now let me respond. Oh my God, you are... Shazia, if you have such great investigative skills, you please join the CBI. They need your help. No, thank you. I think both of you from the same team. That's why I'm confused. Both Congress and BJP are from the same team today. So I was confused.
Giving Muft Ilaj and Muft Shiksha. We don't want Muft Sharab. We don't want them to get addicted to it the way you were doing it.
Congress is speaking for BJP or BJP speaking for Congress, my mistake. I was confused that you two are speaking for the same team. So my mistake. Of course. Yeah. Totally.
You have
okay, Shazia, make your point.
Let's not be children. Let's listen to each other.
Okay, Shazia, make your point. Yes.
No, so the point I was making is one fact, of course, is changing of rules. And clearly, this was the same Arvind Kejriwal who used to say, at least this was the time when I was there, that if before we open our sharab ka theka anyway, हम लोग लोगों से पूछेंगे, मोहल्ला सभा में जाके पूछेंगे. And here, on the other hand, the sharab shops and thekas are being opened all over the countryside, all around us, literally. I mean, and RWAs are protesting. Every day there were stories about how RWAs, and I would say that in Jangpura there is a Congress legislator who fought. There were BJP legislators and corporators who fought. So and others.
Can I respond now?
Independent ones. So don't lie, Akshay. Don't lie. Because you're lying about
Okay, final words. Akshay Marathe, I exactly have 30 seconds for you, quickly.
Confusing the issue about
I think...
MDMC, BJP...
Can you mute Shazia? She has a problem. She can't stop talking. Can you please mute Shazia?
No, she has been extremely patient. Akshay, she has been extremely patient with all the guests. Let's not get into this personal attack,
let me respond.
Yes, go ahead, Akshay. Go ahead.
I think the BJP is confused. Is it a problem of too many events or is it a problem of too little events? Because the first thing the BJP said that we have opened too many events. If you look at the facts of the matter, in the new liquor policy, instead of the 850 that we had put a cap at, only 350 liquor events opened in the last 1 year. So the BJP actually doesn't know the facts on the ground. They don't know. No. Oh my God, you have no idea. You have no idea of the facts. Shazia, you don't know anything about the facts on the ground. You should do some research.
It's not funny.
Shazia, if you are proven wrong, will you leave politics? I challenge you. If you are proven wrong, will you leave politics?
During COVID,
I challenge you. If you are proven wrong about the number of liquor events in Delhi, will you leave politics?
Because you involved officers.
If you are proven wrong about the number of liquor events in Delhi, will you leave politics?
Those are the facts glaring at you.
Shazia, I challenge you. I challenge you on the facts. If you are wrong on the number of events in Delhi, will you leave politics? I am saying on the record. I am saying on the record there are 350 liquor events in Delhi.
You got answer.
Maria, why don't you ask your research team to confirm this? Why don't you ask your research team to confirm this?
Because this discussion is going to continue even tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining us. Naresh Goyal, Yashwardhan Azad, Akshay Marathe, Dr. Anika Mehrotra and Shazia Ilmi. We are slipping into a short break. Coming up would be details of this development that has happened. Russia has foiled a major terror attack after apprehending an ISIS terrorist who was planning to travel to India. We'll get you details of that in just a bit. Stay with us.
To an all-girls Dahi Handi. To even a Dahi Handi commemorating Chhatrapati Shivaji's legendary confrontation with Afzal Khan. The sights and sounds of the iconic Dahi Handi and Govinda's return to Maharashtra after a gap of 2 years. Politicians also joined in the festivities. And film stars added glamour. Dahi Handi is a festival celebrated with much fervour on Janmashtami.
A 4-story building collapsed in Mumbai's Borivali today. Thankfully, there were no injuries.
This is the moment a dilapidated 4-story building came crumbling down. Panicked bystanders ran for their lives as debris from the building fell on the road and even trees came crashing down. Fire brigade personnel rushed to the spot to check if anyone was trapped under the debris. But thankfully, no casualties or injuries were reported in the building collapse. The building itself was declared dilapidated by the BMC and had been vacated earlier.
An Indian Air Force contingent has reached Australia to take part in exercise Pitch Black. The biennial multinational exercise hosted by the Royal Australian Air Force will see the participation of over 100 aircraft and 2,500 military personnel from various air forces across the world. Meanwhile, en route to Australia, the French Air Force refueled a Sukhoi 30 MKI fighter. These were jets of the Indian Air Force. It was mid-air, and it's the first time that France has refueled an Indian jet mid-flight during their projection. The IAF thanked France for the mid-air refuel support. 2 Ethiopian Airlines pilots fell asleep while flying from Sudan's Khartoum to the Ethiopian capital Addis Ababa, and they missed their landing. The autopilot system kept the plane cruising at 37,000 feet. The ATC then raised an alert when the flight did not start its descent at the set time. The ATC then tried to contact the pilots, but they couldn't succeed because obviously the pilots were asleep. When the plane overflew the runway, the autopilot disconnected, and that triggered an alarm, which then woke up the pilots. A drunk man brutally thrashed his wife in the middle of a road in Ghaziabad.
The woman can be seen running out on the road while her husband chases her. He drags her by her hair, pushes her on the road and thrashes her. He repeatedly slaps her even as she holds up her arms and begs him to stop. He then pulls her by her hair and covers her mouth so that she doesn't scream. A neighbor comes out to see the commotion and later call the cops.
Welcome back. Russia has foiled a major terror attack after apprehending an ISIS terrorist who was planning to travel to India. The terrorist, who is an Uzbek national based in Turkey and a radicalized suicide bomber, was planning attacks against BJP and RSS leaders in retaliation to the Prophet insult row. The bomber was trying to get a visa to India via Russia. Now, top intelligence sources say another national of a Central Asian nation is on the radar and could be another lone wolf attacker. CNN News 18 has also accessed details of the interrogation of the suicide bomber. He was planning a revenge attack and planned to meet an ISIS handler in India for weapons and logistical support. He says he was recruited by ISIS between April and June, and he was given instructions and orders via the messenger app Telegram. Now, these intelligence inputs were shared with the Indian authorities in June, which prompted the anti-ISIS raids we have seen across the country. Indian agencies will now join the interrogation after clearance from the Russian government. Top intelligence sources have told CNN News 18 that the funding for the bombing came from the Islamic State Khorasan province, which has also funded ISIS units in Kashmir. Intelligence sources also say there is an active nexus of handlers from other nations who manage and direct these attackers. So is the ISIS threat against India now coming from radicalized attackers around the globe? What must India do to deter it? Joining me on the show is Dr. Sergey Dwaranik. He is president of IDC, International Data Corporation. Joining me from Moscow, Lieutenant General Raj Kadyan is joining me as well. We also have Farkhunda Zahra Naderi. She is a former Afghan MP and former senior advisor to the Afghan president on UN affairs. I'm going to begin with you. Help me understand, Dr. Sergey, when we look at these developments, particularly that the details that are coming, that the terrorists' ideological indoctrination was conducted remotely via Telegram messenger accounts and during personal meetings in Istanbul with an ISIS representative. How did Russia actually get hold of him? What did they do in terms of getting the information that here is someone who was planning an attack against, politicians here in India?
Yes. First of all, I want to say that just 1 week ago, I was in Tashkent, in the capital of Uzbekistan, and we did some event, BRICS Plus conference. As you know, 5 countries of BRICS, Brazil, Russia, India, China, and South Africa, they're a country which not belong to the Muslim world, the Islamic world. And the Islamic population right now is 1,800 millions. It's a bigger quantity of Muslim believers. And traditionally, of course, Islam means like a dedication to the God. And when we tell Salam Alaikum, we wish the peace to the home of our neighbors. And Russian intelligence always well known around all the world globally, like very profound and strong intelligence. I am so happy that Russian intelligence blocked this action of this terrorist. Because, as you know, right now we have some influence from the Western countries, BRICS Alliance, intergovernment institution, which start to develop some trust and cooperation between countries. And the platform of the BRICS institution is like a multi-profit and beneficial for everybody.
Yes,
it's not. That's why I think that that particular case. First of all, we live in the modern age, and social media right now, and messengers, and some Telegram, they can be used by some radicals.
Yes, so that brings me to Ms. Naderi. Ms. Naderi is joining me from Tashkent. The fact is that we are looking at radicalization, which is also happening within India. But here is a threat that is coming from ISIS outside India, and this particular bomber was planning to enter India via Russia. Why has this route been chosen? Ms. Naderi, you have to unmute yourself.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes, please, loud and clear. Go ahead.
You know that Afghanistan has been struggling and have been fighting against terrorists with international community for over 20 years. And we do believe that the war on terror is not finished. So before going to this regional division, we know that UN is still a prestigious institution, regardless of all the challenges that it has. And the Security Council actually endorsed the fight against terror in Afghanistan. So after the collapse of the regime, that what happened in the country, of course, we do have our national problems, but we know that our national problem is mixed with international terrorist problem and also this regional dynamics that we have. But the main point here is that, the job of Security Council is to tackle these issues. But of course, it can go to the regional level. The more you go and to really pay attention into short, mid, and long term to know how you can tackle these problems. After 20 years, what we heard today, it is shocking, but I'm happy that it's been prevented. But it shows at the same time that these non-state actors are really, active, and they are, the way you mentioned, they are choosing different routes, and they are trying to be active on what they have been doing so far. So in short term, it is an achievement, but in mid-term, in long term, of what I see in Afghanistan, it cannot be ignored. For instance, even when we talk about girls going to school, we cannot say that it is separated from this concept.
That's right.
Because we are talking about fight against extremism.
Yes,
we
absolutely.
Cannot succeed this fight only by suspending.
Yes, and that threat is real. Lieutenant General Raj Kadyan, that India is now facing a threat of this nature, where radicalized attackers are not coming from within but from outside, and the timing of all the raids that were happening is to do with June, and that is the time when threats really increased against Nupur Sharma post her comment against Prophet Muhammad.
Maria, India has been facing terrorist threats for the last 3 decades or more. So far, all the attacks came from terror organizations based in Pakistan with the support of that country. But IS is a relatively new threat. IS is known to be the most cruel, the most brutal terror organization in the world. They have a base in Afghanistan, in the Khorasan province. As of now, what the news that is coming out, we should be grateful to Russia for thwarting this attack, which could have been an attack and a serious attack.
That's right.
This man was born in Turkey. He was indoctrinated online. Now, indoctrination is not difficult for these people, because for them, anything against Muhammad is not acceptable. There is no tolerance level at all. So, indoctrination, he was already half indoctrinated. But what I don't understand is, why was the attempt made to come through Russia?
Yes,
Russia
that's what I'm trying to understand. Why Russia? Why did they choose Russia to enter India?
Yeah, the other point is, which we need to look inward, that all these terror organizations can function in India only where they find local support. Even he, in his interrogation, has said that he was promised all the explosives and weapons or whatever else was required when he reached India. Although, as I again say, it is easier for them to come through Pakistan land route. The detection is much more difficult. We have a very long border with Pakistan. The distance would have been shorter. But air security today is very, very heightened in Russia, even in India.
That's right.
India has always been. So, but anyway, we have some organization in the south. The old band, Simi, has come in a different incarnation, Popular Front of India or Karnataka Forum for Dignity. There have been some clashes with the nationalists even in the south. So I'm sure there is some kind of a local support there. We need to also strengthen ourselves nationally, so that this very disconcerting, all this news every day in the social media and others coming out, people talking anti-national despite all the orders that such posts will not be sent, but they keep coming. It's impossible to stop in today's spread of the electronics. So that support needs to be tied up, and our intelligence agencies and security agents, who are already very alert, continue to maintain this high level of alert to thwart anything.
And General Kadyan, because I want to understand from you also this aspect, which has come in, of course, from the intelligence, is that there is another national of a Central Asian nation who is on the radar and could be another lone wolf attacker. These are largely suicide bombers. I can see Dr. Sergey. Dr. Sergey, take that question, because the fact that this particular bomber was hoping that he will be able to enter India via Russia, and also the details coming of another possible lone wolf attacker. Why this mode of suicide bombing?
First of all, I want to say that Russia was prepared for such kind of activity in Central Asia because of the geopolitical conditions right now. You know it's very well that Western countries, the Union of Western countries, collective West, they want to destroy the peacemaking role and the mission of Russia in the Middle East. For example, which Russia did in Syria, everybody in Middle East so appreciate all countries because it will bring peace to this region. And who was prepared for this type of action? And of course, this particular terrorist from Uzbekistan, as you already mentioned, he went to Turkey and he was in Istanbul and he received some instruction. But Turkey was not the last point of influence. If you are smart, of course, you'll go to the West and you'll found somebody special order who ordered him to do it. That is my point of view.
Okay.
And Russia was prepared, and Russia is a big supporter of India. And Russia, during all our history, we never was in the conflict. For example, Russia has some conflicts with China, with some other countries, but Russia and India always in the friendship mood. And our two countries, our traditions and mentality and culture is very similar. And we want
and that is the reason a friend has come for rescue of India. Thank you so much for joining us, Dr. Sergey, Ms. Naderi and Lieutenant General Raj Kadyan. That's all from me. An investigation will continue to track very, very closely. I'll be seeing you tomorrow. Thanks so much for watching.
Jets have landed in Kaliningrad, very next to the NATO member Poland. At least one person was killed in Russian shelling on the Ukrainian city of Kharkiv. 5 missiles hit different parts of the city early this morning, in which several buildings were reduced to rubble. Ukraine's second largest city has been the target of regular Russian shelling since the invasion began, but Russia says it's targeting a concentration of Ukrainian soldiers in the area. Brazil's President Jair Bolsonaro has come face-to-face with a heckler and tried to snatch his phone. As Bolsonaro spoke to supporters outside his home, one person used his phone to film himself repeatedly shouting at the president. Bolsonaro grabbed the man's shirt while reaching for his phone. Security guards pulled the man away. Amid the recent uptick in COVID-19 cases in China's Xiamen, aggressive testing has been going on, and no one can escape it, not even fish. This viral video shows how authorities clad in PPE kits were inserting cotton buds inside the mouths of fish and swabbing the shells of crabs. While many have ridiculed this move, some are supporting it, saying that it's for everyone's well-being. A BJP worker in Agra was caught on camera abusing police officers.
This video, which was shot by a cop, shows the BJP worker throwing a fit. He not only abuses the policemen but also threatens them. Seeing the video being shot, some supporters of the BJP worker even tried to snatch the cop's phone. After the video went viral, a case has been registered against 15 people, including the BJP worker.
On the occasion of Janmashtami, Dahi Handi festivities returned to Maharashtra after 2 years of the pandemic.
From a 9-tier human pyramid to an all-girls Dahi Handi, to even a Dahi Handi commemorating Chhatrapati Shivaji's legendary confrontation with Afzal Khan. The sights and sounds of the iconic Dahi Handi and Govinda's return to Maharashtra after a gap of 2 years. Politicians also joined in the festivities. And film stars added glamour.
तुम्हा सर्व ठाणेकरांना नमस्कार.
Dahi Handi is a festival celebrated with much fervour on Janmashtami.
A four-story building collapsed in Mumbai's Borivali today. Thankfully, there were no injuries.
This is the moment a dilapidated four-story building came crumbling down. Panicked bystanders ran for their lives as debris from the building fell on the road and even trees came crashing down. Fire brigade personnel rushed to the spot to check if anyone was trapped under the debris. But thankfully, no casualties or injuries were reported in the building collapse. The building itself was declared dilapidated by the BMC and had been vacated earlier.
An Indian Air Force contingent has reached Australia to take part in exercise Pitch Black. The biennial multinational exercise hosted by the Royal Australian Air Force will see the participation of over 100 aircraft and 2,500 military personnel from various air forces across the world. Meanwhile, en route to Australia, the French Air Force refueled a Sukhoi 30 MKI fighter. These were jets of the Indian Air Force. It was mid-air, and it's the first time that France has refueled an Indian jet mid-flight during their projection. The IAF thanked France for the mid-air refuel support. Two Ethiopian Airlines pilots fell asleep while flying from Sudan's Khartoum to the Ethiopian capital Addis Ababa, and they missed their landing. The autopilot system kept the plane cruising at 37,000 feet. The ATC then raised an alert when the flight did not start its descent at the set time. The ATC then tried to contact the pilots, but they couldn't succeed because obviously the pilots were asleep. When the plane overflew the runway, the autopilot disconnected, and that triggered an alarm, which then woke up the pilots. A drunk man brutally thrashed his wife in the middle of a road in Ghaziabad.
The woman can be seen running out on the road while her husband chases her. He drags her by her hair, pushes her on the road and thrashes her. He repeatedly slaps her even as she holds up her arms and begs him to stop. He then pulls her by her hair and covers her mouth so that she doesn't scream. A neighbor comes out to see the commotion and later call the cops. He then drags his wife away, all the while pulling her by her hair. Based on the neighbor's complaint, the police reached the spot and arrested the husband.
A speeding car rammed into two children who were on their bicycles in Rajasthan's Hanumangarh. The impact was so strong that both the kids were flung in the air. While the errant driver fled from the scene, the children, both brothers, are suffering serious injuries. Gujarat is reeling under floods and Surat happens to be the worst hit.
Roads turned into rivers, resulting in several vehicles getting submerged. Water even entered people's homes, forcing people to move to higher floors. Drone footage shows most of Surat inundated. There is water for as long as the eye can see. Most people remained confined to their homes, but this pregnant woman had to be evacuated from her flooded home. A boat was brought in to take her to a safer location.
Nearly 5 lakh people have been affected by devastating floods in Odisha. People were stuck in neck-deep water waiting to be evacuated. Relief and rescue teams have reached maroon villages on boats and they moved people to safety. Incessant rains have triggered floods across the state. Maharashtra is also reeling under heavy floods after rains pounded the coastal districts.
Several rivers in Maharashtra are in spate after incessant rains for the last 24 hours. Despite dangerous conditions, this group of people decided to cross a river in Nashik. But the water was flowing so fast that they lost their balance. They held each other's hands and managed to cross the river to safety. Similar pictures surfaced from Vidarbha in Maharashtra. Rainwater left roads flooded and entered several homes. Several people were seen wading through knee-deep water. Teams from the National Disaster Response Force were roped in to evacuate people from flooded areas.
A day after he was heckled in Kodagu for questioning the installation of Savarkar posters, Siddaramaiah faced protest in Chikmagaluru as well. Right-wing groups carrying pictures of Savarkar tried to gearao Siddaramaiah's motorcade. The Congress called it a state-sponsored protest. 2 months after Rahul Gandhi's Wayanad office was vandalized after a protest by members of the Students' Federation of India, 4 people, including Rahul Gandhi's staff there, have been arrested. They've been accused of damaging a picture of Mahatma Gandhi in the office. Remember, the Congress had accused the SFI of vandalism. The Sports Ministry has reached out to both FIFA and the Asian Football Confederation to allow Indian club sides to compete in tournaments as scheduled. Before FIFA suspended the All India Football Federation, Sri Gokulam Kerala FC had already reached Uzbekistan for a tournament beginning on the 23rd of August. ATK Mohan Bagan is also slated to play in September. Amid tensions with China, Taiwan's president thanked the Navy for their efforts.
Taiwan President Tsai Ing-wen visited tailors of the island's navy to thank them for their efforts. She called the pressure they are faced with as indescribable. During the visit, Taiwanese sailors wearing anti-flash gear warned Chinese warships by radio to change direction, saying they had seriously damaged security in the Taiwan Strait. Although the scale of China's drills has reduced, Taiwan continues to report Chinese fighters and warships operating around the island. The island nation has been holding its own military drills in the last couple of days, conducting anti-air drills with missiles and cannons. China claims the democratically governed Taiwan as its own territory and has been holding war drills to show its anger against US House Speaker Nancy Pelosi's visit to the island nation.
Russia has deployed 3 new fighters armed with nuclear-capable missiles to its European enclave. Jets especially modified. These are MiG-31K variants. They can carry the Kinzhal or the Dagger hypersonic missile. These missiles can be armed with nuclear warheads as well that are capable of flying at 12 times the speed of sound. These jets have landed in Kaliningrad, very next to the NATO member Poland. At least 1 person was killed in Russian shelling on the Ukrainian city of Kharkiv. 5 missiles hit different parts of the city early this morning, in which several buildings were reduced to rubble. Ukraine's second largest city has been the target.
सबसे पहले उन पर केंद्र सरकार की अलग-अलग एजेंसियों को छोड़ दो, उनके ऊपर CBI का केस करो, उनके ऊपर ED का केस करो. उसके बाद भारतीय जनता पार्टी जाके उनके नेताओं को ऑफर देती है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी में आ जाओ, सारे केस बंद हो जाएंगे. तो एक तरफ धमकाया जाता है और दूसरी तरफ लुभाने का प्रयास किया जाता है.
जिनकी नीयत खोटी है, सोच छोटी है, उनको कोई क्या तोड़ेगा? कम से कम प्रश्नों के उत्तर तो दीजिए. 24 घंटे पूरे हो गए, उत्तर में आया एक ट्वीट. ट्वीट में फिर वही अनर्गल बातें.
BJP's Delhi unit staged protests outside Arvind Kejriwal's residence in the capital today, keeping up the offensive on what it calls Team Kejriwal mired in corruption. In this now unending BJP arc war, the next salvo is round the corner.
And more breaking news coming in, this one from Kerala, where the Kerala state government has approached the High Court to expunge the order of the Kozhikode Sessions Court, which said the sexual harassment case, that the case that they were listening to, will not prima facie stand as the complainant was wearing a sexually provocative dress. Now, the state in its petition has said that the findings and reasons stated in the impunged order suffers from illegality, lack of sensitivity and sobriety, warranting interference by the High Court. That's the pitch coming in from the state government. I'm joined by Neetu Raghukumar on the broadcast, who's getting us this piece of breaking news. So Neetu, that pitch coming in from the state government, that this will only weaken the people's trust in the judiciary.
That's correct. That is what the state government, which has now approached the Kerala High Court, is saying. They have approached the court not just in cancelling the anticipatory bail, but also in expunging this part of the order, because we know that the Kozhikode Sessions Court in its order had said that prima facie Section 354A will not stand because the de facto complainant was wearing sexually provocative dress. So the state government went on to say that this is illegal, unjust, and have the effect of potentially exposing the survivor to secondary trauma. and also said that the observation are legally wrong, insensitive, and revolting to logic and reason. State also said that the findings and observations made by the Sessions Court are highly deplorable, demeaning, and anti-women, and it would eventually harm the public trust in the judicial system. So there's some strong wording coming in from the state government when they approached the High Court against the Kozhikode Sessions Court order.
Right. Thank you, Neetu, for joining us on the broadcast. So the Kerala government approaching the High Court in the wake of this very controversial order by the Kozhikode Sessions Court. Shifting focus to some more breaking news, this one from West Bengal. Now, Mamata Banerjee is going all out for Durga Puja organizers in the state. The TMC government is offering 60,000 rupees to each puja organizer along with a 60% concession on electricity. There will be an 11-day state holiday from the 30th of September to the 10th of October. This is the pitch coming in ahead of Durga Puja in West Bengal. I'm joined by Shaugata Mukhopadhyay on the broadcast. Shaugata, so the TMC government going all out to make that massive Astha pitch in West Bengal.
Well, absolutely, Ayushman. This year the pujo is especially important for Mamata Banerjee and perhaps for the rest of the state, simply because of the fact that the Durga Pujo has been given the intangible heritage tag by the UNESCO, and Mamata Banerjee has decided to make that a grand affair, as a result of which she has already announced a grand rally in the city on the 1st of September, which will be a rally, a colorful rally, and not a political one, for a change on the streets of Kolkata, and not just in the streets of Kolkata, but also elsewhere in every district of the state. This rally would take place, and this rally would essentially be a rally to thank the UNESCO for providing that heritage tag to Durga Pujo, which is obviously the biggest festival in this part of the country. But having said that, Mamata Banerjee today also announced this ex gratia donation of 60,000 rupees to each of the 43,000 registered community pujas across the state of Bengal. And this is despite the fact that there's been a COVID and a massive crunch in the state exchequer on account of what Mamata Banerjee alleges is a non-payment of dues from the center to the state. Despite all of that, Mamata Banerjee has announced a 10,000 rupee hike per pujo organizer compared to last year. So this evidently would be costing the state exchequer somewhere in the range of 250 crore rupees or a little more, and also the fact that, yes, as you rightly pointed out, 60% discount on the electricity bills during the time of Pujo, consumed by the Pujo organizers, as well as an 11-day state holiday between 30th of September and the 10th of October. So obviously Mamata Banerjee would make this a major affair, and also on the 7th of September there would be the Grand Carnival or the Visarjan, the immersion of the Durga Puja pandals in Kolkata. So obviously it's going to be a grand affair as far as Mamata Banerjee is concerned.
Right. Thank you, Shaugata, for joining us on the broadcast. So a massive Astha pitch coming in from the TMC government. Now, getting you a wrap of all the other news, the Bihar government is facing flack from the opposition after youth protesting over unemployment were lathi-charged and targeted with water cannons. Outrage has erupted after an ADM was seen thrashing one of the youth who was holding a national flag. The BJP has hit out at the Mahagathbandhan government, while Deputy Chief Minister Tejasvi Yadav has ordered a probe.
लाठीचार्ज कर रहे हैं, तो हमने मामला जो है उनसे समझा और हमने पूछा कि भाई क्या कार्रवाई की जा रही है। तो उन्होंने कहा कि एक जांच कमेटी बना दी गई है, दोषी पाने पे उनको सजा मिलेगी। आवाज़ आते ही सब लोग अपनी बात रख ही देते हैं, तो इसका कोई मतलब तो था नहीं। ऐसा व्यवहार नहीं करना चाहिए। अब तो जांच कमेटी बनी तो कार्रवाई ना है, तो उसमें जांच होगी।
Two people have been booked in Uttar Pradesh's Muzaffarnagar for allegedly beating a Dalit youth with slippers after the video of the incident went viral on the internet. According to the police, Dinesh Kumar, a Dalit man, was beaten up by the village head of Tajpur. He also threatened to kill him. It's a big vindication for the Kerala governor and a massive embarrassment for the Kerala government over the Kannur University recruitment row. The Kerala High Court has stayed the appointment of Priya Verghese as Associate Professor till the 31st of August. This comes just a day after the governor ordered the Kannur Vice Chancellor to put Priya Verghese's appointment on hold, alleging nepotism. She is the wife of Chief Minister Pinarayi Vijayan's Private Secretary K.K. Ragesh.
The person who has signed at the appointment of Vice Chancellor Gopinath Ravidran is Governor Harif Muhammad Khan. He himself has signed the order 2 months back. Now how he becomes a criminal? It is purely immature. The governor is a constitutional head. He should behave in a mature manner. If he is calling our Honorable Vice Chancellor as criminal, I am calling our Honorable Governor as a chameleon, always changing his color.
And a clash between police and students erupted in Jaipur during a Rajasthan University election rally. According to the police, the supporters of one independent candidate tried to barge into the university despite the model code of conduct in effect during the nomination process. The Gupkar Alliance held an all-party meeting over electoral revisions to give voting rights to non-locals working or studying in Jammu and Kashmir. The Gupkar parties have opposed the new move, which will see close to 25 lakh new voters added to the electoral list.
असेंबली जो होगी वो बाहर वालों के हाथ में होगी और यहाँ के लोग जो हैं वो उससे महरूम हो जाएंगे। दूसरी बात जो बहुत ज़रूरी है और अहम है, अभी जो कत्ल हुए हैं, मारे गए हैं, उसकी भी हमने बड़ी ज़बरदस्त निंदा की। आज मैंने इनसे गुजारिश खुद की कि बुलाइए हम सबको कि हम आपसे बात कर सकें।
Meanwhile, massive floods have rocked Odisha, leaving several districts underwater and low-lying areas inundated.
अंत तक आपको ये तस्वीरें दिखाने की कोशिश करूंगी कि देखिए आप किस स्थिति में, किस संघर्ष में यहाँ पर लोग जो है वो गुजर बसर कर रहे हैं। हालांकि देखिए ये स्थिति ओडिशा के तमाम गांव की ऐसी ही है, लेकिन ये पूरी के एक गांव में फिलहाल मैं मौजूद हूं और ये देखिए आप अंदर की तस्वीरें कि किस तरीके से यहाँ पर पूरा का पूरा आशियाना जो है वो पानी में बिखर चुका है। आप देखिए कि कहां तक पानी जो है इस पूरे घर में नजर आ रहा है।
Another Hindu man was attacked in Pakistan's Sindh region. A violent mob have tried to lynch a Hindu labourer, accusing him of blasphemy. The Sindh police reached the spot and dispersed the crowd. Police claimed the labourer was targeted because of a personal grouse with a local resident, adding that the blasphemy charges are false.
हमारे काबिर के खिलाफ गलत बातें बोली जाएंगी तो कि हमको खामोशी से बढ़िया है। इंडिया के अंदर तमाम मुसलमानों को माजा रहा जा रहा है। जरा सा कोई मुसलमान अगर तो जरा सी बात कर देता है, ये उठा के जाए तो मुसलमान को कत्ल कर देते हैं। अब ये कि हमारे कुरान शरीफ को शहीद करके फेंका गया, क्या तो हम उनको कुछ ना बोले? हमारा भी एक बनता है, हम भी इनके जूते लगाएंगे, इनको मारे पकड़ के। हमारे मुसलमान जागे इस बात के ऊपर, वरना बरोज़ा क़यामत खुदा की पकड़ में ऐसा आएंगे कि हम जो है खुद को बचा नहीं सकेंगे।
The Supreme Court had disbanded the 3-member Committee of Administrators overseeing the All India Football Federation and said elections should be held on the 28th of August. The Apex Court has further ordered all 36 representatives from the states and union territories be a part of the voter list. Imran Khan has received some relief from the Islamabad High Court, which has granted him pre-arrest bail in connection to charges of threatening the army, police and judiciary. Imran Khan was booked under the Anti-Terrorism Act on Sunday after he warned officials not to work for thieves, referring to the present government. China says it will try to protect its grain harvest from record drought by using chemicals to generate rain. The country's southern Hubei province has started a 3-month-long cloud seeding project in a move to protect grain crops from drought during the driest summer in the country in 6 decades. We're going to take a short break. More news and updates on the other side.
He's returned to Maharashtra after 2 years of the pandemic.
From a 9-tier human pyramid to an all-girls Dahi Handi, to even a Dahi Handi commemorating Chhatrapati Shivaji's legendary confrontation with Afzal Khan. The sights and sounds of the iconic Dahi Handi and Govinda's return to Maharashtra after a gap of 2 years.
आपको नजर आएगी।
Politicians also joined in the festivities. And film stars added glamour.
तुम्हा सर्व ठाणेकरांना नमस्कार.
Dahi Handi is a festival celebrated with much fervor on Janmashtami.
A four-story building collapsed in Mumbai's Borivali today. Thankfully, there were no injuries.
This is the moment a dilapidated four-story building came crumbling down. Panicked bystanders ran for their lives as debris from the building fell on the road and even trees came crashing down. Fire brigade personnel rushed to the spot to check if anyone was trapped under the debris. But thankfully, no casualties or injuries were reported in the building collapse. The building itself was declared dilapidated by the BMC and had been vacated earlier.
An Indian Air Force contingent has reached Australia to take part in exercise Pitch Black. The biennial multinational exercise hosted by the Royal Australian Air Force will see the participation of over 100 aircraft and 2,500 military personnel from various air forces across the world. Meanwhile, en route to Australia, the French Air Force refueled a Sukhoi 30 MKI fighter. These were jets of the Indian Air Force. It was mid-air and it's the first time that France has refueled an Indian jet mid-flight during their projection. The IAF thanked France for the mid-air refuel support. Two Ethiopian Airlines pilots fell asleep while flying from Sudan's Khartoum to the Ethiopian capital Addis Ababa, and they missed their landing. The autopilot system kept the plane cruising at 37,000 feet. The ATC then raised an alert when the flight did not start its descent at the set time. The ATC then tried to contact the pilots, but they couldn't succeed because obviously the pilots were asleep. When the plane overflew the runway, the autopilot disconnected and that triggered an alarm which then woke up the pilots. A drunk man brutally thrashed his wife in the middle of a road in Ghaziabad.
The woman can be seen running out on the road while her husband chases her. He drags her by her hair, pushes her on the road and thrashes her. He repeatedly slaps her even as she holds up her arms and begs him to stop. He then pulls her by her hair and covers her mouth so that she doesn't scream.
Welcome back. Breaking news coming in. Delhi police has arrested the accused in the horrific rape and murder of an 8-year-old girl. The accused was in a relationship with the child's mother. The accused abducted her, raped her, slit her throat and mutilated her face. Let's listen in to DCP Central District Shweta Chauhan on more when it comes to this horrific case in the national capital.
हमारे दरियागंज पुलिस स्टेशन के इलाके से पिछली इसी 4-5 तारीख की रात को एक छोटी बच्ची का किडनैपिंग का मामला सामने आया और इवेंचुअली ये इस तरह की जानकारी है कि एक रिजवान अलियास बादशाह नाम के शख्स का इनके घर में आना जाना है। आगे की इन्वेस्टिगेशन में पता चला कि उसके बच्ची की माँ के साथ कुछ संबंध है, तो रिजवान को ढूंढा गया और रिजवान को हम लोगों ने अरेस्ट किया है और सस्टेन इंटेरोगेशन के बाद ये बात सामने आई है कि रिजवान के माँ के साथ अवैध संबंध थे और बच्ची को ने ऐसा देख लिया था उनको, तो वो उसको रास्ते से हटाना चाहता था। तो ये रिजवान जो है एक नशे का आदी है, तो इसने गांजा और शराब पिया, उसके नशे में ये घर में आया और रात के समय बच्ची को उठा कर ले गया। वहाँ से बच्ची को दूर ले गया और दूर ले जाके इसने उसके साथ बच्ची के साथ दुष्कर्म किया और उसका गला रेत कर उसकी हत्या कर दी और उसके बाद उसके चेहरे को भी इसने म्यूटिलेट किया है। तो रिजवान को अरेस्ट कर लिया गया है और आगे की इन्वेस्टिगेशन हम लोग बढ़ा रहे हैं।
I'm joined by Anvit Srivastav on the broadcast. Anvit, what more are you getting from your police sources? Could there be a push for the death penalty?
Yeah, see, it depends now. The case has been solved by the police as they're claiming, and only after the charge sheet is filed, the case will go to the court, and then it will be decided, what magnitude of sentence will be awarded to this man. But as far as the details of the case are concerned, it was on 5th August early morning when the child's family reported that the girl has gone missing from their house, and when the police launched a manhunt, they are saying that it took them time because a body was recovered on 18th of August. So it took that much time because they were saying it was raining heavily on that during that period. And when the child's body was, because it was dumped in a swampy area, only when the water level receded, a body was recovered which was of a similar build. And then when the family members finally identified the child as their own, it was all the family members were questioned, and it was found that a man named Rizwan used to frequent the house. And when the Rizwan was nabbed and he was interrogated, he further disclosed that he was the one who had killed the child because he and the child's mother were in a relationship, and the child had spotted them together, and this was the only way Rizwan could think of getting rid of the child. Now police are further interrogating him to find out if the mother is involved in any which way, because the kind of murder it is, and what Rizwan had disclosed is that he took the child, he abducted her from the house itself, and the access given to him is now in question whether the mother was involved, and he gave access to his paramour to take away the child, because the girl has been killed very brutally. She was sexually assaulted, is what the police are claiming. Her throat was slit, and then he used a sharp metallic object to mutilate her face so that her identification also could be hidden.
Right. Thank you, Anvit, for joining us on the broadcast and getting us those details as the investigation continues. A horrific case coming in from the national capital, and now the accused is in custody. Getting you some more breaking news from the international front. Now, America's top COVID expert, Dr. Anthony Fauci, has announced that he will be stepping down as the director of the National Institute of Allergy and Infectious Diseases, as well as the chief medical advisor to President Joe Biden in December to, and I quote, pursue the next chapter of my career. Fauci has been the face of America's COVID response and has faced multiple political attacks for his anti-COVID strategies, including from former President Donald Trump. He leaves the top post after more than 50 years of public service. That's all we have to pack in on the show. Good night and take care. Pelosi's visit to the island nation.
Russia has deployed 3 new fighters armed with nuclear-capable missiles to its European enclave. Jets especially modified. These are MiG-31K variants. They can carry the Kinzhal or the Dagger hypersonic missile. These missiles can be armed with nuclear warheads as well that are capable of flying at 12 times the speed of sound. These jets have landed in Kaliningrad, very next to the NATO member Poland. At least one person was killed in Russian shelling on the Ukrainian city of Kharkiv. 5 missiles hit different parts of the city early this morning, in which several buildings were reduced to rubble. Ukraine's second largest city has been the target of regular Russian shelling since the invasion began, but Russia says it's targeting a concentration of Ukrainian soldiers in the area. Brazil's President Jair Bolsonaro has come face-to-face with a heckler and tried to snatch his phone. As Bolsonaro spoke to supporters outside his home, one person used his phone to film himself repeatedly shouting at the president. Bolsonaro grabbed the man's shirt while reaching for his phone. Security guards pulled the man away. Amid the recent uptick in COVID-19 cases in China's Xiamen, aggressive testing has been going on, and no one can escape it, not even fish. This viral video shows how authorities clad in PPE kits were inserting cotton buds inside the mouths of fish and swabbing the shells of crabs. While many have ridiculed this move, some are supporting it, saying that it's for everyone's well-being. A BJP worker in Agra was caught on camera abusing police officers.
This video, which was shot by a cop, shows the BJP worker throwing a fit. He not only abuses the policemen but also threatens them. Seeing the video being shot, some supporters of the BJP worker even tried to snatch the cop's phone. After the video went viral, a case has been registered against 15 people, including the BJP worker.
On the occasion of Janmashtami, Dahi Handi festivities returned to Maharashtra after 2 years of the pandemic.
From a 9-tier human pyramid to an all-girls Dahi Handi, to even a Dahi Handi commemorating Chhatrapati Shivaji's legendary confrontation with Afzal Khan. The sights and sounds of the iconic Dahi Handi and Govinda's return to Maharashtra after a gap of 2 years.
टेररिज्म संस्कृति जो है वो आपको नजर आएगी।
Good evening, welcome to Viewpoint. I'm Zaka Jacob. Russia has made a sensational disclosure today that they have detained an ISIS suicide bomber. Now this bomber, he's been identified as Asimov by just a single name. He was entrusted reportedly with a mission to target BJP leaders here in India. Now, he traveled to Turkey earlier this year and was asked by one of his handlers in Turkey to go to India and avenge what was perceived to be an insult to Prophet Muhammad. The reference, of course, being to the comments that former BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma made about Prophet Muhammad on a TV show. The question is, this has come as a total surprise and a total shock, not just to bystanders and lay viewers who are watching these developments, but also to our intelligence agencies, because yes, there have been known instances of Russians, Chechens, etc. joining ISIS, but this is the first time we've had an instance of a Russian being detained supposedly for going to India to attack because of a comment that was made a few months ago. Does this incident raise the specter, the prospect of ISIS terror still continuing to be a threat to India and India's interests? All right, so this is the Bleed India plot. Remember, there have been other instances of ISIS-related terrorists, either foreign nationals or even Indian nationals who have gone on to join that organization. But this is the first time we've had an instance of a Russian national being detained there, supposedly to carry out an attack here in India. The recruitment, it was a suspect who was brought into ISIS ranks as a suicide bomber. He's been identified as Asimov. He was indoctrinated remotely while he was in Turkey. For the earlier part of this year, Asimov traveled to Turkey and then he came back to Russia. The mission was to fly from Russia to India for quote-unquote a high-profile terror attack. Now the attack, his handlers in Turkey told him was for insulting Prophet Muhammad. Remember, there were comments made by former BJP spokesperson Nupur Sharma which were incendiary in nature, which of course had led to a huge backlash in the Muslim world. This man, Asimov, was entrusted by his handlers to avenge that. The modus operandi involved blowing himself up against this public representative or anyone of the ruling circle. In fact, he was to meet another person here in India who would then provide him with all the material, with all the logistic support, and then he was to go on and carry forth this suicide mission. But fortunately for India, and perhaps unfortunately for him, he got detained by the Russian authorities. But this is a big wake-up call for our security agencies and people who track this stuff very closely. Let me go across to our guests who are joining us on the broadcast this evening. Sushant Sareen is Senior Fellow with the Observer Research Foundation. Dr. Tara Karta is former Director with the National Security Council Secretariat. Lieutenant General retired Sanjay Kulkarni, former DG Infantry, and Dr. Roxolana Zigon is a political analyst joining us from Russia. Let me start with you, Dr. Zigon, because we'd like to know, here in India, there is a great amount of curiosity as to who this man is, what his motivations were, and most importantly, how did the Russian authorities apprehend him? What led them to him, and how did they apprehend him?
Good evening, dear guests. Thank you for the opportunity to be the guest on this show. First of all, I would like to say that the Russian Federal Security Service has an extensive experience in counter-terrorism operations, and obviously to the information that we have for this moment, because FSB is not sharing pretty much information in public. So, but the information that we can operate, we can say that this guy who is has been located, and he's a regional, local from one of the Central Asian region country, has been spending time in Turkey from April until June. So he was obviously prepared, and that was a carefully elaborated plan of his dislocation in Russia and the following up transportation to India. And indeed, it's an unprecedented occasion, because the first time FSB has identified a person from the Central Asia who has been planning a terror attack in India. And I think this is an evident fact. I don't think that it's a wake-up call for the security services of both countries, as well for Russia and for India, because it has been a set of communications and negotiations between the Secretary of the National Security Council of Russia, Mr. Nikolai Patrushev, and the advisor of Prime Minister of Narendra Modi of India, Mr. Ajit Doval. That was a set of communications starting from the last year until August of the current year. It has been massively discussed the issues of counter-terrorism attacks and the opportunities of much closer collaboration between our states.
Okay, let me ask Dr. Tara Karta, you know, when this news broke and it was attributed to the Russian Federal Security Bureau, and of course a Russian news agency put this story out. But Dr. Karta, what was surprising was the Indian intelligence agencies were not sure about this. In fact, no information had been passed on to them by the Russian authorities till this afternoon. Subsequently, of course, after the arrest and after the news broke, the information has been shared. But how worrying is it that here you have a foreign national going to Turkey and then going to Russia, and the Russian security agencies apprehending him there, but he was supposedly en route to India to carry out a major terrorist attack here to target a political representative?
Oh, it's extremely worrying in this case, because like you said, we've never had such an instance before, as the previous speaker said. But having said that, I'm not terribly surprised at Turkey being part of this, because much of what we've begun to expect from Pakistan, a lot of the disinformation, the communication, the finances, the social media content is all coming from Turkey. So Turkey, that kind of a link we've been seeing for some time. And I'll tell you why it's not surprising is because, Zaka, if you remember, this whole Islamic State started 2015. They were going on. They were all Afghanistan, Pakistan, all that. Yeah. Nothing about India. Okay. Until they formed this, suddenly one fine day they announced this, you know, oh, we're going to have an Islamic State of Pakistan and India. That was somewhere in 2019, late 2019, if I remember correctly. Then the whole group changes its character. Now it starts talking about India, that, you know, there's a whole a kind of a Islamic State, that magazine is started up. You caught that guy in Hyderabad who was doing the magazine with some people from Kashmir. Feed was coming in from Kashmir, from Maldives, from within India. So the whole character of the group changed after 2019. And where was this whole publication being put together? It was being put together in Karachi. So you see, it is, to me, when I look at this, it is the same thing we've been seeing for years, except that now these guys are a little more careful for whatever reason. I'm not saying, you know, I don't have proof that the Pakistani state is involved. All I'm saying is a lot of things which were concentrated in Pakistan has shifted elsewhere.
Okay.
Because,
so Shansareen, you know, what is even more worrying is this man has reportedly told the agencies there in Russia that he was entrusted with a task to avenge the quote-unquote insult to Prophet Muhammad. What does India do when it's suddenly opened itself up with the comments that we heard from Nupur Sharma and others? The way in which India has now become a potential target, and Indians have become a potential target of ISIS, one would have imagined that the ISIS threat would have receded after the war in the Middle East and the collapse of this whole idea, the 7th century idea of forming a caliphate and so on. But suddenly now, everybody's on the list, and anybody is a potential target, including a politician in India.
So, Zaka, number one, I don't think Nupur Sharma said anything which is not there in the religious texts of Islam. It's just been blown out of proportion. maybe the way she said it, somebody could take umbrage, but it's very much there in the religious text, unless, of course, people want to repudiate those texts. That's another matter altogether. The second thing is that I don't know why we are getting this impression that India was never in the crosshairs of local, regional, and transnational jihadist groups. We've always been on the target list. We've always been there, and in fact, from around 2014, 2015, when the ISIS had come up, the ISIS Khorasan had come up, that Vilayat had been formed. Of course, as Tara is saying very correctly, the Pakistan and the Hind province chapters came much later. But ever since that point of time, India and the entire subcontinent has been seen